Yo guys, I've got a spark which I'm going to use to ignite the fire for a brand new episode of the Skylanders CarryOn Locke here on the channel. Now this is the 11th episode, which marks the start of the Skylanders Giants portion of the CarryOn Locke. So obviously all of the survivors from Spyro's Adventure have been carried over into Giants, which we will be playing it on Nightmare Mode. But first things first, we need to determine what the new representative of every element is going to be for Skylanders Giants, and we're going to be determining such things based on pure and utter randomness. So obviously the first Skylander we have to determine here is going to be what our new magic representative is going to be moving forward through Giants. Now obviously the important thing to remember here is that the survivors of the previous Spyro's Adventure run get upgraded to their Series 2 iterations, and anyone chosen out here who has an orange base will automatically jump up to that orange base, so they will have a second life going through this lock, because if the Series 2 is defeated, we revert to the original character, and then if that is defeated, then the Skylander is gone and can't be used again throughout the remainder of the series. Unfortunately for me, our Skylander chosen at random is in fact an orange base, so he does get 2 lives, but that orange base is my least favourite of the bunch, as we have Wrecking Ball. Of all the things that could have gone wrong with generating these names at random, that was the top of my list for what we did not want to see. So now we're going to go on ahead and generate what our brand new representative of the Earth element is going to be. Come on, let's go. We have Flash Ring. As you can tell with my live reactions, things are a lot more hyper right now. I meant to do these live reactions for the first time around, but unfortunately I lost that footage for my face cam. So this is the first time where we're seeing myself doing the live reaction to the random names being generated for each new addition to all of the 8 base elements here. So for water, our new addition going into Giants for the CarryOn Locke is going to be Whamshell. So far, no Giants. Obviously, Giants are thrown in alongside the course to give everyone of every element equal right in terms of being randomly chosen to be added to the CarryOn Locke for the Giants portion of the series. Now for fire, being added into the as the fire representative for Giants is going to be Hot Dog. So that's our second new core from Skylanders Giants being added to the lock, mind you, and this time it's for the fire element, because the new fire elemental core from this game is in fact Hot Dog. Now for our tech representative being added to the cast this time around, we have not Sprocket, because instead, luckily I will take this over Sprocket any day of the week, because we have the tech giant joining us, Bouncer. This could be the only giant we have. We'll have to just wait and see what other names are chosen at random for the 3 remaining elements, starting of course with Undead. Let's find out who we're going to get. Hopefully a character with a second life after the tragedy with Ghost Roaster in the Spyro's Adventure portion of the series. And luckily that's exactly what we got. We get to jump straight to Cinder's orange based iteration, so she has a second life moving forward. And if we get her all the way through Giants, she also gets to jump up to her blue-based iteration in Swap Force if she gets carried over, which would give her yet another additional life before having to revert to her original form if she's defeated in combat. So now we move along to Air, our second to last, our penultimate element to generate a random name for to be added to the cast. And that name is going to be our second giant, my favourite giant, and I'm really excited about this, Swarm. He should make it pretty far through CarryOn Locke, as long as I play my cards right, because he is such a unit to be trifled with, so to say. But finally, for the life element, our final addition to the cast for Skylanders Giants is going to be yet another brand new core, Shroom Boom. If we can get him all the way up to Trap Team, then he will be able to upgrade to his red base version, his Series 2, which will give him a second life. So we shall see what the future holds for this cast, but for the moment being, we now get to update, of course, the graphics on screen now, and we also just have to jump into Skylanders Giants, the game itself. I will see you there. So here we are at the main title screen of Skylanders Giants, where we've now had 8 randomized characters added to our cast, and you can tell just how random it is based on the fact that most of these elements I received my least favourite representatives for. Series 2 Wrecking Ball, even with 2 iterations, is not going to make it past Giants. Mark my words, especially since, as I press the A button right now to begin, we're going to load up a brand new save, and it's going to be a nightmare save at that. So we are going to, just like we do with Spice Adventure, delete the 4th save profile, one of the least amount of progress on it. So let's select a new save and begin our nightmare run without further ado. And also, just like we did in Spice Adventure, we're going to be pressing the best button in the video game, the skip button. Get all that unnecessary deep stew out of here so we can begin immediately with Chapter 1, Time of the Giants. Now, it would be wrong for me to play through Time of the Giants as anyone other than a giant, and since, luckily for us, 2 giants were chosen out by the randomizer, it means that one of them is going to get to kick off this portion of CarryOn Locke, and that's going to be my favourite of the 8 giants, Swarm. So on one end of the spectrum, we got Wrecking Ball, the biggest piece of garbage in the entirety of the Skylanders franchise. Then on the other end of the spectrum, we got the best darn giant in the whole darn game. There he is in that port of power right there. Pardon my voice, it is a little bit hoarse, but we're going to power through it and play through as much of Giants as we can in this session anyway. Because as you can tell, I'm back to this awesome shirt which we saw for Lava Lake's Railway during the Spyro's Adventure portion of CarryOn. And then I was going to use it for the facecam setup for the final boss as well, but I decided to go through that final boss without a facecam so I could actually concentrate. And that turned out to be a great decision because Igniter was able to pull off some miracles and solo shot that entire fight, which is why Series 2 Igniter is still with us for the Giants playthrough during the CarryOn Locke, where we are still going to get connection issues with our controller. That certainly is one thing to carry over from one game to the other, I will tell you that much. Now the thing with Giants is that they can unlock secret spots back here, so we're going to toss that boulder out of the way, we're even going to bounce with a boulder in hand, and then we're going to smash on the ground. Yeah, that is really fun, but what's so fun about Swarm is how maneuverable he is. So like all of the other Giants, he's able to speedrun through the game by basically bypassing different elements of the area entirely by using his giant mechanics, mind you. But on top of that, he also has a giant's power without the lack of speed or maneuverability. So yes, he has the giant as hitbox. That is from Spyro's Adventure. I'm carrying over stuff from Spyro's Adventure because I'm playing Giants directly afterwards. That's why I'm in the same shirt, because this is part of the same recording session. Obviously, when I was yelling a lot on Lava Lake's Railway, that's what's made my voice as hoarse as it is. But like I said earlier, I am strong, I'm a man, I will power through it. Any lesser man wouldn't, but I am no lesser man. And say, going back to my review of Swarm, what's great about Swarm is that, yes, he retains the same power as all the other giants, but he has no hitbox, and that's okay, because he is far more maneuverable than the other giants. Having this tertiary ability here, where he can fly, basically means that he can maneuver around the battlefield easily, and he auto-targets enemies. So basically, he'll always be facing towards them when doing this, when initiating this flight form. So in this flight form, he can always be facing enemies, always attacking enemies, and he can be flying circles around them all at the same time. It's brilliant, him being able to keep his distance from enemies and being able to, in other words, defeat them before they even get close to him. That's what makes him leagues above all the other giants. And as for Shroom Boom here, he was another one that was chosen by the random name picker. He is obviously the second representative of the life element, right behind Series 2 Stump Smash, which means that Series 2 Stump Smash, if he is defeated in battle, that's no big deal, because we just revert back to Stump Smash's original form, and only when Stump Smash's original form is defeated in battle is the character truly classed as dead, and they won't be able to be used again throughout the remainder of the series. That being said, Giants can do lots of useful things right here, so that's why I'm glad I'm playing a Swarm, and Swarm was also able to recover the very first Soul Gem of the game, one belonging to one of the Skylanders that was picked out by a random name picker. Now, as for the episode structure of this portion of the CarryOn Locke, for Giants, we're going to be playing through the first 3 chapters today, so we're going to be beating Rumble Town in this 11th episode of CarryOn Locke, the debut of Giants. Then we're going to be playing 2 episodes per level, all the way up to the end of the Oracle. After we beat the Oracle, we're going to play through the 4 adventure packs, but not on the same episode, unlike we did with Spyro's Adventure, because this time around, we're going to play Empire of Ice and Pirate Seas first, then Dark Light Crypt and Dragon's Peak are going to be their own episode this time around. Why are we playing through those Adventure Pack levels all over again? Well, because it's going to be interesting seeing them through the Giants engine instead. Also, it's going to be interesting seeing them on Nightmare difficulty, where they're going to be a lot more brutal. It's going to be tougher to get through them, and the extra challenge is what's going to make this log all the more intense and all the more exciting to watch. I haven't done these Adventure Pack levels on Nightmare mode in a lock form before, but luckily for me, I have done them on Nightmare mode before, so I know exactly what I'm in for. Cool, that guy is dead. That's fantastic. I like that that guy is dead. You know, I'm a big fan of dead enemies. I might even be the #1 fan of dead enemies. I would even go as far to say that. Use bounce pads to reach the top. No shit, how else are we going to reach the top? There's not exactly a jumping mechanic in this game now, is there? But yes, after we've beaten all 4 Adventure Pack levels spread across 2 episodes, what we're going to do after that is we are going to complete the entirety of the Archean trilogy for the final episode of the Giants portion of the CarryOn Locke. So yes, we have a very exciting future ahead of us, which is going to involve a shitton of damage for one. Like 100 damage from that is absurd. But luckily for us, we're going to nullify the damage instantly with a hat, a turban, because as I said in Spyro's Adventure, I will allow for hats to be utilised in this series, though unfortunately we didn't actually collect any hats in Spyro's Adventure, so I think it's about time we changed that. Now this turban doesn't give us nearly as much of a buff as what that hat Swarm previously had on, but I don't much care. Debuffing myself, you know what, Swarm's already powerful enough as it is, so who even needs the buffs, am I right? Anyway, speaking of stuff we don't even need to do, usually we need to attack those changes, but as we're a giant, we can instead just lift the boulder straight out of it. This, my friends, is why you play through Time of the Giants as a giant. It only seems right. Anyway, we're now going to skip over that cutscene, and these chompies, we're just going to walk into them. Just going to walk into them, and boom, they're dead. Every last one of them. Giants are beasts like that. So here are more enemy fools for us to absolutely destroy, and it would appear as though, apparently I didn't voice crack enough in Spyro's Adventure, when you have a hoarse throat, as I do myself, voice cracks are about as inevitable as Thanos himself is. As a famous Brolin once said, I am inevitable. Specifically Josh Brolin, because he is, of course, the actor who portrays the mighty Thanos, the Mad Titan himself, as I come down and I obliterate that barrel to absolute pulp. For one reason only. It looked at me funny. If it didn't want to be absolutely destroyed like that, then it shouldn't have looked at me funny. So here we go again. Oh, I keep pressing this attack when I mean to fly. It's an accident, I swear. I'm so used to the B button being the secondary attack button from the previous, well, I shouldn't even say previous Skylanders games, it's from the Skylanders games that actually precede this one. But because I've been playing a lot of Swap Force and Trap Team specifically lately, I keep thinking that the B button is the secondary attack button, when it is not. I couldn't be more wrong on that factor. But now with the Conkertron having been defeated only 9 minutes into the episode, this is why we're playing multiple chapters in one episode, because otherwise the episodes would be too short. And with this being a weekly series, it would be highly disappointing to wait an entire week only for an episode as short as this to be rolled out. So once again, I'm going to press the best button in the game, the skip button, to get to the Junkyard Isles. It is very confusing winding up in the Junkyard Isles without the cutscenes to lay out the scene beforehand. We have no context as to why we're here in the Junkyard Isles, and yet here we are, all of the same. Boom, boom, we shake the room, oh yeah. Now, what's also awesome about Swarm, you can mash your melee attacks and push forward all at the same time. So, not only are you flying around enemies, flying circles around them to outmove them, but also whenever you choose to get up close and personal with them, by the time you finish your attack spree, you are well outside of the enemy's range of abilities. So let's destroy these guys, and then switch out for our undead representative, our only undead representative at that, because Ghost Roaster was our only loss in the entirety of the Spyro's Adventure portion of the CarryOn Locke. My CS2 Cinder is significantly under-upgraded, as it would turn out. But luckily, with this being the Series 2 version of Cinder specifically, if Series 2 Cinder was to be defeated in battle, she would only revert back to her original form, and only if her original form is defeated in combat is she classed as dead and cannot be used again for the remainder of the series. But yeah, she is our only undead representative. But luckily for me, we did only have one loss going through Spice Adventure, so everyone except Ghost Roaster was carried on into this lock. Let's grab that, because I need to be very careful, because a Cinder, without any upgrades, or, you know, she's not even been leveled up yet, so this is why she is as weak as she is. It's rather tragic, actually. I have no money and no experience to my name, so let's grab that unit and be out of here as fast as possible, because luckily for us, the undead element doesn't remain stronger in this zone for much longer, which will give us the opportunity to switch out our Skylanders, because whenever a new element of the area pops up, we can switch out our Skylander to whatever Skylanders correspond with the current element of the area at hand. And this is a moment where I realise I don't have any music in the background, which this is a game where I can actually add music in the background, because all of the songs are royalty free, so I won't get copyrighted for uploading it to YouTube, fortunately for me. It's so eerie about the music. So yes, between recording sessions I'll put the music back on so that then I can at least enjoy it. But for the sake of editing, without music is going to make it easy for me to make cuts, because the edit for music won't cut along with the visuals. You know, it'll only be for visuals that will cut, and then the music can remain consistent there in the background. Not that I'm going to be making many cuts, because in my gameplay series I don't cut very often. I only really make cuts when the commentary isn't on par. So if I say something stupid, for example, I will make a cut. Ow! I should have made a cut right there because of how stupid it was. Me running directly into the rock. Yeah, Flashwing is laughing at my stupidity right there. I'm not going to dodge attacks whilst all I'm doing is pinning into a rock right there. But yeah, so I'm very happy that the random name picker chose Flashwing here, because she is incredibly busted. In fact, just about any of the Earth characters that could have been chosen would have been busted, with the exception of Terrafin and Crusher. They would not have lasted long in Giant's Nightmare mode. But Dynarang is busted. Series 2 Prison Break can solo shot this game, so having him appear would have made me extremely happy. But I suppose Series 2 Prison Break combined with Series 2 Bash would have been overkill, you know. We need to give enemies some sort of shred of hope, otherwise there's no fun in it, is there? So now that we've blown up all this crap, we can acquire a legendary treasure for Propeller Pilot House Roof, which is quite a mouthful right there, to say the least. But yeah, let's grab that food. Not that Flashwing even needs it, and should she need healing at any point, that is what we have our magical wall crystals for. That is part of what makes Flashwing as busted as she is. But man, am I glad to have Cinder off that portal power before she got defeated due to her lack of upgrades right there. And say, it's weird not having the music in the background, but I can at least change that for the sake of my own enjoyment for the future episodes of the series. Why won't my wall crystals just stay as wall crystals, damn it? Not that we need them, I mean having wall crystals would be overkill right now. Boom! Got him! Got him again, man. Flashwing is so busted, it's not even funny. Well, it is to me anyway. I'm finding this particularly hilarious. Really, that dude thinks his Stomp is going to have a chance against me? He thinks wrong. Boom! Take him out. And life is going to be initiated from this zone right here, so it's time for us to swap out for yet another one of our brand new representatives here in the CarryOn Locke. Showboom! One of the new cores to come out of this game, actually, so it's very nice to give him a warm welcome in this second chapter. Yeah, let's take out every last one of the choppies. Obviously, this guy's really good because he can volley his shots at enemies, so no matter where they are, you'll be able to hit them from afar with relative ease. But if enemies get up close and personal with you, that's no problem either, because he can specifically target them when they get close and personal. And I believe these fungus can even knock back smaller enemies, so if they get close and personal with you, you can easily knock them back and make sure that they don't hit you, because that's exactly the best kind of tactic in Night Mode. The best tactic is for one where you don't get hit. After all, though, the best offense is a good defense, and vice versa. Luckily for me, both those things on my behalf are pretty decent. I have both a decent offense and a decent defense. But yes, let's hope we don't have any losses in this first portion of the Giants carry-on bit, because having some deaths in the very first episode here, it would be embarrassing, to put it frankly. Like, I wouldn't dare upload this to YouTube if I had deaths in this first episode. That's how bad and embarrassed I would be from it all. But man, am I glad that Ignite was able to pull off some miracles in that final fight, because I am so looking forward to playing as Series 2 Igniter throughout this playthrough. He is going to be such a beast, and even if Series 2 Igniter was to be defeated, we just revert back to his original. Only then, if he's defeated in battle, can he be classed as dead and not use trial remainder of the series. So now Igniter has 2 lives, just like all of the other Series 2s in this lock. And hey, we lose Series 2 Cinder, she reverts to her original. So long as her original makes it past this game, we can upgrade to her Series 3 iteration in Swap Force, Phantom Cinder. Yes, he will, but I'm going to skip the rest of the cutscenes, because as always, we love to skip over the unnecessary deep stew, and head over to the Long Walk Pier, where we can not only find the next piece we need to repair our ship, but we can also usher on the dawn of our very first Tech Elemental Zone. So, to correspond with that, we have the debut of Bouncer, our second giant in this here look. Mash! Mash faster! Yes, they're all dead. I lost a lot of health in the process, but you know what? This is fine. Okay, I am fine. I won't die. I hope. Yeah, it would appear as though a lot of these characters actually need leveling up and upgrading. Like, how does a guy with thousands of hours in these games not have fully upgraded Skylanders going into these locks? In fact, how am I just not prepared for these locks, period? As you can tell from the fact that my shirt is different, I recorded the randomizer for this portion of the lock obviously not decades ago, I exaggerate. The point is, I recorded it a whiles back, so you think I would have prepared for the lock by now, but apparently you'd be thinking wrong. Is someone still alive? Is that why I can't use a cannon? I think someone dropped down here is a problem. But, yes, someone did in fact drop down here. But he's dead now, so we can finally use the cannon. That's what I'm talking about. And this is going to be something a little bit more powerful than these finger guns right now. Not that the finger guns aren't pretty cool, because they are. Trust me, that they are. Those finger guns are many things, and cool is indeed one of them. I know, because I said so. And whatever I say goes, that's how it works. I don't make up for rules, I just reinforce them. Yeah, we just said that. We just said that. In the words of the mighty Tough Look, you're just gonna have to deal with it! Well, that's very, very, very nice there, Persephone. So very, very nice. We're going to stutter a long way. And then, what we're going to do, after I'm having finished all that stuttering right now, we finished with our visit to Stutter Nation. So now, instead, what we did is we skipped the cutscene, didn't we? We pressed the first button video game, the skip button, and now we're going to collect the second Wing Sapphire, because apparently, with how many characters need upgrades, I suppose those Wing Sapphires can come in handy. I suppose so, anyway. But yeah, I oughta, like, level up Series 2 Cinder and quickly, because, yeah, Undead pops up quite frequently in this game, given that Series 2 Cinder is, in fact, a starter pack character for this game. So they really want to push that element, and, you know, make you feel advantageous for having bought the starter pack, you know, make it feel as though, hey, I might only have the starter pack characters, but I still get a lot of value out of these, because they're powerful in a lot more areas of the game. It's also why life and air appear so frequently in the game as well. It's not until the very end of the game that other elements start popping up, where you realise that, crap, I need to go out and buy more Skylanders. I need to kiss my wallet goodbye, because these Skylanders are expensive, man. Especially since water appears in all of the 3, like, final levels. During the Archean trilogy, water is really going to be tested. Luckily for me, our water representatives are Zap and Whamshell. That is fortunate. And if Whamshell manages to make it through this game into Swap Force, he can be upgraded to his Light Core iteration, Though I'd much rather keep Zap around, because Zap is the far more overpowered character. That being said, we do need to speak with Callie before we can go to the next area, because we need to ask her about heroic challenges. And by ask about heroic challenges, I mean skip over all the unnecessary deep stew entirely. So that being said done, let's head out for Rumbletown, the last chapter of this here episode. I don't know why I have to say intensively into the camera like that. I just do. Once again, worst magic of rock, you're just going to have to deal with it. Which I suppose could even be the title of the episode. After all, we have Bouncer here, whose catchphrase is deal with the wheel, and that's pretty darn close to the catchphrase deal with it. So, Air has popped up, and now it's time for us to go back to a Skylander who absolutely carried during the Spyro's Adventure portion of the CarryOn Locke. Funny how he carried in the CarryOn. But yes, we're obviously talking about Warnado, which, if he makes it into Swap Force, just like Whamshell, he can be upgraded to his Light Core version. So yes, we best hope he makes it, I guess, because Air is going to have a much tougher job getting through this game, as there's only two versions. There's Warnado and there's Swarm. Neither of those characters have a second version to be backed up upon. You know, it's not like Wrecking Ball has a second version, it's not like Bash has a second version, etc, etc. The only other element to have as little as 2 lives going through this game is Undead, because of Serious True Cinder, and even then that's only because of Ghost Rose's defeat in Spyro's Adventure. If we had generated a character like Fright Rider or Eyeball, then we'd be back down to a single life for Undead again, which would mean that Undead would likely not last very long in this series, or at least in this portion of the series, mind you. Yeah, let's continue just absolutely speeding through this right now. Yeah, sucker! Sucker, and you knows it. I do love this tornado ability. This tornado ability right now, it's carrying me. It's carrying the carrier. Warnado being the carrier, who's being carried by the tornado. It's like carrierception is what it is. It's like landing a carrier on a carrier, which technically you cannot do, because the point of a carrier in the first place is to carry things rather than be carried itself. You know, what's the point in an aircraft carrier if it carries things that aren't aircraft? Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a fucking aircraft carrier, would it? Okay, cool. Those guys are about to be as good as dead. Never mind, they're not about to be as good as dead. They just straight up are dead. It's great. Love to see it. Anyway, let's continue through right here. Push these blocks into place. Show them who's boss, because these blocks, they had it coming to look at me funny. No other reason. Oh, really? Really going to try and tap me from back there? That does not end well for you. Ow. Neither does me getting attacked like that. Anyway, we're going to go on ahead, grab this bomb right now. Yeah, hopping up alright. Can we attack them down here? Boom! Well, we did get that far at least. Yeah, we're just going to deal as much damage as we can to these guys before we even get down there. Boom! There's some more damage. I think we can take out every single one of these before we actually go down there. But obviously, when we go down there, Brock's going to speak with us, and even more enemies are going to spawn in and be annoying. But this is where our first magic elemental zone is going to pop up. So it's time for the debut of my least favourite Skylander of all time, Wrecking Ball. If this guy dies right here, I won't be much surprised. Okay, here we go. Let's take him out. Take my butt to the face. Mwah. Okay, cool. He has been finished. And there is Brock with more unnecessary deep stew for us to skip over. Man, his tongue doesn't even penetrate through a single enemy. It hits a single enemy and then it's like, nah, I'm done, man. I'm done. Okay, cool. Apparently that wasn't fully charged yet. That's more like it. Yeah, at least we have his Disco Ball, which is by far his best attack. This character would be a lot better if his tongue actually penetrated through enemies. So imagine instead of just attacking one enemy, the tongue went through him, like it does in the animation, and attacked all of the other enemies behind him. Like if I was dealing 11 damage to all these enemies simultaneously, then yes, Wrecking Ball would still be garbage. At least then, he'd be a little less garbage. Well, I absolutely wasted a power burp. After you eat an enemy, you get a more powerful burp. But because apparently Wrecking Ball can't aim, it has nothing to do with my lack of finesse of the game. No, I'm not garbage at the game. It's all Wrecking Ball's fault for being garbage at the game. So yes, because of Wrecking Ball's overall garbageness, I absolutely wasted that power burp right there. Oh, but that guy's dead, which is great. Love to see it, we love to see it.
cool, he's dead, but we didn't nobble him up, so we don't get a power burp. It's quite depressing, actually. Oh, but we did nobble him up, so boom! Take my power burp to the face, which only deals like 15 more damage. Hey, what do you know? I'm slowly but surely making our way through Wrecking Ball's accolades. And just like that, we got through those enemies. Which was easy, because even Wrecking Ball could do it. So let's grab this key up here first. And for all, if we grab this key first, and all we need to do is grab the other key. And then we can bypass the combat that will occur here altogether. Less time I spend with Wrecking Ball, for better. For less torture I have to put myself through, because at this rate I'm just tempted to jump off the face of the Skylanders, commit ultimate Sudoku, so that then I don't have to play with this character no more. Random name picker, I both hate and love you at the exact same time. I love that you've given me Swarm, I very much appreciate that. However, Wrecking Ball, seriously universe, what did I do to deserve this? On second thoughts, that is a rhetorical question, do not answer that. There are way too many things that I've done to deserve this. It is a very long list. It's like one of those comedic sketches where someone rolls out the list and it's basically just pages. It's a scroll that rolls down for what feels like forever. You know, goes on for what would be the equivalent of pages and pages and pages and pages, I suppose. Okay, cool, that guy's dead. Not even the burp penetrates for enemies. Like, this character is basically the dictionary definition of useless. You look up useless in the dictionary, what you will see is an image of Wrecking Ball. Anyway, now that we've made it all the way over here, let's not neglect the fact that air is currently stronger here. So we're going to go back to Tornado already. We're going to do this for the wind, baby. For the wind. Chompies are following me! I repeat, Chompies are following me. At least Tornado can deal with them a lot more easier than what Wrecking Ball can. Yeah, take that, suckers. Okay, cool, we're getting there slowly but surely. Keep it here slowly because Tornado isn't exactly known for how stupid broken he is. Why else do you think I have this much disdain for the character? Anyway, here we are. And so long as we don't step foot in a certain part of this area, then Undead will not be activated, and we do not want to activate Undead because that would mean Cinder would have to take out the entirety of the upcoming battle arena, and if she was to do that, she would definitely be dead because of the lack of upgrade she possesses. Now, we're not even going to go into the house where we can find Hot Dog's Soul Gem, because I'm afraid that might initiate the undead element of the area, which is, again, not what we want. We want to keep Cinder alive for as long as possible. I need to upgrade her between sessions. Okay, here we go. Let's push that into place, baby. Let's push it into place. Yeah, we're going to do the same with this here block as Tornado just spins absolutely nowhere. I didn't even know that Tornado could spin without momentum, and yet here we are. That exact thing being of occurrence right now. But yeah, no matter how you play this section, whether you play it through as air or undead, you get to play through it with as an element that's found in the starter pack, either Jetpack or Cinder. Like I say, the game just really wants to have those as elements of the areas to make your starter pack characters feel worthwhile. Make it feel that little bit more like the starter pack was worth it, because you got all these characters to get all these buffs just from the starter pack characters alone. So let's hit that, it's not going to be funny. And what we have to do before we conclude this here episode is an arena battle where the Hermit has been located. It's time for one final arena battle to end off the episode with. Here we go! Bye, fellas. I mean, I would say hi, fellas, but that would be a waste of time because, you know, we're killing them quicker than what it would be to say the words hi, okay? So yes, what a waste that would be indeed. They're all getting out here. Now that I think about it, I've barely even played Tornado in this game. This is like a nice change of pace compared to the characters I usually play through this section with. Especially since most of the time I'm playing through this section, I'm playing through it as Jetpack, because Jetpack is just a really common character for Locke themings. You know, for Giants in particular, I've done for Legendary Locke and the Light Core Locke, both Locks of which included Jetpack as our air representative. Yeah. And then both locks also had Chill in them as well, which was interesting. But Chill is at least a better character than Jetpack. Bye, fellas. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Oh no. I certainly would not. Okay, cool. Take them all out and finish them all off. Welcome back to yet another edition of Say What You See. I currently see myself obliterating enemies, so I'm going to say it out loud exactly what it is that can be seen. Despite the fact that you guys can say it for yourself, I'm still going to state it explicitly. Because, you know, why would I give you any room to possibly grow by yourselves when instead I could do it for you? Yes, there is death. Death all around me, but not death of my own, which is my favourite kind of death. The lack of death of my own, so to say. Sweet! That guy's out of here, voice cracking all. And soon his little friends will be too. Okay, more of these guys really need to die right now. That would be great. It's also going to be funny how in the Arcean trilogy we're going to be going through the water sections as Zap and Whamshell. Usually I go through those sections as either Chill or Slam Bam in the case of a legendary lock, so playing as someone other than them in those sections is, just like this section right now, it's going to be refreshing playing as different characters. That is another awesome thing I can say about Randomizer, but that's about where my compliments for the damn thing begin and end. Like, come on. Wrecking Ball, seriously, I still don't forgive a random name generator for that. I still don't forgive it. Why would you give me life spell pokes? That's just cruel, video game. Cruel. It's cruel and evil. It's Cruella de Vil, for lack of a better way of putting it. Cruel and evil. Yeah, which is basically what Cruella de Vil stands for, cruel and evil, where once again, I'll tell you what's also cruel and evil, my controller continuing to disconnect. And I know the batteries should be fine still. I have Duracell, and Duracell batteries, like, last forever. That is for one trait they have. That is their whole marketing ploy. You don't mean to tell me that the marketing was a lie, do you? Oh, thank God the other live spokens don't heal themselves. If they did, it would be such an infinite loop of impossibility. If they just kept healing each other. Or themselves. Actually, they might be able to heal themselves, I'm not quite sure. Luckily for me though, I'm killing them quicker than they can heal each other, so that's great. And speaking of killing things, the Dro is no more. The Goliath Dro, that is. So, we're going to skip over that and say each do. Conclude the level with a 1-star completion. Didn't even get first speedrun objective, but that's not the objective we care about. We care about having gotten no lives lost, which is great. More than great, in fact, it is stupendous! And speaking of those past 12 episodes, they were previously recorded over 2 sessions, and I was hoping to extend that second session a little bit longer, but as you can tell from my throat having cleared up a little bit, and my, of course, attire change, I've chosen something rather particularly colourful this time around, but we are jumping into the 3rd session, where clearly at the end of that last session my throat needed a break, so I'm glad to have given it that as we start with the Cutthroat Carnival here, collecting treasure that Tornado here doesn't even need, but you know how we get excessive with our treasure collecting in these series. This is I could not care less about the accuracies and that grammatical pronunciation right there. But what I could care about is the accuracies in switching out for the correct corresponding elements wherever it is needed in a lock. So in this case, since tech is stronger here, we will switch out for Skylander corresponding to that element, and in this case, is going to be your boy Bouncer, whom has now been fully upgraded and fully leveled up. So you can tell that one advantage, obviously, of ending the previous session earlier than expected is that I've been able to go back and get Skylanders who were currently very underleveled and under-upgraded. I've managed to fix that. So in Bouncer's case, he's now got all of his upgrades and he has been leveled up. And the same goes for characters like Cinder, and then Voodoo was also underleveled because in the Spirals Adventure he was only at level 9. So I have gone through Trap Team and I have changed that also. Thanks to the Might of the Chaos Doom Challenge, which is obviously a great way to level up your Skylanders pretty quickly. So much about my throat having cleared up since the last session, but trust me, it's not nearly as hoarse as it was before, which is precisely what I needed for the sake of my kinda off the rails commentary. Like seriously, there is on the rails, and then there is me, completely out of left field. But you know what? Left field is where the most entertaining commentary comes from. So could you really blame me for dipping my toes a little bit into that style? So let's bounce on up. It's only appropriate to bounce as Bouncer. Where else would he get his name from? And then life shall be ushered in with obviously debut of these armored trompies, which can't just be murdered by my sheer and utter size, being a giant and all that. But regardless, it's time for Series 2 Stunt Smash. Let's preview just how broken this guy's Wow Pow can be with his name of all things, Baby Groot. Obviously, I nicknamed that a while ago and never got around to changing it, so I will be right back, folks. There we are, I have now removed this to nicknames, so Stunt Smash now goes by the correct name. Not that it's that big a deal to have nicknames, not like they're absolute cringe or whatnot. I just felt as though going through the CarryOn Locke would be great to stick with Skylanders whom have their appropriate names, because nicknames, they will wind up being the jinx that are my undoing. Mark my words. Mark them! Oh, hi, fella, who I totally know the name of. Yeah, that guy. I love that guy. He's my favourite guy. He's my favourite NPC guy. So that being said, what we need right now is to win our keys back in a handy-dandy game of Skylanders. So it's convenient because we're yet to have actually learned what the game is all about, so we're about to be taught through the might of video game tutorials, my absolute favourite. Either way, those Chompies just got absolutely annihilated by Stunt Smash right now. That onslaught of acorns, that is what makes Series 2 Stunt Smash absolutely, positively broken. And boy am I glad about it too. We need something to kind of, I would say, even out the life element, but the life element is pretty busted, so if there's one thing that a busted element needs, it's to be even more busted than it was previously, which was already pretty busted to begin with. So that's a lot of busted right there. That's even busted-ception, you can go as far to say. And everyone knows that by adding "ception" to the end of a word, it automatically makes that word 10 million times better. It's like turning something into gold, okay? Gold and "ception" makes things 10 million times better, which begs the question, what about gold-ception? What if we add gold-ception to something? That's like 10 million times 10 million, and that is a lot of zeros, but that's how much we multiply that thing's raw awesomeness by, just by adding goldception. It's that simple. We should just add goldception to everything from now on, and make things that much more awesome. Goldception is just that awesome. I mean, at the end of the day, I love my gold being gold. I don't understand how gold could be anything other than that, because that's what makes it gold in the first place, but yes, gold, within gold, aka Goldception. It's absolute raw awesomeness at its finest. God, it's also awesome. It's obviously skipping over these here cutscenes, pressing the best button in a video game. Oh, the skip button. Now he's going to take my blast troll to the face, and he's going to like it. No, not a Spiderling, because oh, whatever will I do? I guess I'll just have to take that guy as well. Yes, that's what we're talking about. So he is out of here, and you know, another Spiderlings. This guy keeps playing the same stone over and over again, hoping for a different result every time, and yet it's not quite working out that way, is it? This guy is insane, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result every time. That is very much the dictionary definition of insanity for you right there. That was not a very nutritious popsicle whatsoever. Let's hope for story score there's some sort of greater knowledge as to helping out the health bars of our Skylanders. No, it doesn't. Well, I guess we'll just skip it entirely. Not unless Stunt Smash needs more health. Like, not only is he busted in combat for how much damage he deals and how quickly he deals it, but also he has a nice and juicy health bar. He's not even going to be taking any damage though. We don't even need to worry about any of that, because he is going to defeat enemies way more quickly than they have any chance at hitting him, mind you. Boom, boom, we shaketh the room. Oh, that's not going to hit him. This will though. And we didn't even need the finishing combo at the end there, because Stunt Smash is just way too good, mind you. Way too... Oh, never mind, I take back his garbage. He got hit by a freaking... He got hit by another Chompy. These Chompies are just being rude right now. Well, you know what? Chompies being rude, that's what they die for. Someone being rude is a perfectly reasonable thing to commit murder over. Boom, here we go. Here's the thing, the supervillains, they have these really intricate backstories. At the end of the day, like, you don't need that to make it feel believable. All what you need to do is make the superhero turn around and be rude to them, and that would make us instantly understand and sympathise with the supervillains. You know, if Lex Luthor, if Superman was rude to him, it justifies every single one of his actions right there. Anyway, we are going to swap out for water. Get your water, folks. And these guys, oh, they're about to get their water. Water in the form of a mace to the face! Which I've realised now is very similar to this guy's catchphrase. That was really awesome play on words. Well done, me, for being absolutely, positively awesome. Boom, boom, we shake room. Okay, here we go. This guy still needs to be taught a lesson. He needs to come and get his water. This place is seeming a little dry right now. Luckily, Wamshaw's going to change that. Boom! Boom, boom, shake it for room. Okay, cool. Luckily for us, our range on this mace is particularly grander than that of your usual mace. We're okay with that. Though I very much question where I was firing off those starfish. Boom, boom, shake room. I didn't know those guys dealt damage over time. That's convenient. It's also convenient that this guy has a nice and chunky health bar. Ow. Not ow, actually. I didn't take any damage from that. So what I'm owing about is beyond me. And boom! How are you not dead yet? These guys can really take some punishment from the harder difficulties now, can't they? Boom! Okay, here we go. Let's take him out. There you go. If I actually hit the right attack button, that is. Ow! That was a lot of damage. That's rude, old chap. And the last thing we want to do is lose Wamshell here, because we want to keep him alive for Swap Force, where we can obviously upgrade to his Light Core iteration and garner a second life with him. I will even sacrifice Zap if it means keeping Wamshell alive longer. This is going to make later locks a little bit easier if this character has a second life to lose. Oh, hey, Callie. Hi, how you doing? Hey, I'm going to go ahead and grab this candy apple. A very nutritious candy apple. Who would have known that candy apples and crab, like, immunity systems go together so well? But here we are, with the shipmaster who's going to pull in the ship so long as we beat him at a game of Sky Stones. He doesn't stand a chance. I almost feel sorry for him. Almost, anyway. So, let us bring out our Mace Major, a stone that was very charitably given to us after we won the key back, mind you. But as per normal, we're going to press first button in the game, the first skip button. Well, that was a foolish attack from that foolish pirate fool. And yes, they are inhuman, for if they are not a human shield, so therefore if they are not human, they must be inhuman. Also inhumane. Inhumane would work because trolls don't exactly have the best morals, do they? I mean, they make their money by making people pay a toll at a bridge a piece sake. That is not very strong morals if I ever have seen them. So let's take out this drone right now. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what we have the Infuego Chompy for. And this Drow Lance Master, not a chance he stands. Not a single chance. Which is ironic because the pirate's name is Chance. But yeah, and yet he is a no chance stander, he is. That was pretty excellent, wasn't it? One sure true words whenever said my friend. So what we need to do is we need to skedaddle, get out of here. And that treasure chest is really calling my name. I want it back. So let's go get it before I want it. So bad, much like Veruca Salt in obviously Triumph Chocolate Factory, she's incredibly greedy. Hence why, you know, she displays one of her sins that makes her unworthy of a chocolate factory. Charlie is simply a good kid, which is how he won the competition in the end. I'm trying to think on what every other child displayed. Like, obviously, Veruca's was greed. For girl who gets blown up into a blueberry, that's arrogance, I suppose. She is rather arrogant. And then that other kid who's the second to last, he is just pure evil. That kid is pure evil, I tell you. If there ever was a kid that would be okay seeing get shrunk down to the size of a pea, yeah, that is the kid. But promenade. Ooh. So these guys have got to go. Oh man, I didn't. I couldn't quite aim with that attack apparently. Who would have known that it would have been difficult to have aimed correctly with that attack, and yet here I am making whole new feats for terrible gameplay, doing stuff that you never thought was capable in terms of just how bad it is. And yet the game is rewarding me for it. Monster Masher. Sweet! Oh, hi up there, fella.
Hold it right there.
Okay, never mind, I guess I'll hold it right here, hands up! Both of which, because I don't need a controller to play this game, we've already established that I have telekinetic powers. Who needs a controller, right, when you have a summon M?
To pillage for some more sky stones.
Anyway, well, that's exactly what we're going to do. Ruth here suggested it, and now we're going to do it, because, you know, the pirate tells us to jump off a cliff, we're sure as hell going to go and do it, but we're going to do it as a fire Skylander, where I could be using my favourite Sky of all time, but instead we're going to be using his fire companion, Hot Diggity Dog! Okay, so obviously, oh dear, I did not realise that when I said I went back and leveled up all these characters, obviously Hot Dog was a character that excluded from that honour. 528 health at level 11, which is pretty close to how much Nida has at level 15, to be honest, so... You know, who even needs a higher health bar, right? It's complete and utterly unnecessary to our cause. Stay alive! Who needs to do any of that, right? And why else do you think I've been failing to collect power wheels and health wheels, despite how useful they would be in this experience, giving us extra health bonuses and giving our Skylanders a better chance at dealing critical damage, though unfortunately my gameplay recording has stopped because my console has turned off in its entirety. Thank you for nothing, you useless console. Okay, so we're now back to more or less the point in which my console decided to unalive itself, but now it is alive once more, and hopefully it won't go and commit Sudoku again. Obviously, a console's power suddenly shutting off is the equivalent of Sudoku, so that is why I bring it up and say that hopefully it doesn't do such things anymore. The console is pretty old and it's starting to get to the point where it might become faulty sometime soon. I'm obviously playing on an Xbox 360, which means that it does possess the dreaded Ring of Death, but so far I don't have any red lights around it, so it doesn't have any faults yet. I have no idea why its power turned off all of a sudden. It might have even been, not even the console's fight, it might have been that all of my wires are below me, so I could have accidentally kicked it loose from a power socket. I didn't check that. It was the first thing I did after the console went on ahead and accidentally turned its power off. And the sockets seem to be in place still, so truly we don't know as to why the console suddenly turned its power off. In fact, we might never know as to why it did such a thing, but the important thing is that now obviously it's back on again. I've played back up to the point in the level where I was, and we can just have our fingers crossed and hope that it doesn't do such a thing again throughout this session. Luckily this is a short enough level so I was able to play back up to this point with complete ease. In fact, I did it with Swarm, so I was actually a bit quicker than the first time around. I was able to pull in the ship, and I just destroyed these walls utilising my giant might as opposed to bringing the cannon all the way over to the right. That is the convenience of playing a giant, mind you. I mean, you can't expect that from a place called Pirate Island. I mean, pirates aren't exactly known as being the most friendliest chaps, especially when they have executioners to boot. Okay, this fool has got to go, and we have not got to get hit by him along the way. Like, getting not hit by this guy would be particularly ideal in Nightmare Mode, where he deals dumb, stupid damage. Oh, but he's dead, so luckily he will deal damage to no one, no more. He's not going to be doing anything anymore, period, because he's dead. You can't do anything when you're dead. That's what being dead means. Being completely unable to do anything whatsoever. Yeah, me make a glorious head of hair right here. Just got to shut off and all of its curled up glory. Oh yes, and by the way, this session is being brought to you by my lack of work. I was supposed to be in work today, but fortunately the shift got cancelled, which is why I was able to get around to recording this session. You can thank the folks over at work for making this session a possibility. But here we go. Let's try not to get hit by the executioners again, but it is that much harder when there's two of them. Luckily though, those guys can deal damage to one another because friendly fire is on for enemies. That is rather convenient because they dealt more damage to each other than what they did to me. So, I'm going to grab all of this treasure along the way because we can and I want to. Including the golden tooth right there, don't mind if we do. Alright, so rather than heading immediately over to the left, what we're going to do is we're going to head up, because that way we can take out the Drow Archers before dropping down to the lower level. That is a good plan, if I were to say so myself. A good plan indeed. Now die, fellas, die. Ow. By die I did not mean hit me. It's awful inconvenient that you would do that to me. How dare you do that to me? So that being said, we're going to push this guy into place, but we're not going to push him all the way there, because I instead have someone I would wish to visit beforehand. He has a really dumb, stupid, broken Skystone that would be particularly useful in my deck right around now. So let's enter the store by pressing best button of the game for skip button, and we have enough money for Gargantula as well as for second Drow Archers. Might as well pick that up whilst we're here. There's also a charm to make me invincible, and we can also skip lock puzzles. But for now, since Hot Dog's treasure isn't looking too grand, we're just going to grab the invincibility charm and then be done with it, because charms are not illegal throughout this series. I'm going to disqualify magic items, but charms that you could buy is simply from the shop, as opposed to having to buy it as a completely separate toy altogether, as, you know, additional DLC. Charms being hardwired into the coding of the game and being as easily accessible as a shop is going to be something that basically means that within the grounds of the rules we shall allow it. Plus, how else am I supposed to get through this game in night mode without charms? Okay, this guy's supposed to go. I don't know why I'm concerning myself with getting hit. I mean, I'm currently invincible. These guys couldn't hit me if they tried. Like, look at that, completely invincible. In fact, letting this guy hit me is probably the best tactic, because immediately he will go into his animation, his victory animation, which will leave him vulnerable to the might of Hot Dog's fieriness. But yeah, the funniest part is that it would have been so much more efficient to actually have gotten the invincibility charm for the very first thing, to use it fighting the Executioners, instead of leaving it purely for the Goliath Drow and his little pathetic spinning Cyclopses alongside him. Like, that was not really an army where invincibility charm was required. You know, it was basically overkill having the invincibility charm on top of that, since I barely got hit anyways, so the invisibility charm wasn't the difference between being defeated and surviving. I would have survived it anyway with the lack of damage I would have took without the invincibility charm. So that being said, life is now stronger here. We could switch back to Stump Smash, but instead I want to use this companion, Shroom Boom, as he is unfortunately not seen much playtime in this series just yet, so I think it's about time we change that, especially when my buggers have just come in and obliterate everything. That was highly satisfying, as was that. Thank you, Fungal Explosion, thank you very much indeed. Watch out for axes. Axes are inconvenient. Now attack each other. Oh boy, that guy was about to attack his friend, but I was too busy defeating him too quickly, because Shroom Boom is just too overpowered for it, I'm telling you. But now, he is dead. Though unfortunately, Dreadbeard, you know, would be a pretty pathetic pirate captain if he didn't have more guards. So that is exactly what he has. He has more guards. He is not a pathetic pirate captain. Yeah, pizza and exploding fungi. You don't get much more powerful than that. Shroom Boom for the win. Let's go! This guy creating a vulnerable animation, which is going to make it even more easy for me to attack him right off the bat. I almost feel sorry for you right now. Almost anyway, but almost doesn't quite count now, does it? Boom! We shaketh the room. That's what I'm talking about, baby! Unfortunately, all that treasure is going to go to waste because I wasn't able to collect it before our final game of Skystones. But never mind, who needs the treasure anyway? Am I right? Yeah, so earlier misunderstandings is get us water under the bridge. Hopefully that'll make water Skylanders in future episodes that much more powerful, because having powerful water Skylanders who don't die, that sure is convenient. Less lives lost the better. Okay, so that guy's going to play right there. Oh boy, I don't have my Fuego Chompy to place on that fire spot. That's what I get when I have more powerful Skystones to boot. I just kind of neglect the elemental ones. Really, that's what you're going to play. That's what you're going to play. That's what you're going to play. That's what he's going to play. What a pathetic human fool. That might be me in 2 seconds, because I've left myself vulnerable on 2 positions. I mean, he's not going to take advantage by the looks of it. So, instead, what we're going to do is we're going to take that guy back. And with our 4 blades below us, there is no chance that Dreadbeard will ever be able to take our Gargantula away from us. Mohawk Cyclops once again. And now we get to just play defensive because no matter what, they're not going to be able to take either of my stones at the bottom there. In fact, they're just going to form a block, allow us to acquire that very stone that formed a block. It doesn't seem particularly useful if all it's going to do is form a block on us. But just saying, that was a very one-sided victory, 7-2. I almost feel sorry for Dreadbid right now. Or was it 6-2? Either way, we very much have a winning ratio, to say the least. So we repaired the ship. That is glorious. We cleared not in under 8 minutes 50, which I thought we would have done, given how well Swarm sped ran through it. Obviously off camera, because we was only interested in getting back to the point in which the console died on us previously. To say, despite all that, we still didn't quite clear in the speedrun objective, but none of that matters because now we get to traverse forward into a snowy land known as the Glacier Gully. It wouldn't be much of a glacial gully without the glaciers to go along with it, now would it? So there's plenty of glaciers within the Glacier Gully for the satisfying alliteration, because say Skylander levels, when it comes to their names specifically, they are obsessed with the need to be alliterative. Anyway, Water is stronger here, and we are absolutely going to be utilising Zap because he can traverse over the ice much more easier than Whamshell can. Plus, we've got to switch out the Zap. We've got to do this for Riley. Oh, them fellas are as good as dead. Let's freaking go! Plus, by playing a Zap right now, we can showcase his busted wow power. Okay, so we're going to skip over an SOD Stew to get this guy all the way around here. And so as for this guy's Soul Gem, or Wow Power even, he can do this. I mean this. Boom, baby! Talk about water explosions for the win. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be playing this app for long because instead we have Swarm to enjoy, who can fly over the ice and be way more manoeuvrable atop of it. A bit like how Zap could use the Sea Slide to navigate atop the ice. Now, charge forward! Okay, apparently that's not the kind of momentum we were looking for. See you, fella, wouldn't want to be, oh dear, now I'm taking damage. That's a bit, that's a tad bit rude and inconvenient, don't you think? But yeah, Zap was very short-lived for a moment there, unfortunately. But luckily, we can keep our distance against these guys still. In fact, Zap could have been doing the exact same right now if he was playing as him. Okay, cool, he's out of it, and we can once again use our flight abilities to charge forward. You know, we might lose all momentum altogether on the ice, but when we can fly directly over it, that means that all that momentum that would otherwise be a problem is no longer a problem. Ooh, I want that. I want it very much. Now that's what I'm talking about, baby! Plus, this music is awesome. I love the fact that Giants is royalty-free music because I don't need to worry about turning off the music. I can enjoy the music alongside the rest of the game as I'm playing through it, because obviously for this gameplay series I'm not too concerned about heavily editing it. So therefore the music might as well remain in the background because it's going to be just... I don't need to worry about smooth cuts because no cuts are being made in the first place is what I'm going as far to say right here. And yeah, Giants might have royalty-free music, but that doesn't make it anything other than awesome, because trust me, awesome summarises the music in this game perfectly. Now we're back to the Might of Series 2 Zap, where once again, Wow Powers can come in close, specifically this particular Wow Power. Boom! Water explosion! And it knocks back enemies to make it all the more overpowered. Ow. What would be even more overpowered is if I didn't, like, you know, run into those guys' attacks directly. That would be great. Let's not do that. See ya! Wouldn't want to be ya! You know, for obvious reasons right now, because you're dead and I'm not. So therefore, that's why I'm glad to be me, and I'm glad, more specifically, not to be you. Okay, cool, that guy's out of here, and soon as little friends will be too. Die! I said die! That's not what death looks like. In fact, they're attacking me, which is the exact opposite of what death looks like. Okay, sweet, they are out of here eventually, and I need to play as Zap much better throughout the rest of this series, otherwise he is not going to make it very far, and that would be tragic. We got to do this for Riley at the end of the day, and so it's kind of hard to do anything for Riley in his name if we're tragically killed off in the process. We can't be defeated in battle, lower class instead. He can't be used again throughout the remainder of the series, and for Zap that would be truly tragic because he is so busted! Like, look at that, those guys were far too intimidated to spin in my direction, because Zap is too awesome for them. I repeat, he is too awesome for them. Now they're just going to deal some damage, fools. Ow, I'm taking a lot of damage right now. Boom, take him out. And let's, you know, try to take less damage in the future. Time for some self-improvement here. By self-improvement, I mean, let's fight for bloody Be Good at Video Game button, and let's bloody push it. That sounds like a great plan. I like that plan. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of slippery ice balls. I've got to use my momentum to get myself up. Or, you know, alternatively, this is why we chose Zap here, because he can just use his Sea Slime slides instead. Yeah, take that frickin' wall. And plus, with the range, we can take out the walls a lot more easily too. Get up there, that's what we're talking about, as we just drop frames like crazy. That's the problem with this being 60 FPS, at least for the source. Obviously, I'm only recording at 720, 30 FPS because my laptop wouldn't be able to handle anything more than that for the capture software. Zap, get up there, man! But that's the thing, the Sea Slime Slide is great for getting us places, but I've got to actually be good at moving in the direction I'm intending in the first place. In other words, I've got to aim with the Sea Slime Slide, otherwise it's just going to go nowhere that's useful to me. Okay, that's not quite what I meant to do. Once again, my movement here certainly could be a lot better, couldn't it? But here in the Icy Drain, we can speak once again to the good man Auric. We can also get some food to heal us up, some desperately needed pizza. Which again is really nutritious for Zap. Who would have known, right? Who'd have thunk? So that, my friends, is a really busted Sky Stream. We're absolutely acquiring that. And we can even heal ourselves up over time thanks to that very convenient regeneration charm. So yeah, let's get ourselves out of here once more. Yeah, we commit bounce, that's what I'm talking about. We could have collected for Pack Soul Gem. I just won't. I can't be bothered. He is not in this series after all, so why bother previewing a Skylander who will never be played, at least not for this portion of CarryOn Locke. He could get chosen at random later in the series. We'll just have to wait and see what the future holds for this series, but we're not too concerned about the future to neglect the present. Magic has popped up, so I need to swap out for a Skylander corresponding to that element. Gotta switch out again, but the air changes once more. The corresponding character in this case is going to be Voodooed. Not quite at level 15, but you know what? He's darned close enough. And I'm realising now that his axe swings are actually a lot slower in this game. They nerfed him. Why did they nerf him? Why would you do that to my Voodoo, my beloved Voodoo? Okay, this was probably a mistake. This is not going well. This is not going the way I intended. Luckily, that's what we have our regeneration charm for. Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. He hit me! The bastard hit me! Okay, time to start playing this a little bit more smart. Start setting up tripwires everywhere. And you know, zip lines also are great for stunning enemies. Ow! Right to the face! That Executioner a little bit too accurate with the shots right now. I don't like how accurate he's being with the shots right now. Oh, boom! But that's a lot of damage right there. Oh dear, that guy spun the complete opposite direction I was expecting, but luckily for me I was able to react to it in time. Okay, cool, he's dead. We really need to keep this guy alive, because if we keep him alive for Superchargers, we can upgrade to his Elite form, which in Superchargers would be so incredibly busted. I need that, I need it so badly. Stop spinning on me! Stop it! Stop it! Get some help. Okay, sweet, he's out of here. And now we can get some food. Give me the food. Give me the sweet, glorious food. Sweet. We're almost back into full health, so we will take what we can get. Take out the Trumpies too. And boom! Combo to the face. Watch out for a spin. We don't want to take that to the face. I'm perfectly happy delivering damage instead of taking it. Perfectly happy indeed. Boom! Baby. Okay, there. All done for. There's another one? Who gave him permission to give him another one? Okay, now we move again. And we move again because he's going to spin and teleport. Very inconvenient. In fact, he's going to do it again. And he's going to do it again! And he's going to do it again. Stop doing that! Okay, there you go. Now they're both going to throw their axes like absolute idiots. Absolute idiots, I tell you. Boom! I have projectiles too. Axe ones at that. Just got to be careful not to leave myself too exposed afterwards. Ow. This is not okay. Oh, never mind. This is totally okay. Boom! I didn't even need my finishing combo down in the end. Dude, that was a little bit too close for comfort. But in the end, we made it work. Woo! Let's utilise these keys without further ado. Yes, all right indeed. I agree with what that fellow just said right there. My best ghost robot friend, my BGRF. I love me some BGRF action. BGRF in the house. What? So let's not push that successfully apparently because I can't. Not when the other block is in the way, mind you. Pretty difficult to push that when the other block is in the way. Okay, let's spin that right round, baby. Right round like a record player. Right round, round, round. And then we're going to use this guy's bomb against him. Right after, of course, we blow up this piece right here. In fact, the bomb is going to have such an explosive radius on it that we're going to blow up that wall right there. And the enemy in one fell swoop. That is particularly awesome, actually. I quite like that. I quite like that a lot. Okay, so now we're going to wait for that to melt. And then we're going to move this all the way back around again, let that melt, because that will no longer be blocking our path. It's melted now, won't it? So now that it's out of the way, flip that all the way back around again. We get congratulated by our BGRF, our best ghost robot friend. Because it's a nice guy like that. Very humble. Congratulating us on completing that puzzle with such shit of success, mind you. So yes, without further ado, we need ourselves an arcane robot. So fortunately for us, we're going to get one. Here's the thing, you might call the Dread Yacht like a cursed ship, one that's very unlucky and crashes all the time. But that ship also led us to a hermit that very conveniently has an arcane robot, something which we need in order to tackle the next level of the Secret Vault Secrets. That level of convenience is particularly lucky. And we're happy to see it, because otherwise we'd be stuck here, we'd be softlocked, we wouldn't be able to progress further through the story. Man, that is a one convenient hermit. Not only can he tell us exactly what we need to know about Chaos, but he can also provide us with an arcane robot. Hermit is the reason why we was able to save Skylanders in this video game. If not for Hermit the Hermit, we'd be screwed. Hermit the Hermit, #1 most underrated NPC. We're going to start this episode off by tackling this here lock puzzle, because it's going to give us access to Auric's shop, which contains a particularly useful item that we want within our inventory, mind you. So first things first, let's complete this, and in stark juxtaposition to the lock puzzles we endured in Spyro's Adventure, these ones were a lot more fast-paced, because for Lock Imp and the entirety of the puzzle itself, they move a lot quicker than what they did previously, so they don't quite drag on the pacing as much as they used to. So without further ado, even, if I can stop sussing it is, let's enter the shop. A charm that helps boulders lift boulders more quickly. What was I trying to say with that? But regardless, we certainly are going to buy this charm, because it will come in handy should I ever want to lift a boulder as a giant in the near future. But that being said, what we was truly after was that bulb. So we're going to look specifically into how the bulb can help us right now, right after we've left this room, because that was what you call a Lucotron bulb. So the Lucotron bulbs are useful in this room here, otherwise known as Callie's room, where a very convenient little trinket can be found. Now what I did off camera is I went back and I collected the health wheel from the second chapter, Junkyard Isles, and I collected the power wheel from the third level Rumble Town. So now if both of those wheels haven't been acquired, we can plug in the bulb we just bought from Auric, and we can place into both of these empty slots both the power and health wheels. Now we always alluded to this in the previous episode, where the health and power wheels are the most useful in Nightmare Mode, because the health wheel gives us an increased chance at extra health benefits. So say a Skylander takes a shit ton of damage, if we defeat enemies, then we're more likely going to get some food to nullify the damage our Skylander just took, thanks to the health wheel. And then the power wheel makes it more likely that we can deal increased damage against enemies. It basically increases our critical hit chances, so that means that enemies can be defeated a lot more quickly, and if an enemy is defeated more quickly, it means that they have less of an opportunity to hit us, deal damage to us. So that's why both of those wheels come in handy from like mode difficulty, especially in a lock format. Usually I would utilise the wealth wheels to give my Skylanders increased treasure whenever they obviously collected it, thanks to having the Locotron wheels of wealth. But, you know, wealth isn't very useful in a lock, so I'd much rather have these instead, these abilities. Yeah, it was a nice punch, wasn't it? There, my best ghost robot friend, my BGRF, as I called him in the previous episode. Very accurately, mind you. That sums up this character perfectly. That is exactly what he is. He is my best ghost robot friend. Okay, here we go. Let's punch some shit. We're punching some shit, and I am loving it. I love punching some shit. Oh, I do want to see something really cool. I want to see something really cool. Let's press something to make something really cool happen. Oh, now that's a lot of damage. I did not mean to do that. And we managed to miss punching the second shockwave generator, so now we have no more shockwave power. This is depressing. I'm upset. I repeat, I am very upset. That's rude. He hit me. Hit my best ghost robot friend. He felt pain. This is not okay. We will exact our revenge upon anything and everything we see. This will not go down in the history books as okay. Do you hear me? This, not okay. Now, let's grab ourselves a nice treasure bonus before we switch out for the earth element here being strongest. So let's, without further ado, usher in the debut of Series 2 Bash. Let's rock and roll. So this guy, once again, has a really busted ground power ability that allows us, once we're done with this enemy destruction, mind you, it allows us to do this! Boom, baby! Oh, that's so much destruction right there. Boom, once more. Okay, let's make our way over to that fella right there and just bypass this section altogether. Get rid of that before it hits us, because that would be inconvenient. That would be a shit ton of damage. Just for the sake of it, you know, avoidable damage. We love to avoid avoidable damage. That's why they call it avoidable damage. Yes, way to go, mate, but we're going to skip over the rest of your unnecessary deeps too by pressing best button of the video game. Even though, you know, let's be honest here, my BGRF, he deserves better. We shouldn't skip over all of his stuff. After all, I'm sure he has important stuff to say. That's what makes him such a good friend. In fact, our best friend, at least in terms of ghost robots. Which I know what you're saying, you know, ghost robots, that's not very common, you know, that's not really saying much calling him your BGRF. Trust me, it is the highest compliment I could pay anyone. What's not so cool is us taking all of that electric power to their face. In fact, we're taking even more of it. Not cool, video game. Not cool at all. That was destructive, though. That we like to see. We like to see that very, very much. Boom. And we shaketh the room. Well, that's when that guy eventually wants to die, mind you. He took us time, but we got him eventually, and that's what counts now, doesn't it? Okay, let's roll into all of these, because trust me, if we slowed down, took our time to hit them with our tail, we would not get through it in time. And Bash is already maxed out on his treasure count, so there's no point collecting that chest. We'll save it for later, you know, if another Skylander is coming through this level later off camera, then I'm sure they would love to take advantage of that treasure chest, should their treasure count not already be maxed out, unlike that of Series 2 Bashes. Bashes is just a really fun thing to say. 2 Bashes and Ashes. Perfect score, that's what we're talking about. Now we have unlocked the East Dam, it's time for us to be unlocking the West Dam. And then we can finally make our way to the vault, which will no longer be submerged in water, mind you, because that's what we have the dams for. Okay, cool, they're out of here. Now what I really need to do is punch these folks right now. They had it coming, but look at me funny. If they didn't want to get punched, they should not have looked at me funny. As simple as that, really. Boom, they're out of here. And we have a health bar for an Archean that hasn't even decided to show up yet. That Archean is awful eager to die, apparently.
Area clear.
Yes, area clear, because I am absolutely, positively awesome. Yes, I can see that. He's currently a little bit indestructible, but look, well, that's what your punch is for. You just gotta wait for it, and wait for it. Boom, baby! Falcon punch to the face. Boom. And one last time. There we go, and that's what we're talking about. Robot has been defeated. I repeat, Robot has been defeated. I mean, not that that was something that needed to be repeated, but here I am, having repeated it anyway. You know, for effect, the effect being emphasis on the very thing I am repeating. Boom, he's out of here. Sucker! I have so much fun yelling sucker. Because he's a sucker and he knows it. Okay, this guy's got to go. Sweet! He's out of here. As is he! Oh, talk about destruction right now. This is destruction incarnate. And the funniest thing is today, you guys ain't saying nothing yet. Like, when we get to Trap Team, if the utmost broken characters appear in the random main picker, so for Undead, that is pretty much anyone who comes from Trap Team. Like, the Trap Team Undead element is just so busted. And the same goes for tech. Like, if any one of the Trap Team tech characters come up with a random name generator, the enemies are screwed, okay? It doesn't even matter who we get for all the other elements. Okay, one of those characters alone is enough. So yeah, then in Superchargers we could potentially get Elite Voodoo. So in terms of just absolute overpowered Skylanders, you ain't seen nothing yet. So here we are, dam number 2. Let's grab all that treasure whilst we can. Why not? Right, this treasure, 'tis glorious. And now we'll take a look. We can finally usher in the debut of Sosu Drill Sergeant, because I do not trust myself with Bouncer. Not in this portion of the level where we have a lot of close quarters combat, which is why I do not trust myself with Bouncer, mind you. I thought this guy was going to be down for charging power. Apparently I thought wrong. But yeah, this is what makes Drill Sergeant's WoW power so busted. He has a even more powerful gun. His gun is dumb stupid broken. I love it. It's the one saving grace of Drill Sergeant. It's the one thing he has going for him. Boom, baby. Yeah, that's true. They do lose. Congratulations, noticing there, Drill Sergeant. Congratulations, noticing. Indeed, I keep wanting to call him Drobot because I am so unused to playing Drill Sergeant. I'm far too accustomed to playing as Drobot all the time to where I am very close to calling Drill Sergeant Drobot all the time. What can I say? It's muscle memory. I'm so used to saying Drobot and playing as Drobot that Drill Sergeant here makes a change. Not a good change, but a change all of the same. Yeah, let's try to avoid the electricity this time. Keyword here is trying. Okay, there we go. Far more successful that time. That's what we're talking about. Okay, watch out for the electricity. Luckily for us, Drill Sergeant's hitbox is particularly low, so we can traversal through this quite easily. And we're just going to bypass Bouncer's Soul Gem. I know what you're thinking, but Bouncer's part of the series, and we usually like to collect the Soul Gems for characters who are part of the series. Yes, usually. That's not all the time, however. We never collected Stump Smasher's Soul Gem. We never collected Hot Dog Soul Gem. So yes, there are exceptions. Okay, these guys have got to go, man. They have got to go. Oh dear, watch out for the Explodium at Bob. I don't want to get hit by the Explodium at Bob. That would be inconvenient, actually. Rather very inconvenient indeed. But sweet, they are out of here. It's about damn time, man. They took their time dying. Oh boy, I'm sure Juggernaut. That is not fair! Video game! Not cool, man. The cutscene really screwed me over. Not cool, video game. Luckily though, we exacted our revenge. And I couldn't be happier, folks. I could not be happier. Now, we're even kill these folks. I know Drill Sergeant isn't particularly powerful, but come on, this is taking the piss a little bit, don't you think? Sweet, he's out of here at long last. For Drill Sergeant, you've got to play the slow game. Okay, sweet. There we go. Now that both those have been taken out, we can continue traversing on with the level. Okay, we've got to be careful though, because this is very tight quarters combat. This is exactly what I would be dreading right now with Bounce if we was playing him. So at least Drill Sergeant has a little bit more maneuverability, and as we said earlier, he does have a small hitbox as well. What is this? Is this for Drill Sergeant appreciation episode? I'm actually giving this garbage character compliments? What bizarre parallel universe are we in where I actually like this character? Anyway, we're definitely going to be collecting the Luckatron Wheel of Health. Though unfortunately, we've ran out of bulbs in the Luckatron Wheel to actually take advantage of that wheel. Or have we? We are going to be collecting something in the next chapter that is going to make that Luckatron Wheel of Health that much more useful to us. But for now, we're too busy completing these fellas with perfect scores to boot. We've unlocked for West Dam? Is that how you pronounce West? Apparently it is now, because I said so. Anyway, let's take out that fella right there. Take out this fella right here too whilst we're at it. Boom, baby. These guys do not stand a chance. They have no chance standards, day.
Gives us extra shockwave power.
Yes, I do quite love the extra shockwave power. And I'm pretty sure I accidentally called Drill Sergeant Joybot earlier, even though that was a very specific thing I said that I was trying to avoid. Apparently, despite saying I was trying to avoid it, I did not manage to avoid it very successfully now, did I? What can I say? They both just begin in Durr. I can't help myself if my muscle memory is Drobot as opposed to Drill Sergeant.
Guess he doesn't know who he's messing with.
I suppose that's the first casualty that the title is referring to. You know, the first casualty isn't a Skylander, it is my lack of pronunciation skills. All of a sudden, the pronunciation for Drobot or Drill Sergeant has become Drobot. That's how you pronounce Drill Sergeant from now on, Drobot. And also, Weast has a whole new pronunciation to it altogether. Boom! Okay, one more. Falcon! Punch, that's what we're talking about. Okay, wait for it. And wait for it. Wait for it some more. Boom, baby! He took his time, didn't he? He really took his time. But one more will do it. Time for us to be One Punch Man. One Punch Man who defeats his enemies in 3 punches as opposed to 1 punches. And one other thing, he's not a man. Okay, he's a Drobot. He's a Drobot? I meant to say Drill Sergeant. He is a Drill Sergeant. Which I would say is superior to man, but it's not. Drill Sergeant wishes he was a man. Maybe then he'd be a little bit less useless. Die, 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 die. Thank you! Anyway, we've got all these shockwaves and we're not even using them. That's a disgrace, man. That is a disgrace. That being said, we've slowly but surely made our way to the vault, the secret vault. Full of secrets! Who would have seen that one coming? Twist of the century, that right there. Anyway, let's continue on with Drill Sergeant. Well, not for much longer because water has popped up, so it's time for Whamshell once again. Let's cross our fingers, hope he doesn't die, because it would be very inconvenient losing Whamshell here. Especially since he could grow in the future of the series. He could grow into his light core iteration for Sword Force onwards, should he make it that far. So let's enter the store without further ado, see what he's got. Ooh, as a Buster's guys, don't we want that, please and thank you. A tropical turban, we're going to buy it. We're not going to wear it though, we're just going to buy it for no good reason whatsoever. And the regeneration charm, don't mind if we do. Not taking any damage yet, but I guarantee, since I'm playing as Whamshell, I'm going to take some damage at some point. Which means that if we heal up from said damage, that would be convenient. What would be even more convenient is an invincibility charm, but that's clearly asking too much. We've activated the power coil, which oddly enough that powers them as opposed to powering it down. So now that it's been powered up, electricity can flow straight through it. Okay, just because I have a regeneration charm doesn't mean I'm, you know, in the mood of taking damage. So we're still going to avoid damage like the plague out here. Avoid it at all costs. Hence why we're avoiding it like the plague, mind you. Now there's some pizza down there, so if we take too much damage from these enemies coming up, we can heal up by means not just from regeneration charm. Boom! 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 This is great! I love this! This is cheese, and I like me some good old cheese. This guy can't hit me, I can hit him! Which is the funny part. Now hurry up and die already, thank you! Now all I've got to do is not take damage to his little friends over here. Easy said than done, apparently. Boom! Take him out with his own enemy's power up, mind you. Okay, let's do some damage. Yeah, baby, for Poseidon Strike coming in clutch. But now what's left is the lock puzzle, which we could have skipped this entirely had I bought a lock puzzle key from Auric, but I didn't, so never mind, I suppose. Never freaking mind. Okay, we're back here, having completed this in 7 moves, making it a perfect score. Obviously, I'm just that legendary that we get those perfect scores. My legendariness is just that perfect, mind you. The perfect was not referring to my puzzle skills, in fact it was just referring to all of my skills all in one. Including my skill to not say the correct word. I almost called them skulls then, it's like, that's not what a skill looks like. Boom, he's out here. And soon as a little friend shall be too. That's what we're talking about. Oh boy, there's 4 of them. I repeat, there's 4 of them. And we can't attack and we can't cheese them unlike we did with Bark Demon. That is inconvenient, man. Inconvenient, I tell you. What's he going all the way down there for? I mean, it's not going to stop us from, obviously, ultimately destroying him. And now it's time for the lock puzzle to end all lock puzzles. And by that, I mean end of the level. It won't do much more than that, but at least that will be something. Here we go. Right, and left, and a little bit more of left, and after left, we're going to go left, you know, a few more times. You know, a little bit more left to boot, so left, left, and left again, only to finally having gone right. That's what we're talking about. Oh, but it's not a perfect score.
You did it.
Just an excellent score. So that being said, let's skip over all these cutscenes right now. Wait, what? What happened?
Oh, those rocks.
No! Not our best ghost robot friend.
I'm going.
Anything but our best ghost robot friend. Take Ramshell instead. No! Damn it! I suppose that's what the casualty in the title was referring to. Oh man! He saved Ramshell and gave his own life in the process. Was it worth it? Absolutely not!
I'm almost stopping. Wait, hold on. Now,
Goodbye, best ghost robot friend. You will be dearly missed. I'm not crying, you're crying, okay? I'm a man, and men don't cry. Okay, we have to be strong because we still have Willikin Village to get through, and that can be a tough level if you're not on your guard. So time for God to get on it. I am on it. I am so on it. No matter how upset I am. So let's skip over all this and say deeps do. Let's not usher in for chapter select. We can't chapter select a chapter that hasn't begun yet. So instead, let's speak with Flynn and get going. Just don't think about it, Ignite. Just don't think about our casualty or just making more upset. And the last thing we need to be is more upset than I am already, which is already very upset. So that's saying a lot, being even more upset than that. I am upset. I am very upset. And now I'm even more upset because I have to switch out from one garbage Skylander to another. Damn it, video game, you just had to rub it in, didn't you? You had to make me play as this character just to make me feel even worse. Game couldn't help itself, okay? It just loves pouring salt into the wound. It loves it. Wrecking Ball, stop bouncing back and forth, okay? You're not fooling anyone, you're not energetic, you're not cute. You're a freaking glorified bowling ball with legs and massive teeth. Which add nothing to the design, might I remind you. You know, this Series 2 adds nothing to the original. It would have been way more cooler to have seen the Series 2 Voodoo. Imagine all the cool posters they could have had with the Series 2 Voodoo. Well, you don't need to imagine it because we got a repose and superchargers with this elite form finally. Imagine that was the Series 2 instead with a Wow Pow. How fucking cool would that be? Instead, we're stuck with this piece of garbage, Wrecking Ball. I hate Wrecking Ball. I hate him with every fibre of my being. I hate him so much. We're going to skip over that episode deep stream without further ado. And we're going to reconnect our controller. Oh wow, healing, yeah, wouldn't that be great? It would be even greater if, you know, Wrecking Ball had taken damage already. At the moment, the healing doesn't help us whatsoever. Die! Die, I tell you! And unleash the power burp, which did nothing. In fact, the animation hits for all around us, and we didn't even hit all around us in the end. How long that takes to charge just simply is not worth the charging up in the process. Not worth it. Nothing about this character is worth it, in fact. And yet here I am, having to play him regardless, because unfortunately, as per the rules of the lock, I must switch out to a Skylander corresponding to the current element of the area. Cannot switch out again until the element of the area changes once more, and in this case it's magic. Must play as a character with magic element, cannot swap out again until the element of the area is something other than magic. Which luckily for us, that's coming up pretty soon, so I can get this garbage off the screen in due time. But for now, let's take him out! Yes, Gargantua, giving us a gargantuic lead, mind you. This guy, this fella, doesn't stand a chance. Archean Ultron! Yeah, that's what we talk about. 2 on each side is pretty much one of the most overpowered zones you can get at the start of the game. And Fuego Chompy, well, being Fuego Chompy, It's a going down, baby. It's a going down. It's going down hard. So hard. Boom, take him out and skip over the unnecessary deep stew as we always do. Why didn't you use that on the Ultron and take it? That was a very foolish move, you foolish Willikin fool. So now, we're about to defeat it. 6-3. Basically means that for every 2 stones on the board that Rutherford possesses, well, for every stone he possesses on the board, I should say, I possess 2. That's how the ratio works. The ratio simplified is 2 to 1. I have 2 stones on that board for every 1 he has. That's how awesome I am. In fact, that's how perfect I am. The game called me perfect earlier. That perfect is universal. It for everything. So let's actually switch from between the worlds. You know, I pressed the Y button. I expect my Y button to be honoured in the game, but apparently the game said no. We have this awesome music to boot. Okay, I might be playing a garbage character, but at least I have some awesome music. That part is pretty darn cool, if I say so myself. I like that part. I like it a lot. I like it a lot more than my BGRF died on the screen right there. That was depressing and sad. I was very depressed and sad from that. But in Fuego Chompy, let's take him out, shall we? Boom, baby! Now that's some healing right there. So with this wall having been destroyed, what I can do is I can shift wheels, and that Bark Demon, it will be no more. Told you so. I can eat an entire stump. Wrecking Ball's appetite knows no bounds. But anyway, life is finally here, so I can swap from a garbage character to a not-so-garbage character. Stump Smash, let's do this thing. These guys are so screwed now. I mean, granted I will be slow, but this guy's power more than makes up for it. First things first, so we got to switch worlds. Yeah, it's time for them to sleep. Get those wooden creepy dolls out of here. Good riddance. Now, with the bomb in hand, let's try not to push it off the face of Skylanders, because it's not very useful down there, is it? Here's the thing though, if we push something off the face of the Skylanders, then does that mean it just falls forever? Like, surely by chance there's got to be some sort of island below this island, like somewhere? There's got to be somewhere, right? I mean, there's an infinite sea of floating islands in the sky, but never did it ever say that all of these islands are on the same level as one another. So yeah, someone down below. Maybe, you know, 10 years from now, because I never said that the island below it has to be close in proximity. But yeah, they're just suddenly going to have a bomb land on their heads. What a tragic way to die. A bomb comes out of nowhere and just lands on top of you. It's like a piano falling on top of you out of nowhere in real life. That would be an awful way to go. But luckily we kept our perfect distance from that Bark Demon, so it couldn't attack us with its melee hits once more. Because Stump Smash, taking that melee hit to the face, he took it like a champ, but man, it left him with very little health remaining. Actually, playing as a slow character going through this section is not particularly ideal whatsoever. I have made a huge mistake. If I get hit by these fallen things, then Stump Smash will be defeated. It will be our first casualty. Series 2 Stump Smash. We'll have to go back to Series 1 Stump Smash, mind you. And man, would that be annoying, losing one of the most overpowered WoW powers to a freaking crushing unit. I would not be a big fan of that, not at all. Luckily there's a pretzel. I need it. I need it! Thank you. I got what I needed. Boom, boom, shake it through. Though that is doing absolutely nothing to these crushers right now, which is ultimately very depressing. So many depressing things all just stacked on top of one another this episode. That is the true casualty of this episode. Okay, not a Grenadier! Anything but a Grenadier! Oh, I hate Grenadiers. I hate them so much. Okay, take him out. Watch out for the grenades! That was way too close. For hitboxes and those grenades, do not take them for granted. Okay, they are dumb, stupid, broken, those grenadiers. Okay, cool, they're all out of here. I could have really done with some food right there, but clearly, that was asking too much. Boom, boom, shake the room, take that, you freaking crusher. That's what you get for almost killing me earlier. Luckily for me, though, almost doesn't quite count now, does it? Okay, let's go, 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 go to middle, go to middle. Okay, we've got to stay here in the middle. Hope that doesn't hit us. Because yes, we can't make it all the way to the end from the middle here. So we have to be here. Because if we was between the other two, that middle one there would have hit us. So by staying here, it ensures that we never get crushed. because we can't make it all the way on a single run, especially not with Stump Smash of all things. It's just, here we are, let's push these fellas into place, that's what we're talking about, baby! Can we just switch elements already? Stump Smash, he's cutting it close over here, and I don't like how close he's cutting it. I don't like it at all. Move! Move! Okay, we could have made it into the middle there before those crushers crushed us, but unfortunately, you know, we had to play it safe, and in the end it worked out, thank goodness for that. Okay, move! Move, fella, move! Thank you! Okay, go in the middle, I guess. Please don't crush me. Or disconnect my controller. For suspense! Okay? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit! Damn. Now I'm even lower than I was before, and I was already pretty low to begin with, so that's really saying something. No! Don't do it to me! Don't do it to me! Oh! Stump Smash! Damn it! Looks like we have now reverted to Series 1 Stump Smash, damn it. And the problem is that it's not even on my bed beside me right now, so I'm going to switch out the Shroom Boom. But boy! We just lost for the most busted WoW power in the game for no good reason whatsoever. Fuck this section, man. And now that we're playing a Shroom Boom, we're no longer so slow, so we don't even need to worry about getting crushed so easily. Okay, I almost killed Shroom Boom to a freaking red pallet. That was very stupid. I don't know why I bothered traversing there when I didn't need to. But yeah, here I am. Haven't done it regardless. A very foolish move that was to almost cost me the life of Shroom Boom, but luckily for me, almost does it. And ironic how it almost cost me the life of Shroom Boom, with Shroom Boom being a life Skylander. Regardless, Undead is stronger here, so it's time for Cinder to return to Portal. And you can at long last see that between sessions, I did finally get this character upgraded and leveled up. Level 14, which is close enough, shall we say. The most important part is that she has the upgrades. You can tell from her ghostly ally currently being beside her. So yes, Series 2 Stump Smash, our most busted WoW power and our first casualty of the series, is gone because of those freaking crushers and the lack of speed Stump Smash possesses. This is truly tragic, I'm telling you. You can't get more tragic than that. I'd dare go as far to say that's how tragic it is. This is the peak and the pinnacle of absolute tragedies. You thought Romeo and Juliet was a tragedy? Pfft, that tragedy stands nowhere near the tragedy of Series 2 Stump Smash, as well as the tragedy of my batteries currently have been dead, so let's go ahead and replace those without further ado. Okay, so hopefully now my controller will stop disconnecting now that I've successfully replaced the batteries within it. And there is the curse for her WoW power ability, very convenient net. Though I'm not sure how useful it will be in combat, but since combat is about to ensue, I'm pretty sure we're about to find out. Okay, I've got to remember which house Auric is in. There we go. So from Auric we can buy a particularly useful bulb. That will be our third bulb in the Lucotron wheel. Well, we could if Cinder had enough gosh darn money, but she doesn't, which is a pain. So to save time off camera, I quickly switched out for Warnado, bought that Lucotron bulb, and as you can see it's no longer available in the shop because I did such a thing. What I do have enough treasure for, fortunately enough, is the invincibility power-up, which is exactly what I need because it means that Cinder here, she's about to be, as the power-up would imply, invincible. Enemies will be completely unable to deal any form of damage to her whatsoever because that's exactly what being invincible means. So let's get out of here even as fast as possible because we want to take as much advantage of this invincibility charm as possible. You know, ensure that these guys won't be able to deal damage to us for as long as possible by speeding through things and having a longer timer in the process. Yeah, take that, sucker! Okay, now we have 27 left in our invincibility. Plenty of time to take out all these fools, I hope. Boom! Take that to the face. Though technically, you know, despite the fact that we lost Series 2 Stump Smash, it's not our first casualty because we still have Series 1 Stump Smash to boot. The original has not been defeated yet, and so Skylander can only truly be classed as dead when their original is defeated in battle. It is a shame that Stump Smash's additional life had to be wasted like that, but that's all what it was, an additional life. An additional life for the life Skylander. I suppose technically it is still a casualty of the same, but it's not as bad as had we lost Shroom Boom in that section. That would have been so annoying, because not only would Shroom Boom be classed as dead and never be able to be used throughout the series again, given that Shroom Boom in this game is his original form, but it would have meant that we would have lost the potential to upgrade to Short Shot Shroom Boom and Trap Team. I want to keep Shroom Boom alive until then, because Short Shot Shroom Boom has one of the coolest WoW Pals in the franchise. I want that WoW Pal, what can I say? Anyway, we have to be very careful of these Bark Demons, because as you can see right there, they deal really dumb stupid damage. I really don't want to lose Cinder's additional life right now. We've already lost the additional life that belonged to Stump Smash. We don't need to do it for Cinder as well. Okay, get out of here. Sweet! Get out of here again. Why won't you die? Just die some more. That would be awesome. Sweet! It's about damn time. We cut that way too close comfort right there. So let's grab that key without further ado, and we can head over at long last to open up this door. We've used 2 keys in it already, but 2 keys was not quite enough to unlock it fully. Now was it? The green room? I don't see much greenery. Oh, there we go. That's much better.
Okay, so now that I've made that cut, you'll notice that things are pretty different to where I have a completely different attire on, and that is because it would turn out, and I didn't realise this until after I had started watching the footage back at the end of the previous session, but the very last few minutes of this video, the gameplay recording decided to go and get itself corrupted, so the entirety of the Jumping Mage boss fight is pretty much unwatchable, hence why I'm back here having to re-record it. In Cinder, I have tried to get to as similar a health bar as she was prior going into this boss fight. I'm not sure if I've got it exact. Like I said, if the footage was corrupted up until, well, from this point onwards. Luckily though, I'm re-recording this as part of the next session, and I only recorded the episode after this one for the previous session, and after that I wound up cutting the session short. So pretty much I only need to re-record this, and then we can start a brand new session for chapters 10 and onwards. So that being said then, what we want to be is in the real world, where we have not the damaging spells to have to worry about, and we also will definitely indulge in that delectable look of pretzel right there, and have a cutscene despite us being in the real world right now. So I thought the Willikin was supposed to be, you know, kind of not alive and all that. Either way, what's really useful about this boss fight is that the chompies in the background there, they reflect what chompies are going to try to attack you, which is really useful because we want to make sure we have the Fuego chompies activated, because they explode inside the chompy mage's mouth and deal some extra damage to him, precisely what we need. And what we also need to do right now is press the mini game, first skip button. Oh my, you can actually dash under those! Oh, I was so scared for a moment there because I chose the wrong world. I accidentally chose this world where those spells are the damaging ones as opposed to the healer ones. So I thought I was as good as dead right there. That was a line of spells that I was not avoiding. Unless, of course, with a perfectly timed Shadow Dash, which I didn't even know could be used to dodge the spells, and yet here we are doing such things. You learn something new every day. So, yes, we had a miracle save for Series 2 Cinder here, something that didn't happen originally. When I first played through this boss fight with the corrupted footage, Series 2 Cinder actually died in that exact scenario. So you think I'd have learnt my lesson, but apparently not. Ooh! Well, that's convenient, isn't it? Right as the evil spells surrounded us, the damaging ones, though, that being. So yeah, we're going to skip over that unnecessary deep to do as per norm and try our darndest not to take damage. We can't exactly jump over these spells, that's what makes this boss fight so intuitive and perfect for the giant mechanics specifically. This same boss fight wouldn't work in later games because you could just so easily jump over the magic spells. But yes, in the original footage, Series 2 Cinder was defeated and we had to refer back to original. But it looks like this time around, so long as I play this boss fight well enough, Series 2 Cinder will get to live. This is her second chance. Let us hope she does not disappoint. So, here we go again. The best thing to do for this boss fight, actually, is to stick with the green chompies, because then, for green chompies,
they don't explode the moment they get close to you, so we can be close to the green chompies without killing them, and then as soon as the chompy starts sucking them in, that's when we switch to the Fuego version, so we can guarantee that more of them go boom inside the stomach, because usually in the Fuego form, obviously they explode the moment they get near you, but now they can get near you without exploding. This boss fight is so cheesable, I love it. Anyway, let's not to take damage from these again. And the best part is that whenever you take any damage, that is immediately nullified by, of course, all of the healing spells that you can quite easily apply for yourself. Now, Cinder isn't the perfect character for this fight, because as you can tell, the green chompies are being killed by my lingering ghost right now, and that guy I'm just going to murder because he looks at me funny. But that's not going to change the fact that we still have plenty of Fuego chompies being ingested by Chompy Major himself. He's indulging on Chompy as much how we indulged in that pretzel earlier, but man, I'm kind of glad that this is the only footage that corrupted from the previous gameplay recording, because it meant that I didn't have too much that I needed to re-record, and like I said, it gave Cinder here a second chance for her survival. Even if the Series 2 is defeated, so long as we keep the Series 1 alive, then we can upgrade to Phantom Cinder and Swap Force, which would be amazing. Okay, here we go again. Let's watch out for the evil spells and then go back to green old chompies, because I don't want them exploding on me way too easily. And yeah, Cinder is not ideal with that lingering ghost. The ghost keeps automatically defeating chompies right there. It's rather quite annoying actually. Oh, change already! Kind of missed the ample moment of changing right there. That could have been far more effective. But you know what? Over 400 damage with Chompy Mage is still exactly what we needed to do. Okay, let's watch out for all of this. Yes, obviously, as you can tell, what I've done is replayed back through this level up until this point for this session. So pretty much everything else from previously in the series remains from previously in this specific episode even. So we still have that extra Locotron bulb, which after this we are going to switch out the Flash Wing and apply that to our Locotron. And we'll switch out the Flash Wing because, as I said earlier, I have already recorded the next episode for this series, and we started that episode as Flash Wing, given that when my Series 2 Cinder died in that original recording, we reverted to Flash Wing and said, when in doubt, go with Flash Wing. So, naturally, we need to conclude this episode with the same Skylander that we start the next episode with. So, at the whole world of the game, Flynship say we will certainly be switching out for this gloriousness we see before us. This is what makes the face cam so great. Not only do you get to see my glorious mugshot, you get to see the glorious mugshots of the Skylanders, which are arguably even better looking. I mean, Flashwing definitely is, that's no competition. I can't hold a candle to her kind of beauty. But the rest of the Skylanders, you know, you can get to see them up close and personal as well. Isn't that convenient? Oh wait, never mind, it's not convenient. Not convenient at all! But all of this we'll worry about in the next episode, which has already been recorded. Isn't that fantastic? Oh, is that right, Livingston? Is that right, is it? But yes, in the next episode we're going to acquire a particularly useful charm to fight off trolls. I'm looking forward to that moment where trolls become that much more easier to deal with. Plus, it's going to involve a lot of Swarm gameplay because of the air elemental sections in Trollhome Security Castle. So yes, Swarm is always an instant win. But now that we're done with that cutscene, we're going to do exactly what it was I said we was going to do, and we're going to switch out for the Flash Wing so that then we can go to the Locotron located in Callie's room, and we can apply that Locotron bulb we bought so that now we can actually take advantage of the health wheel we acquired during the secret Vault of Secrets. So there it is, our third bulb and our health wheel to go alongside it again from Secret Vault of Secrets. I'm glad to finally be taking advantage of that. I've weighed Trollhome Security. Here we come. My nose is really itchy. This is going to be the episode of the itchy nose. That being said, life has popped up, and so we can bring to light a particular tragedy that occurred in the previous episode where Stump Smash, we lost the Series 2 version. The Series 2 version was defeated, so therefore, unfortunately, we now have to revert back to a Series 1. which yes, it is the same Skylander, the same busted Skylander, but we have lost access to his WoW power, one of the most overpowered WoW power in the game, so not having that is going to make Stump Smash that little bit more vulnerable to enemies, because we're not going to have an overpowered ability to save our bacon should the moment arise where our bacon will need saving. Boom! Luckily though, we can still do that. Not too much success though apparently, because these guys seem to be avoiding our hits somehow. Okay, eventually we got there. Yeah, that's true, that's exactly what Stump Smash did. So say, we still get the same awesome one-liners, we still get to deal with the same amount of sheer damage with our Stump Mallets, mind you. We just missed the ability to chuck out acorns at a much higher rate of pace. Fuck me, that was a lot of damage right there. And now we have grenaders too to deal with. Great. We've already lost Series 2 Stump Smash, let's try not to add the original to the list of casualties already, shall we? Yes, let's try to avoid that at all costs. I like that plan, I like it a lot. Giant acorns! I don't like not being able to see that Grenader. Because at the end of the day, a Grenader off screen is a Skylander killing machine. That's a rhyme! I don't mean that's right, it just kind of came out that way. Anyway, let's bounce up once again, because this section is finally going to give me the opportunity to usher in the debut of my favourite Skylander. Series 2 Igniter in the house! You guys thought Series 1 Igniter was powerful? Pfft, that's silly of you. Why would you think Series 1 Igniter was powerful? Well, that's because he is, but compared to Series 2 Igniter, things only get more and more mighty from here. This guy is dumb, stupid broken, and we, in due time, are going to see exactly why that is. But anyway, we have now acquired a Lookatron Wheel of Power, which means that when we acquire our 4th Lookatron Bulb in Chapter 12, Vulcan Mountain, it means that we can utilise that to get a secondary Lookatron Wheel of Power in Notion, so we'll have an even better chance at dealing critical damage to enemies and defeating them that much more quickly, mind you. The sooner they are defeated, for less time they'll have to defeat us, which is convenient for us because I don't want to be defeated so easily. Speaking of defeating enemies easily, oh man, they don't even know what hit him. Yeah, that's it. Get over here. Boom! Explosion! This is overkill right now. And do I feel sorry for these guys? No, not really. They had it coming. Okay, this combination is really busted because it's quick. And it's a very quick way for you to actually create a wall of your blue fire, which obviously lingers and deals consistent damage to enemies like it's doing against this chunky bot right now. Oh my word! One hit! Oh, never mind. But still though, Igniter should have so much more damage having been dealt to him right now, but he is too overpowered to take that damage to the face. He's instead just going to shield it in its entirety with his armor, mind you. But defeating those enemies is particularly difficult when you push the attack button and nothing happens. If I would have died to stinking chompies for Series 2 Igniter just because my attacks didn't initiate when I hit the buttons, boy would I have been annoyed. But luckily for me, that was not the case now, was it? Fortunately, I am fine. Series 2 Igniter is fine. We still have one of the most busted weapons in the game, made even more busted by Igniter's Sword Path, because you can create that Fire Slam combo and create an even quicker way of which for you to defeat all those enemies, because obviously you will create the line of fire much more quickly, and that lingering damage will defeat enemies as a result. I'm saying a lot of things, well, a lot of words. It's a very elongated explanation of Igniter being overpowered and why that is. You know, in other words, I'm saying stuff that doesn't need to be said. I'm over-explaining. What I don't need to explain, however, is how busted Bash is about to be when the Earth element gets called upon. Yes, as always, I must swap out to a Skylander correspondent to the current element of the area. Cannot swap out again until the element of the area changes once more. And in this case, we're going to be bringing out Bash for the Earth element. Ow! That hurt me, like, quite a lot, actually. Not cool, video game. And we finish you off. Grab the pretzel along the way. That's a very healthy, good-looking pretzel. Ow! Not cool, man. Not cool. Luckily, though, that was just one hit from the Eruptor. I'd rather take a hit from him than a hit from the Grenaders any day of the week, man, because Grenaders deal so much more damage. Why are there more of them? Freaking Grenaders, am I right? But luckily for us, we didn't take any damage there whatsoever besides the hits from the Grenadiers. So all we need to do now is complete this lock puzzle, and then we can acquire a bomb to blow up a cannon with. Rather convenient, that actually. Rather convenient indeed. Here we go. Let's pop to the left, then pop to the left some more. Okay, pop to the right, and then this puzzle will just about be as good as finished, mind you. So yeah, pop to the right, and to the right once more. We have completed this puzzle to a perfection, mind you. I mean, would you expect anything less from the might of my sheer and utter, pure awesomeness in its rawest form, mind you? Because that's exactly what I possess. I possess raw, untamed awesomeness. To quote Snoke, not that Snoke lasted very long. I mean, at the end of the day, he was killed off in Last Jedi, wasn't he? And then, you know, they made some sort of bullshit answers for it in Rise of Garbage, as I prefer to call it. Because that, more accurately, sums up the movie, Rise of Garbage. Oh, but Bash can absolutely bash with the best of them. Not that that matters no more, because the tech element's popped up, so it's time for some bouncing action without further ado. Oh yeah, we're going to give them a wheel, and they, in the mighty words of Bouncer, are going to have to deal with it. They're going to have to deal with the wheel. As well as, of course, all this awesome music to go alongside it. This is sweet. Alley-oop! Okay, kill him some more. Kill him with bullets! I almost feel sorry for that guy, because he stood no chance whatsoever, but almost, that doesn't quite count now, does it? Okay, we go down, only to bop right back up again. That's the joy of bouncing as Bouncer. And this Eruptor doesn't stand any chance either. I told you so, because mashing is fun. So we now have big cannons to take out. Big boy cannons. When I seriously look at them, you don't get much more bigger than them big boy cannons right now. That's really saying a lot. So, air element, let's bring it out without further ado. Swarm, we're going to swap from one giant to another, because what could possibly go wrong playing a Swarm over here? So, first things first, we do have a lock puzzle to be best in, so let's get that over done with without further ado. This is the level of lock puzzles. For lock puzzle level, it's basically Troll Warehouse all over again. But luckily, as I mentioned in a previous episode, these lock puzzles are at least a lot more fast-paced than the previous ones as far as adventure. And just like that, we have completed the puzzle, no doubt, with a perfect score. Yes, I am perfect once again, to no one's surprise. Okay, let's blow up this cannon. Boom! Maybe get that cannon out of here. That's what we have the bombs for, after all. Okay, boom! Okay, that didn't quite take out the cannon, which is what I was going for. That's more like it. Oh man, Swarm can throw with the best of them. Okay, the reason why I chose Swarm for this section is because it's convenient to use a giant. We can lift up these shells and throw them at the cannons instead of utilising the bombs. And this guy has ranged attacks, so we can easily take out these explosive mines before we get anywhere close to them. And with his flight, he has additional speed, so we can easily get past these cannons that are trying to fire at us. It's very well convenient, actually. And who cares about having a bomb for this section, right? That's what we got a giant for. Another reason to choose Swarm, I suppose. Okay, we're going to take out the Grenader first. In fact, we're not even going to bother taking out Inhuman Shields, because we don't need to. So why would we bother taking them out when we don't need to take them out now, right? Okay, we're going to play this slow and steady, for slow and steady wins the race. After the number of casualties I had in the previous level, and given the fact that we've also already almost lost Series 1 Slip Smash as well, last thing I want to do is take unnecessary risks and lose Swarm as a result of that. Okay, here we go, let's take them all out, baby, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, finish him off with the might of my speed and maneuverability, something that no other giant other than Swarm possesses. What else do you think this character is busted as he is? Okay, take them out. Sweet! They're out of here. And once again, usually we need to go around for the bomb for this section, but we're not going to do any of that. Instead, we're going to speak with Auric, double up our damage with a very convenient charm over here, the damage power-up. Sweet! And speaking of charms, the Sudsy Stoke also allows us to deal increased damage against trolls, which are exactly what we're fighting in this level. So now we have increased damage against trolls, as well as doubled damage against trolls. Oh, this is so broken. Like when he thought Swarm could get any pussy than he already is, you come out with this kind of stack damage, and boy, Nightmare Mode just became easy mode. This is absurdly ridiculous how powerful this character is right now. This is stupid, and I love it. I love this so much. Okay, gotta get back behind the troll again. Sweet, he's out here. And this guy, he shall be next. We might not deal increased damage against him now because he's not a troll. As you can tell, the Chompy Bot is very much a Chompy as opposed to a troll. But we still have increased damage against him with the power-up ability. The damage power-up, that is. So boom! Just like that, Troll Home security completely unscathed. As we acquired the only objective that matters for No Lives Lost objective. So let's skip over that unnecessary deep stew as per the norm. Head straight into Captain Flynn's ship, where we're going to waste no time here. Skipping over all the unnecessary deep stew. And so from there we can head out to Chaos's castle. We can go to the belly of the beast itself. And that's after having acquired this Sapphire Body, because it's annoying me. It has been lingering in the background now for the past 2 episodes. It's time for that to change. So here we go. Time for Chaos's castle, baby! So let's go school ourselves some of Chaos's minions! And after how well things went with Series 1 Stump Smash and Troll Home Security Castle, I am not going to be using him again for the live sections. I think that would be wise. Stump Smash is clearly on his last legs, like the game just wants him dead by any means necessary at this point. So here we are for the live section, and I'm going to be doing exactly what I said it was I'd be doing, and switching out for the life compadre to Stump Smash rather than Stump Smash himself. It's time for Shroom Moon to take up some screen time in this series. It's about damn time, man. He deserves it, given how good he is. Boom! That hit no one, and now I'm sad. I'm very much sad. This is not okay. Yes! Now that's what we're talking about, baby! Now I just need my funguses to be a little bit more accurate. That would be nice, wouldn't it? That would be lovely, actually. That would be very lovely. Boom! We took him out, though, slowly but surely. And this guy is easy enough to deal with. He does create clones, which obviously, if you hit one from afar, it's no big deal because they explode. So, hitting them up close and personal, the explosion will deal damage to you. But say, being from afar, we don't need to worry from that explosion because it's not dealing damage to us with us being this far away from him. But also for duplicates, you know which one's for duplicates because for real one, it's a lot more energetic with its movements. As you can tell right there, the real one moved about a lot more than the duplicates did. So that's how you can spot the real one from afar. Just watch out for whichever one is moving the most. So yes, now that we've completed this section, it is time to move on without further ado into the Puel. Which I know that's not how you pronounce it, but in the words of Mighty Tough Look, you're going to have to deal with it. My lack of pronunciation skills, that is. Okay, sweet, now that that's into place. Don't mind me just taking a breath, speaking continuously for 15 minutes straight. It's pretty tough, hence why you get the stuttering and the need to take a breath. I need to absorb oxygen into my bloodstream somehow, and the more I speak, the less of that I wind up doing. Treasure, sweet treasure. As well as a Spyro inflatable, which only gives us 100 treasure. Oh, that's cheap. Who would have known that Spyro made such a cheap inflatable? If we were to lose from this section, then we'd lose potential to upgrade him to his Series 2 version in Trap Team, and that would be a travesty. Okay, let's start hitting them from afar already. Though unfortunately my projectiles weren't particularly accurate right there. Shroom Boom, his accuracy isn't really on point, despite his catchphrase being he shoots, he spores. yeah, despite all that, him sporing isn't a common occurrence. Okay, cool, they're dead. But he is really effective against these Cyclopses, apparently. He stuns them just long enough to take them out. Ah, yes, we got some food. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Okay, get that guy out of here. I will do the same for his friends as well. Watch out for the spinny Cyclops. Boom! You're out of here, boy! And now we have a troll mech to deal with. I would start charging up now, but the cutscene is just going to interrupt our charging abilities. I did not know I was within the hitbox for that. The more you know. Okay, cool. Take these fellas out. Sweet! And now it's just the Mace Mage that remains. And that's what I got my charging abilities for. And right after a charging ability, we have no cooldown whatsoever, so we can go straight into yet another attack. It's one of the things that makes Shroom as busted as he is. I mean, so far, I think Shroom has definitely proven himself. He took very few hits in that encounter, and whatever hits he did take, it didn't even matter because we nullified any damage we took with the food. That obviously we acquired as much food as we did because of the health wheels that are currently in works with the Lookatron wheel. That is the importance of having health wheels in Notion. Anyway, we are definitely not going to swap out the bouncer here because this section is really tough and it's going to require a lot of moving. And bouncer just isn't nearly as maneuverable as Drill Sergeant is. Okay, let's take out some of these fellas right now. Somehow I managed to miss the fact that this guy is the real guy. Somehow I missed it. And ask me how I missed that, I just missed it all the same. Whilst these guys' attacks are weak, they are frequent. So the frequency of attacks, even, meant it so that that guy there didn't stand a chance. Very convenient, actually. And we're going to do the same right here for this fella right now. He's not going to have the chance to duplicate himself, because any time he goes to do so, we're just going to keep attacking him. Boom! Get that garbage out of here, man. Get it out of here. Yeah, let's get him out of here. Sweet! I have really underestimated Drill Sergeant so far. His wow power is so busted, man. I'm almost at the point where I'm ready to take back everything bad I've ever said about Drill Sergeant. Almost, anyway. But almost doesn't count now, does it? Besides, I'm sure I will regret everything soon as this character is inevitably defeated and we have to revert back to a Series 1 version again. I'm sure by the time that happens, I'll be ready to take back my statement, taking it all back. Die, die, die. Thank you. As you shall receive and all that. Okay, we've got to get this guy out of here. Take a little bit less damage than that, please. Wow, jeez, I'm taking some damage right now. Okay, here we go. Let's take him out. Ow! Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Man! That was a little too close to comfort right there. Drill Sergeant 162 health. Let's just say that he has seen better days, man. He has definitely seen better days. So all we need to do now is get through this section without hitting any of the hazards. Something easy to done, because this is Ignite we'll talk about here. Ignite does very stupid things. So all I need to do now is not do one of those stupid things. There we go. Luckily that's what we have to charge for. We can get through this section a little bit more easily with the charge, so long as I use the charge to avoid things as opposed to charge straight into things. Okay, let's hit that again. Okay, sweet. Now we've got to hit it one last time. Bingo! Now I'm finally gained access to the bit where we need to be. I don't know why I'm bothering with all this treasure. We don't need it, for Drill Sergeant is maxed out already. Hurry up, Spikes! Okay, no idea how we didn't take damage right there, but we'll take it, I guess. Watching out for the spikes, and obviously the saws all at the same time. I really thought I was dead when I got caught, when I got trapped between that saw and those spikes, but fortunately for me, I was able to just barely squeeze through. And now magic is upon us, so it's time for a little bit more Wrecking Ball, because boy, I have just really been looking forward to playing more of this character. I was counting down for seconds until this time had arisen. And now, Seriously Wrecking Ball is not only going to have to deal with this section ahead of us, but he's also going to have to deal with the arena, because the last elemental swap before the arena is that of the magic element. So if Seriously Wrecking Ball somehow survives the arena, he's also got to deal with Drill X himself in the very next episode of the series, because magic is the last elemental swap before the Drill X boss fight. So yes, Wrecking Ball has quite the tough time ahead of him, he does. At the bare minimum, we're going to grab some treasure for him. Yes, it's quite the place. Without further ado, let's check out the store. It's not actually got that much usefulness to us, except for a Skystones cheat, which I'm actually going to buy because I can use it against the upcoming Skystones battle. Make it a little bit more quick, because at the end of the day, Skystones is fun in this game, but just get repetitive. We don't need to see the same mini game again and again and again and again and again. So that's what we have the Skystone cheat for. Let's say it's rather annoying that the final elemental swap before Drill X's big fight is to that of the magic element. I prefer it not be, to be honest. Anyway, are we going to stay as tech here, or is it going to swap back to magic? Because if it stays as tech, I'll have the opportunity to swap back to Drill Sergeant, and he instead can deal with the arena battle that's to come. Okay, looks like we're going to remain as the tech element being stronger here. So, looks like we're back to Drill Sergeant. So much about Wrecking Ball having to deal with the arena in its entirety. Drill Sergeant will get through it with a much easier time, mind you, because while Drill Sergeant might be garbage, he's not quite as garbage as Wrecking Ball, mind you.
The garbage will do!
Never mind, because magic has popped up once more, but there is a little cheat I can do to avoid that. So let us begin. First and foremost, get this Skystones battle out of the way. No! Not a Drill Lance Master. Anything but a Drill Lance Master. Either way, none of this is going to matter because we're just going to immediately utilise the Skystones cheat. Good play, but I cheated. How is that remotely close to a good play right there? That was a very interesting series of camera angles right there. But regardless, magic element might be stronger. Not much longer because we can sneak back here, grab ourselves some treasure. That's the only reason why I snuck into that area, no other reason. And what we can do is you know how Wrecking Ball visited the shop and we sort back to the magic element? Well, we're going to do the exact same here with Drill Sergeant, and he is going to purchase the regeneration charm first hand so that he can heal up, nullify all the damage we took earlier. And the tech element shall remain, meaning that instead of going into the arena as a magic elemental Skylander, we go into it as a tech elemental Skylander instead. How glorious is that? And it's going to make this section a little bit more quicker, because rather than waiting, we can just charge straight through it. Something which normally, obviously, we'd have to time this, usually, with the falling thingamabobs. But we're so quick that we just kind of bypass the thingamabobs altogether. Ah, yes, here we go! I am very glad that this game allows you to utilise the bumpers as attack buttons, because it means that holding the tertiary attack button whilst utilising the other attacks is that much easier by holding the left bumper, as opposed to holding the B button and having to press all the other buttons at the same time. You know, it means that I don't need to go cross-fingered and do that with my fingers for the attacks. Instead, I can just hold the left bumper and use my right thumb for all the other attacks, mind you. A far more convenient attack layout, which for some reason they got rid of in later games, and it really sucks that they did. Okay, here we go, let's take him out. Watch out for the grenades, of course. We don't want to take those to the face, because that would be a lot of damage right there. A lot of very rather inconvenient damage indeed. Okay, luckily for us, Drill Sergeant's health bar certainly is looking a lot better than it was before. It's not quite fully maxed back out yet, but as soon as we get to the next wave of enemies, we can guard ourselves some more food. Well, you know, hopefully those Luckatron wheels will come in handy once more and garner us some food from the few enemies, like that watermelon right there. Very convenient. Okay, let's finish that guy off. And then obviously skip over all of the necessary needs to do once more. Give me sweet glorious food. Thank you. That's you shall receive and all that. It looks like we've got some more folks to take out. Ow! Took some damage, that's inconvenient. Took some more damage, which is even less convenient than that. Pickle, they're down at long last. And I can finally go forward and attack these pesky grenadiers. Okay, these guys are so going down. And they can't even come over this platform to attack me. This is really busted right now. I love how busted this is. I am totally okay with this. Plus, because we bought the Cincy Charm in the previous chapter, it means that now I'm dealing increased damage against trolls, which is making Drill Sergeant even more busted than he was before, which is really saying something. To those of you who Drill Sergeant is your favourite Skylander, I get it. I disagree with you strongly, but I get it now. Oh sweet, that charge really saved us right there. That guy couldn't attack us whilst he was a big charge. Very convenient indeed, very rather convenient. Okay, take him out. Yes, sweet. And a watermelon to boot. Love to see it, we do, we love to see it. And the range on those rockets really was not what I was expecting, to be perfectly honest. But that being said, time for a final wave where we've got to take down the #1 minion over here for Jawbreaker. But you know, he's not going to last very long, is he? Name of a future tech trap master. A tech trap master, which if he was to pop up in random name picker when we get around to that point, boy, our trapped in cash will be busted if Jawbreaker pops up. Same goes for any of the tech trapped in characters, as we were talking about previously. All of the tech trapped in characters are pretty busted. Every last one of them. But these guys have got to go, man. They have got to go. Die? I said die! I said die! They're not listening to me, are they? Not at all. Anyway, when the music cut out for a moment there, in fact it wasn't just the music, for a moment there, all sounds from the game cut out altogether. I'm not sure if it appeared on the recording as well or not, but still, everything cut out sound-wise, and I was terrified for a moment there that my console was about to turn off again. I do not need a repeat of what happened to Cutthroat Carnival, especially not at the very end of a level, mind you. That's a big no-no, please and thank you. Anyway, the next episode is what we should truly be training, because the next episode entails Chapter 10 and Chapter 11. Getting through Drill X completely unescaped is a task easier said than done, I'm afraid. Watch out for his charge. Never mind, but at least watch out for it, because now he's dead, so he won't be doing much of anything whilst he's dead. And we even completed both levels in just over 30 minutes, which is quite a speedrun world record on my behalf. Let's frickin' go. So yes, this is a shorter episode than usual, but we'll make up for that in the next episode, which will definitely be a longer, much longer episode than usual. Today, we are going to be tackling some levels that I have very much been dreading throughout the Giants playthrough thus far. We have both Aerial Attack and Drill X's Big Rig. I practically guaranteed it we're not going to get through this unscathed, unless I just like transcend my usual plane of existence and somehow just play godly, because Drill X is a tough fight, it's a tough boss to get through without any loss whatsoever. And Aerial Assault is no cakewalk neither, with the amount of dangerous hazards this level throws at you. Like just about every single conceivable way the game can try to kill you, it attempts to do so in this level. We have enemies, we have blades, we have cannons. Like seriously, this level throws everything at us. It's going to be quite a test, especially when we have Warnado of all characters to play as. I mean, I could have chose Swarm, but you know, we played as Swarm in the last air section we played, so I think it's about time we shook things up a little bit. Plus, this means we also get to reserve Swarm for the next time we play as the air element, which will be for the Oracle, and trust me, playing Swarm in the Oracle, so long as we choose the correct pathway, it will be that much easier to Warnado, because Swarm is just that much more a better character. He's more mobile, despite being a giant. But wait, he's a mobile giant, which means that he has absurdly powerful attacks, fast attacks at that, whilst still being able to outmaneuver enemies. And you wonder what makes Swarm the best giant. It's simply put his fast-paced gameplay, which makes him fun and overpowered. Man, even when I'm not playing a Swarm, I'm still thinking Swarm. When it comes to the air element in this game, I live,
breathe, and just I take up Swarm. Swarm is a way of life in this game. That's how it goes. I don't make up rules. I just reinforce them. And as always, for rules state that if your opinion differs to mine, then your opinion is wrong. That is how opinions work. So if you guys don't have your favourite giant ranked as Swarm, well then your opinion is wrong. Because it's not the same as mine. Oh wait, we really need this mine right now. That was a very conveniently placed mine. Mines are just that much more better than Tornado. Not that as much of a compliment to be better than Tornado, mind you, but still. Mines are greater than Tornado. That's going to be a fun little edit. Just blur everything else out of the background to put emphasis, draw your attention upon the fact that mines are greater than Tornado. Tornado wishes he was on that level, but he is not on the mines level, nor is he on Swarm's level. Tornado's on a level all on his own, which is at the very bottom, mind you. The only character he stands a chance against is Wrecking Ball, whom unfortunately is also part of this cast, because apparently Random Name Picker were choosing this cast both loved and hated me at the exact same time. I have a very strong love-hate relationship with that Random Name Picker, because it chose Flashpoint for the Earth element, one of my favourite Skylanders out there. In fact, she is my where do I put her in my top 10? I don't have my top 10 Skylanders mesmerised to heart. I know I'm terrible like that. I have her at the number 4 and number 5 slot, I believe. The point is, she's a top 5 Skylander for me. Besides for Igniter, she's my favourite Skylander in this cast at the moment, which is why, you know, I have a love-hate relationship with that Random Name Picker. A bit like How to Train Your Dragon 2, actually. When I first watched the film, I just saw it as like one of those unnecessary sequels that were really popular in 2014. So because of that, and its unnecessary nature to me at first light, it made me not a particularly large fan of the film the first time I watched it in a theatre. However, the film very quickly grew on me, and I adore the movie nowadays. It's my favourite movie of all time, let alone my favourite animated movie. So yeah, needless to say, it was a necessary sequel. It really did a great job expanding upon the How to Train Your Dragon world and furthering Hiccup's character development. Well, for character development for everyone, in fact. Besides Snotlout, but that's just because Snotlout is a character who literally never changes. It's probably the most annoying thing about him, and there's a lot of annoying things about Snotlout, so that's saying quite a lot. That's quite a loaded statement, that is. Anyway, I am playing so brainlessly with Tornado right now. I do not have my brain switched on, and yet here he is, alive? Tornado is surprising me, folks. He is surprising me. I never suspected that when Tornado was picked in that Random Name Pick in the very first episode, I never suspected that he'd be this badass this far into the series. And look at that charm for dealing extra damage to trolls coming in handy right there. It helps that we can use his primary attack not only as an offensive attack but a defensive attack to get the frick out of the way of fools that want to commit murder against us. That is uncalled for, man. So uncivilized. Anyway, this guy here, he's got to go, man. He has got to go. They let him charge into absolutely nothingness, apparently, and then once again, not only does that deal damage, but I can use it to quickly scoot out of the way. Woo! What do you know? It's the ghost ship. How spooky. So we do have things to be attacking, but, you know, we will be attacking things with the might of our cannons after we switch out the Cinder on the ghost ship here and collect those goodies right there. I feel as though I've earned them. Being badass in nature without even thinking about it. That's right, I'm just that awesome. And I'm incredibly humble about it too. If there's one thing I could speak to my absolute raw awesomeness about, it is my ability to be humble. Anyway, we're not going to bother switch out for the air element here, because as you can tell, the air element has already, succeeded. It's not the element of the area anymore. So for that small snippet, we might as well just remain a Cinder, especially since the next element of the area is going to be undead, so we may as well remain a Cinder for that. Then we have Tech, which we're going to switch out for Bouncer. Then we're going to go back to Undead again. And then we have one final tech section to end it all
which will be Drill Sergeant section. I want to play as Bouncer beforehand so that then we don't risk taking any damage to Drill Sergeant, and then Drill Sergeant will come through for the harder tech section at the end of the game, because if there's anything the previous episode showed us, it is how badass Drill Sergeant can be. Once again, much to my surprise, like Drill Sergeant and Tornado so far have definitely been the biggest surprises of this lock, as well as losing Ghost Roaster so early. Like, I thought Ghost Roaster was better than that, and that's because he is. I'm just bad at the video game. Stop shooting me! Case in point, those things are shooting me right now. Oh crap, everything's shooting at me. Stop shooting at me! It's so rude. Wow, I'm just taking damage to everything right now, aren't I? Damn, man, that was a lot of damage. Where's healing when I really need it? It doesn't help that these undead pellets are really slow. Anyway, that thing's got to get out of here with our 7 health remaining. I really don't want to have to do this turret section the second time. That'd be super annoying if I have to do that. But unfortunately, it's also looking quite likely, especially if that guy wants to shoot me. Which he did, damn it. Okay, let's try it again.
1 minute, 37 seconds later.
Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better. We're doing so much better than the last few times, but that doesn't really amount to much given how horrible the last few times went. That isn't saying a whole lot. Okay, cool. They're out of here. Get him out of here. Sweet. What do you know? The moment you stop being as brainless as I am, you actually start, like, being capable of pushing the be good video game button. Like, gameplay has now turned a little less brainless. My brain is officially switched on for it, and you can see the difference. This is why I play so inconsistently. It depends upon my level of concentration. It's why in streams I tend to do not nearly as well as I do for gameplay recordings, because with streams I have that one extra distraction, which is obviously live chat, but I prefer live streams in that manner, being able to interact directly with all of you. That is a preference of mine, as opposed to basically what I'm doing right now, which is just, you know, speaking to a camera. You know, so there's quite a sharp contrast there, at least, you know, out of context, not knowing what it is that I'm doing. You know, if you were to just hear from the outside what it is I'm doing right now, you'd think I'd sound crazy just talking to myself like this. Man, that guy, when he punches, he proper leans in for it. Like, that hitbox is garbage, I'm telling you. Hopefully it won't screw me over. But with Jawbreakers, you never really know what to expect with those hitboxes. This is Jawbreakers and Giants to talk about. Jawbreakers and Giants do not mix, especially if you bring the Trapmaster into it, because the Trapmaster Jawbreaker is not going to play very well in this game. In fact, he's not going to play in this game at all. You know, he's a Trap Team's guard and all that. No, don't you dare hit me, that'd be rude. I don't like it when you hit me. I prefer you not to hit me, please and thank you. Boom, now I hit you! Bomb to the face, sucker! What did I kill that guy for? I still need his bomb, let's not forget. Okay, I'm so close to leveling up. If I take damage in during that big section with all the choppy bots and the Goliath Joes, hopefully I can heal up and nullify any damage I take. Or better yet, I can just not take any damage in the first place. I suppose that, my friends, is the best possible plan I could conceive of. I know, right? Who would have ever conceived of such a thing? Let me give myself some excellent advice. Don't die. There we go, now that I've said that out loud, I can't possibly be defeated in battle. You know, just don't get hit. How hard could it be? Legendary advice you won't hear anywhere else, and now that I've said it to myself, all I need to do is follow through with my own advice and things will be fine. You know, not like I have death blades, you know, every square inch of this battleship out here to try and slice them mid-death. Okay, let's try to avoid a pizza, never mind about avoiding the pizza, I guess. Okay, let's pop back down, because there was no way I was going to avoid those blades. Had to play that carefully, because these blades, a couple of hits from those and you are done for. Anyway, it is time, without further ado, for Bowser to be placed upon that portal of power. This episode is going to be very tech orientated, given that we have tech here, and we have a lot of tech as well. It's a big rig as well. It's a very tech orientated area. But then after that, we have tech that appears in the Oracle.
And that will pretty much be the last time we play as Tech in the entirety of the Giant section of CarryOn Locke, actually. I think it appears in Empire of Ice. I'm not sure if it does in this version or not. I know in Spyro's Adventure it depends on whether you play the Wii version or the Xbox 360 version, because of the Empire of Ice. That final section before the wall is undead in Xbox 360 / PlayStation 3 / PC as well. Let's not forget that Spyro's Adventure had a terrible PC port that everybody seems to forget about. But then in the Wii version of Empire of Ice, that is a tech section as opposed to an undead section, and it is the only section of the adventure pack which is tech. It basically means that the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions, the adventure pack levels in Spyro's Adventure don't have any tech sections whatsoever. Okay, let's blow that up, get that out of the way already. Ow. You know what? It was worth it. So worth it. So totally worth it! Okay, here we go. What we're going to do is we're not going to target these fellas from now on. We're just going to use our eye lasers. Even better idea yet. But yeah, I'm not sure about the Empire of Ice in this game. However, I haven't played Empire of Ice in this game enough to know whether that's an undead section or a tech section. We'll find out when we get there. But if it's an undead section, it basically means that the last we'll ever play of tech for an official tech elemental section is going to be the Oracle, and that's depending on which pathways we get. So let's be very wary of these blades. A massive hitbox and blades don't go well together, but luckily for us it's not going to last long, because we're back to undead with Series 2 Cinder right now. So case in point, there's going to be a lot of tech in this episode. This episode is going to be the last we see tech to this extent in the Giants portion of the CarryOn Locke here on the channel. Now here we go, my heart is really racing for this. This is a very tough section, so I need to push a Be Good Minigame button. I really want Series 2 Cinder to be alive for the arena in Molten Mountain, because then it means that she can die in Molten Mountain, the Series 2 version to be defeated. Because you have to go into that arena as an undead Skylander, given that undead is the element that proceeds that section. But then, during the arena itself, after undead is defeated, I can switch out for whatever Skylander I like, given that there is no element of the area for that arena. So if Series 2 Cinder is defeated in that arena, I can switch out for wherever I like. And Series 2 Cinder isn't the worst loss in the world, because, say, so long as the original Cinder makes it to Sword Force, we can upgrade to her Phantom version. Obviously a task easily said and done, but I definitely think it is a task that is possible. It's challenging, but it's possible. Okay, we've got to take this guy down somewhere. Come on, dude, just do me a favor, peel over and die! Die already! Give me the sweet, glorious release of death! Okay, here we go, let's take him out some more. I mean, at the end of the day, we're getting there slowly but surely. Every chunk of damage is a little chunk closer to his defeat! Okay, here we go, take him out some more. That's what I'm Legend and my ghostly ally for. We are so close to that level 15! Come on, baby, give it to me! You know you want to. So here we are, let's grab that gem right there. Don't mind if we do, definitely do not mind if we doodles. Okay, cool, that's a whole lot of ghosts these guys take to the face. I almost feel sorry for them. Almost, at least. Okay, so first, it was Warnader and Drill Sergeant surprising me, and now, Cinder is doing it too! What's going to be next? Is Wreckable going to surprise me? Is Wreckable just like going to one-shot Chaos or something? Perform an impossible feat? Which I know is not possible because I had enough of a hard time doing it for the Sabotage Season 2 debut. I couldn't get for a full level as Wrecking Ball without magic items in this game. Which the funniest thing is that I called it playing through the hardest level as the worst Skylander, even though Chapter 16 in this level, in this game, isn't even the hardest level. I would argue that Chapter 15 is way tougher than Chapter 16. Especially of those Juggernauts they have to fight in a really tight space in Chapter 15, mind you. Okay, I believe after this guy we still have 2 more Goliath Joes and a Chompy Block to go.
So hey, it's a lot of combat, but we did level up, so all that damage we took earlier completely nullified. Though unfortunately with only 665 health to boot, a lot of attacks will still one-shot me. Like the Jawbreaker we fought earlier could have one-shot me if I played that much worse. Luckily for me I didn't. We live in the universe where Skylander is still yet to have been defeated. I mean, look at her. She still has all 4 feet attached to her body, which is why she hasn't been defeated yet, obviously. Everyone knows to be defeated, you have to lose your feet in the process. Why else would they call it having been defeated, mind you? Defeated having 2 very, very different meanings right there. 2 different connotations for, depending on the context in which you use it. A connotation obviously being a very illiterate term for meaning. There you go, that's how you can impress your English tutors at school. You know, bring out the fancy vocabulary, tell them that's meaning as a connotation. There you go, bam, that'll impress you. When did you learn it? From an Ignite with Fire video of all things. Who knew that these videos could be so educational? Okay, here we go. Let's continue to push the big game button. This is going well so far. Why did I say that? That was a really stupid thing to say. At this point, I deserve to be jinxed. Saying something stupid like that. What was I thinking? Honestly. Here I was playing smart until I said something as dumb as that. What can I say? I've got to balance myself out. I can't be too smart. You know, if the universe requires balance... Thanos did say after all that, when the universe requires correction, he is the only one willing to step up and, you know, correct it in his own image, you know, do what he truly believes is right, and he will fight to the ends of the known universe and back for it. In fact, I'm willing to bet that Thanos would fight through the multiverse for it. He is the only one who's willing to go to such lengths to fulfill upon his quest, which he believes wholeheartedly is the correct course of action. It's what makes him such a compelling villain, because he absolutely is not doing the right thing, but he's doing what we would deem as the wrong thing for the right reasons. He still needs to be stopped. I mean, they call him a Mad Titan for a reason. And in we go, where we will need to worry about undead no more. Let's hope that Drill Sergeant still has his badass nature within him, because that is precisely what we need moving forward. Okay, those things are slamming shut right now. Let's not take any damage before we get to the hard combat section. Let's go into the hard combat section with as much health as possible. That is a good plan. I do very much like the sound of that plan. And luckily for me, I was able to fulfill upon that plan. Like Thanos, I will execute my plan if it kills me. Which with Thanos, it pretty much did. I mean, he took an axe to the chest. That must have been particularly painful. And it almost killed him, utilising all of the stones all at once. Okay, these guys have got to go. They have got to go. Look at this, what I have my charge attack for. They get close to me. With my charge, they won't be close for long. Okay, I really wish I could attack those guys up there. I can! Let's go! Less projectile attacks for me to have to deal with. Yes, get them out of here! Those fools that are coming to look at me funny. Though unfortunately that guy does seem to be a little bit out of our range. If we were playing as Bouncer right now, we would be able to take him out. But we're not. And I'd rather not play as Bouncer, because this is very tight quarters combat, going against enemies like Jawbreakers that deal about 800 damage a hit. It is brutal, and there is 2 of them. I don't think that food's going to be useful if I get hit by a Jawbreaker, because the Jawbreaker's pretty much going to one-shot me. So the plan is to not get hit by it in the first place. I like that plan. That is a good, solid plan. And now that I have the plan, all I need to do is execute upon it. Easier said than done, apparently. Yes, I'm attacking from back here. Take that, loser. Anyway, I should really not focus on projectile dudes and instead focus on murdering these fellas right now. Focus on the murder that's in front of me rather than the murder that could be. You know, focus on the murder that what is rather than the murder that could be. Oh, well, thank you for pushing me directly into the watermelon. That is much appreciated there, Goliath Joe. Obviously, he felt bad for hitting me earlier. Okay, sweet, he's out of here. Now all we've got to do is make sure we don't take too much damage to those Joe archers, and we'll be fine. Especially when we blow them up in the process. Let's freaking go, baby. Okay, that only has one hit remaining. And that somehow extended. That was one janky-ass hitbox which extended to the cannon. But you know what? I'm not complaining, mind you. I'm quite okay with that, actually. It's okay when that kind of hitbox is what's attacking enemies. What's not okay, however, is when that hitbox is being used against me. And what's also not okay is that very hilarious drill sergeant animation glitch right there. Wow, it took us 22 minutes to beat this level. What do you expect when we have to go through the turret section 3 times in a row? Whew. I hope you guys are comfortable because we're going to be in for a long one this time. We still have another level to go yet. Drillex's Big Rig, one that I am very much looking forward to because it's one of the best damn levels of the game. But at the end of the day, like, we have something to look forward to at the end of it. We have a freaking massive ass drilling robot that sings. I've just described absolute awesomeness. In fact, you don't get any more awesome than that. That is how awesome it is. It is the peak and the pinnacle of raw awesomeness right there, that singing drill at the end of the level. So without further ado, we get to remain as tech a little bit longer, going through the start of Drillex's Big Rig over here. Okay, let's take out some champions. They really didn't stand a chance now, did they? Take this fool down and out some more. Yeah, bye-bye, champions! I wish that was last known you, but it wasn't, actually. Not that I got to know him, you know, we didn't exactly sit down with a cup of tea, get to know one another. That is quite possibly one of the most British things I've said. Given that I am British, that kind of happens a lot. Say British things, that is. I don't necessarily do British things. I don't sit down with my tea and a digestive Dunkin' biscuit to watch Doctor Who on the weekends. You know, I'm not quite that British. As much of a stereotype as that is. I do love my own culture, but not to that extent. And there we go. I kind of love how British culture kind of doesn't take itself that seriously. You know, we take the piss out of ourselves all the time. We take the piss out of the Americans even more than even more than that. But the Americans don't know how to take it half of the time. They do not like it very much when I insult them. And yet here I am insulting Americans on a YouTube channel where 90% of my viewer base is US. I should really think before I speak. So that being said, fire has popped up, so it's Hot Dog's turn to shine. These guys are about to be defeated by Hot Diggity Dog. So hot, in fact, I said it twice to put emphasis on just how hot he truly is. Which is very, very hot. It's very much hot. This is what a hot dog looks like. A hot diggity dog. Get that? Okay, watch out for that big explosion. Luckily, that even shield can't take much damage. And these Arcane Bombers, they really didn't stand a chance there, did they? Get them out of here! No! Not their shoes! Anything but their shoes. I kind of need those. This terrain doesn't look particularly good for the feet right now. Oh yeah, remember to pay close attention to the floor, because apparently Drillex squirrels away some of the gold he finds and hides it on his rig. The biggest rig in Skylanders, no doubt. I did not mean to use that attack. That was an accidental attack button push. I meant to use his firewall because, you know, his firewall in a different game is mapped to that button, the special attack button. But luckily we are just fine. We did take some damage in process because unfortunately when we do our triple charge, Hot Dog moves forward a little bit. I forgot to take into account that, and we moved straight forward right into the Blaze Brewers brewing blazes. It wasn't a particularly wise move on my behalf. We're going to stick with Hot Dog for now, actually, because there is no combat in this tech section, so we might as well wait for the air section next, where we can switch back to Swarm, I suppose. We did play as Tornado previously. So yeah, we might as well give Swarm the spotlight instead. But say after that, we switch from air back to fire again. So let's get Swarm onto the portal. And for the second fire section, we're going to be doing exactly the same as what we have been doing. for levels where obviously the same elemental sections are split. We're going back and forth between the different representatives. So here we're going to go for Igniter for this second fire section. Feet of Strength! Obviously the yelling is a necessity, that's part of the gameplay, it's a necessary part of the gameplay. Golem's Fortune. That is a very clever Lord of the Rings reference right there. And at the end of the day, they're two fantasy franchises, so why the hell not celebrate one fantasy franchise and another, right? Not that Golem had a particularly strong last few years. Golem's release on the PlayStation 5 last year definitely wasn't one of the best games we received, wasn't it? Because 2023 was such a juxtaposing year for games. On one hand, we got so many great games, and on the other, we got Golem, that frickin' Avatar game, that wasn't any good, at least according to anyone who played it, that is. Die! Yeah, that's probably how they felt playing the game. That's how they felt they wanted to be. They wanted die, okay? They want die playing that game. The game is so bad they'd rather die. So that being said, Igniter is just too much of a beast. He kind of threw me off my commentary. But we didn't only get those games. We got Kong Skull Island on top of it. It's funny how juxtaposed the year was for games back in 2023, which was only last year. So it's not exactly like that's ancient history. Okay, let's go forward with our abilities charged up. Oh, these guys don't stand a chance. They are no chance standers there. Okay, let's get back before he does his stomping abilities. Okay, cool. We took out two of them before this guy did his stomp. Woohoo! I was so worried. I was so concerned. I was within that hitbox then. And just like that, he was out of it because Igniter deals way too much damage in quick succession. The enemies can't dare stand against it. Oh man, and people wonder why he's my well, actually no, nobody wonders why he's my favourite character. I think the gameplay of this character speaks for itself. You know, why should I dare explain why this guy is my favourite Skylander when instead the gameplay explains without words why he is my favourite Skylander. But speaking of favourite Skylanders, whilst Voodoo is one of my favourites, he certainly is good. He is a top tier character at that, so time for me to play what is no doubt a bunch of y'all's favourite character, because Voodoo tends to be well liked amongst the community. So yes, he's definitely going to be someone who is watching this episode right now. Voodoo is their favourite Skylander from these first two games, I guarantee it. After all, these first two games only have 48 Skylanders, and this video will get around 200 views, so that means that, you know, on average, you know, if Skylanders were made equally, then it would mean that each Skylander would be chosen as someone's favourite 4 times, so there'll be 4 viewers who Bounce was their favourite, 4 who Voodoo is their favourite. Obviously, not all Skylanders are made equally, and certain Skylanders tend to be more liked than others. So Drobot, for example, will have a lot more greater share of viewers watching this video right now who call him their favourite Skylander over a character like we was using Bounce as an example earlier. Perfect, because he's now been placed on the portal. He will be not quite as well liked. That being said, he is still a fan favourite, and some people could call him their favourite giant, no doubt. Anyway, we did purchase some keys from Oracle Camera, so we're going to take advantage of those without further ado. What we are going to take advantage of is the magic elemental area, because literally we're going to swap back to tech in a jiffy and spin. We might as well just stick with Bouncer and waste a little less time constantly swapping back and forth. A bit like what we did earlier with the conveyor belts, not switching out for tech and saving time in the process for it. Okay, this guy has got to go. We skipped unnecessary deep stew, which apparently was introducing us to this fella right here. Oh, he's a big guy. He's a big guy, alright. But yeah, there's definitely going to be more people watching this video right now who call Drobot their favourite over characters like Wrecking Ball, who hopefully has very few people who would dare call him their favourite. He definitely has fewer fans than Voodoo, which is odd because Voodoo is the one who wound up not getting a repos in this game. Wrecking Ball was prioritised over Voodoo as repos in this game. That should be a criminal offence. I think the developers should be arrested for that, honestly. Okay, here we go. Let's take him out some more. And now that he is, you know, vulnerable to our attacks, rocket time! Wow, that was perfect range right there. Bouncer in for the perfect space and victory. We love to see it. We love to see it. Anyway, let's a bounce. Bouncing as bouncer is only appropriate now, right? A boingy boingy. Oh, there's some food. Not that we need it. So apparently there is no elemental switch out right here. I'm very much accustomed to going into Drill X as a magic Skylander, thinking that magic is the last elemental swap beforehand. And that's because it is. If we activate this area right here, not only can we acquire ourselves a story scroll, how fascinating indeed, but now that we've activated the magic elemental zone, that means we need to swap out for a Skylander corresponding to the element, can't switch out again until the element area changes once more, and a magic representative is Wrecking Ball. Because I would rather risk losing Series 2 Wrecking Ball to Drill X than I would Bouncer. Anyway, I really was hoping that this guy would have more treasure to his name. Because there is a charm in this level, a very useful charm, but it's a very expensive one at that. A charm which helps us deal increased damage against large enemies. So anything that is like a Shield Juggernaut, that Crystal Golem enemy we fought earlier, the charm helps us deal increased damage against Deb as well, but with Wrecking Ball not having enough money to afford the charm, I'm going to have to, off-camera, switch to Tornado and buy the charm instead. Or Dark Spire, actually, since he's not part of the lock. His treasure count can change without anyone knowing the different, and obviously it'll all be edited out, so if it's all edited out in the end, then it's like it never happened. Bit like how I had to edit out the original Chompy Mage boss fight because the footage decided to go on ahead and get itself corrupted, and now because of that, Series 2 Cinder is alive and well because this is the final cut of the series that we are going with. So let's continue rolling. They see me rolling. They hate it. And now they see me teleporting, to which they also hate. So let's pop on down here, and this very much was Oryx's shop I was referring to earlier. Okay, so as you can see, I've now made a cut to where off camera I went through Oryx's shop and picked up some goodies, including the Unquivering Arrow Charm, or whatever the fuck it was called. It was something along those lines, and that was very much the charm I was referred to earlier. Not as expensive as I thought it was. It's 25,000 as opposed to 35,000, but say we bought it as Dark Spyro. And then we also purchased the regeneration charm, so that then if we take any damage during Drill X's boss fight, we can instantly heal from it. Oh, okay, it's time for concentration time. It's time for concentration time. I repeat, concentration is much of a necessity right now. If it wasn't a necessity, then I'd wind up, well, dying. With lack of concentration, I would get hit locked, and if I get hit locked, then I wind up taking so much damage that I get defeated in battle. Not what we want to do, not what we want to do at all. But luckily, regeneration charm, as well as Wrecking Ball's healing ability, are both coming in clutch to ensure that I'm healing up from any damage I previously took. Let's say, you very much get very easily distracted by Drill X's song, because his song, it is, in a word, epic! It is so epic, in fact, that we brought out the best version of Ignite. Dance Party Ignite, that is my superior variant. Like Royal Double Trouble, I possess a variant much superior to the original, that being my Dance Party version. And you guys got to see it unleashed. Now that it has been unleashed, Drill X does not stand a chance. He is a no-chance stander, he is. Okay, let's take out his arm a little bit more, slowly but surely we are getting there. If I somehow so-shot this with Wrecking Ball, I will never be able to forgive myself. I mean, playing well with a garbage Skylander, there is no greater sin. I might just fucking kill myself on purpose to avoid having to play as this monstrosity you see on screen. Like right now, this is pain and torture me, yet somehow it's working out for me. I think the game is doing everything in its power to keep Wrecking Ball alive, just so that then I'm tortured for much longer. That and also the game has already surprised me of what I would call low tier Skylanders, like Drill Sergeant, Tornado, and Sinner have already surprised me so far this playthrough, so I suppose the game is literally drawing itself full circle and is making me think twice about my hatred for Wrecking Ball as well. I'll remake my every Skylander rank video and it will be Ghost Roasters at the bottom now. Because so far it seems as though, based upon this series alone, Ghost Roaster was the worst Skylander, which is far from true, so if that's why this series isn't a very accurate representation of these characters. It's more so an accurate representation of my kind of gameplay, the inconsistencies I face. The fact that one day I will play absurdly well and somehow solo shot this boss fight as Wrecking Ball, and then the next day I'll be unable to get through Creepy Citadel as bloody Ghost Roaster, something that should come as a freebie. Ow, that was some damage right there. I don't much appreciate that. Chompy, get over here. Let me eat you up so I can heal. Can't quite get the angle on him apparently. There we go. Now that's some damage. But this guy, his health bar is high, and so it's not ideal when I'm playing as a Skylander who does not deal damage particularly quickly. I should have been using that Wrecking Ball attack the whole time because Wrecking Ball's most effective attack, ironically enough, is his Wrecking Ball. Who could have possibly seen that coming now, right? Anyway, let's duck and cover. Because apparently I haven't done enough of that already. Thank you, Disco Ball. That saved me from taking that damage right there. Pretty convenient, actually. And at long last, we finally made it to this last phase. This guy's dictionary definition of taking it slow. Like, it seems as though he might even get the job done. But even if he gets the job done, he hasn't got it done quickly all the same. But yeah, now just for the sake of the meme and the bit, and the fact that I've glitched the game, for all those reasons, right now, I have to sort of shut this as Wrecking Ball. It would be hilarious if I managed to pull that off. So just for the sake of the bit, I have to pull this off now. I am too stubborn just to kill off Wrecking Ball for a bit. Wrecking Ball? Why are you this glitched? What happened? Video game is broke, guys, okay? The video game hates Wrecking Ball so much, even as much as I do, that it has decided to break him in expression of its hatred towards him. You know what? I don't care whether the game likes him or not. We are performing this solo shot just for the shits and giggles, because it would be funny if my least favourite Skylander of all things can solo shot Drill X on Nightmare Mode. That would be high fucking hilarious. Okay, here we go again. Yeah, this is weird, like, he keeps going from being glitched to bobbing back and forth again. Apparently whenever I move he is glitched, but then whenever I stand still he goes back to his bobbing back and forth animation. Yeah, what's convenient about these hitboxes is that I can hit multiple parts of the drill at once, so I can deal that extra burp damage to more parts and stack damage more easily. That is for one good thing with Wrecking Ball on screen right now. Nothing else about him is good whatsoever. Like, I am not enjoying this. As well as this is going, I am not enjoying this in the slightest. If I were to torture a man, I would make him play through this over and over again. This is what torture looks like. This is a modern century torture, I should say. Worse than that of water torture. Even though that is pretty much described as the worst form of torture available on the planet. Like, some very sick and twisted human came up with that. Anyway, let's move on from the dark humour, though dark humour does go a long way, and at the end of the day it is just a style of humour that some people are more attuned to. You know, at the end of the day, humour, much like everything else in life, is subjective. What one person finds funny, another person won't. So yes, dark humour, whilst it isn't for everyone, some people tend to enjoy it. Like, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, for example, is a very dark comedy, but I love that show because it is fucking hilarious. The humour of the dark style is on point. Like, at the end of the day, the characters in that show, they are all absolute pieces of shit. So when bad things happen to them, it's justified and it is funny. It is funny watching bad things happen to bad people. That's just how it works, okay? We like, as a society, to see bad people punished for the bad things they do. This is what we have laws for to uphold in a civilized society. Yes, bouncy. Congratulations, not some there, Wrecking Ball. Now, why won't this guy just die already? I don't think I'm asking for much. Oh, who am I kidding? Of course I'm asking too much. Boom! Take damage to the face. And I'm not even going to take any damage to the face whatsoever. Any damage I am going to take, I'm apparently going to shield, because the game just really wants Wrecking Ball to live. Just to rub him in my face a little bit longer. Okay, this is really taking its time right here, because apparently the episode wasn't long enough already. At this rate, this episode is going to be shorter than the Archean trilogy. Yeah, let's go on ahead and grab that jewel right now. Okay, let's take this out some more. Yeah, take my burp to the face! Not that I'm highly satisfied by burping in your face. In fact, I find it rather gross if you were to ask me. Why couldn't a charm that deals increased damage against enemies also include Drill X? I mean, he looks pretty fucking large to me. Where's my extra damage against this video game? Where's my extra damage? I demand a refund on that charm, actually, if it's not going to deal extra damage to the large enemies, such as Drill X right here. I mean, seriously, look at the fella. He's pretty big. That is what I would call pretty fucking huge, actually. Okay, cool, we ate him. That's nice. We're going to avoid the fire somehow. I didn't even need the bounce pad in the end there. Okay, so the question is, whilst we was playing through this level, were you paying attention? Did you find any sparkly bits on the floor from where Drill X has squirreled away all the treasure he's found? Were there any sparkly bits? Anything shiny? I'm sure Tomato, or whatever his name is from the one, I'm sure he loves some shiny bits. After all, he has a whole song dedicated to his love for shiny things. Anyway, Wrecking Ball has taken a whole heap of damage right now, so it would appear as though I need to reinitiate concentration mode. I kind of forgot to concentrate for a moment there, and I paid the price for it. Not that, you know, Wrecking Ball is that big a loss. Food! Well, that's convenient. Anyway, what we need to do right now is, I was about to say avoid the fire, but unfortunately I miserably failed doing that. Yes, I get it, game. I am low on health. You don't need to rub it in. In fact, one hit from those lasers and I am as good as done for. Speaking of which, we were this close! But the game said no. So you know what? We're gonna get revenge. This guy! Oh! He is so screwed now! And we're back to Series 1 Wrecking Ball. We've reverted to the original now that the repos has been defeated in battle. I can't believe it though, we were this close to one shot in this this boss fight with my least favourite character, no less. Man, Igniter is just stacking up damage so quickly compared to Wrecking Ball. This is such a nice change of pace compared to the hell that I was just put through. Okay, watch out for the fire, even though once again it makes no sense whatsoever for a fire spirit to take damage to fire. But yes, that was some very comedic timing, shall we say, at Wrecking Ball's defeat. I should have just killed him sooner, switch out for Igniter sooner, and then this boss fight would have been dealt with 9 minutes sooner. But hey, at least he went out with a bang. Quite literally, you know, that made a pretty loud thud, a pretty fucking huge beat, like what we described now earlier. When that thuds into the ground, it's going to make a noise, even if no one's around to hear it. Just like the tree debate, if a tree falls in the forest but no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? Yes, it still makes a sound. Sounds are perceived by the ears, yes, but that's because they are made. So if a sound by definition is made, and even without it being heard, it was made in the first place. That's my logic. I'm not doing a great job explaining the logic, but the logic is there all the same. Welcome back to the Skylanders CarryOn Locke, where we get to start off this episode as Igniter, which is great because the very first elemental area within Malkin Mountain is going to be that of the fire element. So since Igniter is already corresponding to the fire element, we won't need to switch out again. Yes, very convenient, that is indeed. Now, in the previous episode, we did have one loss, but it was no big deal, because all that happened is that Series 2 Wrecking Ball has now reverted back to his original form, since Series 2 Wrecking Ball was defeated by Drill X, most unfortunately. Actually, no, I take it back, that wasn't unfortunate in the slightest, but say, that was no problem, because Igniter was able to finish off what Wrecking Ball started. He was able to conclude Drill X's life without even breaking a sweat. His damage compared to Wrecking Ball's was insane. Anyway, this level does have a very convenient treasure which we can purchase later on. Well, I won't necessarily call it a treasure because it's a Locotron bulb. So we can purchase that Locotron bulb and finally take advantage of that Locotron wheel of power we acquired all the way back in Chapter 8, Troll Home Security. Okay, here is the real one. And there's real one again. Boom! He is out here because Ignite is just too powerful for him to deal with. Blue fire for the win, yeah. Weren't quite able to fully charge it up, but you know what? That's okay. That's okay, isn't it? Oh, watch out for the spin. Yeah, let's not die to fucking Cyclopses. The last thing I need is my favourite Skylander being defeated to bloody Cyclopses of all things. Anyway, there's some more treasure for yours truly. We love to see it. And defeated Cyclopses. We love to see those too. Let's bounce on up with the mighty some glorious pizza right there. And also take out some more chompies whilst we are at it. Okay. Time for the slam of the century. Boom, baby! Oh no, that was some damage right there. Since we have increased damage against trolls, those guys really did not stand much of a chance. They were no chance standers, they. Boom! And neither does the Blaze Brother stand any chance either. In the end, we didn't even need the blue fire. The blue fire was kind of just like, was rubbing it in at this point. Oh, Igniter is just far too much of a beast. I mean, 2-shotting grenaders? Usually they're a problem. Not today. And neither are any of the other enemies approaching, because Series 2 Bash is going to absolutely obliterate everything in his path. Mark my words. Mark them! Okay, let's grab that treasure right there. That mind we do. And then let's bounce up here because we can. So I want to, naturally speaking. I just knock him off the face of Skylanders, why don't we? Okay, cool, get them out of here. Boom! And deal damage to everything at once. It is absurd how good this WoW power is. Ow. It's not so great, however, when I'm taking damage. Okay, now we just got to watch out for his friends. Boom! And we shake it for room. Grab that pizza whilst we're at it. And Bash's gold count is so far up there that buying that Locotron bulb is going to be no problem for him, and not even a problemo. Yeah, I almost feel sorry for those guys right now. Bash just came in, took one look at him, he was like, nope. Clicked his fingers. Well, I don't think he has thumbs, so he wasn't exactly cooking anything. But point is, they were dead in seconds. They didn't stand a chance. Now, before we switch out for the magic element, first things first, let's acquire ourselves that bulb I was referring to earlier. Let's enter the store. Yes, definitely don't mind if we do. These are some very powerful sky stones. We're going to pick them up whilst we're here as well. And then we're gonna, well, we're also going to pick up a sky stone sheet. That's going to come in handy later. As well as a damage power up. So yeah, let's pop back out of here. And since in the previous episode we were forced to revert back to the Series 1 original Wrecking Ball because Series 2 Wrecking Ball was defeated in combat, that's precisely what we're going to be honouring in this episode, the Series 1 iteration of Wrecking Ball. Because I really don't want to risk Voodoo and melee attacks going up against the enemies we're about to face. Those are two things that don't really mesh particularly well together. Oh my word! The damage against this large enemy is insane because we have a double up charm, and this is one of the large enemies that we deal increased damage to thanks to charm we purchased in Drelix's Big Rig. So yeah, in other words, that damage stacks. Even Wrecking Ball is good now with that kind of absurd power level to his name. It only took us a power up and a charm combined with one another to make Wrecking Ball good, but we got there eventually. Boom! Finish him off with a burp that's going to deal 150 damage! Yep, cool, take them out too whilst we're at it. Oh, there's more coming for it. Oh, that was a big mistake. Boom! Even though, despite the fact that that burp animation spins all around Wrecking Ball, it doesn't actually deal damage all the way around him. It's rather annoying, actually. I am annoyed. And that grenade is going to deal damage to me because it kind of just got wedged in there and there was no way Wrecking Ball was maneuverable enough to get out of the way. Means that now I've made things a lot harder on myself because I have to go into the upcoming combat section with much less health than I would have liked. That's rough. That's real rough, man. Anyway, it was not going to be so rough as this Skylanders battle because yes, we're going to play Skylanders and yes, it's going to be easy with a kind of loaded deck that we have. But you know what? Let's just save ourselves some time and utilise the Skystone sheet we just purchased. That is one awesome stone right there. I am so glad that I went out of my way to earn it by cheating. So what we need to do now is obviously open this up and then we can start blowing shit up, my favourite pastime. But I want to blow this up whilst leaving as many chompies as possible because the more chompies we leave, the more I can eat for the sake of healing myself up a little bit. Okay, here we go. The more healing the better. Luckily for me, when the Cyclopses have taken enough damage, they can also be eaten. They are classed as small enemies, so you can heal up from them. It's a shame that eating stuff like treasure also doesn't count as things to heal me up. Yes, it would make this character that much better. It would only make him marginally better. But you know what? At this rate, I would take marginally better. Ow. Great. Just great. The idea was to not take damage there, Wrecking Ball, you stupid idiot. Oh, phew, I was able to power through that. I didn't know you could power through enemy attacks with this Wrecking Ball. That is convenient, to say the least. A very, very convenient ability for Wrecking Ball to possess. Oh, man, I 48 Cyclopses, but I was wrong. Not too much people surprised. I mean, me being wrong is a very common occurrence, after all. Okay, sweet, he did eat that guy, though, so I don't know what changed. Oh yeah, now that was some good damage right there. Okay, these guys really need to take more damage. That'd be great. Let's try not to lose Wrecking Ball because at the end of the day, like, as useless as he is, more lives are still the best scenario to come out of this. You know, Wrecking Ball lives matter.
Why are we still here? Just to suffer?
No, never mind, they don't, because the game just came through and brutally took Wrecking Ball away from us. The monsters, I can't believe they've done this. First, it's Series 2 Wrecking Ball, and then Series 1 Wrecking Ball can't even do nearly as well as Wrecking Ball was doing against Drillx. At the end of the day, like, Wrecking Ball was doing well. He surprised me. But then, in this episode, turns out he went back to being garbage again. Get that crap off my portal. You know what? Earth Element comes up next. I know I still have a magic representative left alive, and currently the element of the area is magic, so technically I should swap out for Voodoo right now. I'm just not going to do that, because what we can do instead is put Bash back onto the portal and prepare for the upcoming Earth section. You know, save time and switch out much less. Plus, you know, that much damage is very nice. At least it's very nice when I'm within the correct hitbox, mind you. Oh, this is nice. This is lovely. I like this. I like this a lot. Bye, fellas. And thanks for the food, by the way. Much appreciated, bro. So, let's grab some more food. Not that we need it at this point. It's just excessive on Bash's behalf. But that, my friends, was the Earth Element I was referring to. So yes, we would have had to swap out for Bash, only for 30 seconds later having to swap out for Series 2 Cinders. So the question is, are we going to have two losses? in this one level, because we've lost Series 1 Wrecking Ball already, and now we're most likely about to lose Series 2 Cinder as well, have to revert back to original, and then we've got to keep the original alive, so that we can upgrade to a Phantom version and Swap Force. Okay, staying alive is easier said than done when I have both Grenaders and Spikes to have to deal with, but by some miracle, something was looking down upon us then, because Cinder taking no damage to that is incredibly awesome. I think I deserve a pat on the back for that, which I'm absolutely going to give to myself. Yay me, that was great. So, let's grab all of the treasure, don't mind if we do, definitely do not mind if we do. Watch out for the spikes. I don't want to get spikiffed, not for being inconvenient much. And now let's hit the teleporter. Okay, here we go. I'm pretty sure I can make it to that second set. Yep, made it past the second set. And now all we've got to do is complete this section before heading into the arena. And then we've got to defeat the Oracle unscathed to the best of my ability, that is. Okay, let's flippity bobbity that switcheroo. Yeah, that's what we love to see, that is what we love to see, my friends. But yes, it's not like Wrecking Ball is that big of a loss. As I said earlier, Wrecking Ball lives matter. We can even make a hashtag out of that. Let's get it trending on Twitter. I would have preferred having that live, because at the end of the day, like, more lives to spare is always for the better. I have no idea why I bothered actually pushing that guy all the way up here, because we don't need this block. We only need those two, which I've pushed already, because we can use them to traverse diagonally. But yeah, so if we had Wrecking Ball still alive, then we could have used him in later magic sections rather than risking the lives of characters like Voodoo, which is why I was avoiding using him earlier, and we used Bash to take down those final few enemies, despite magic being an element of the area, but say because Earth was coming up next and there was so little combat left remaining, I thought, you know, we'll save time and just anticipate the Earth switch out a little bit sooner, go back to Bash. But yeah, so we did do that with Bash, put those guys down, and not having Wrecking Ball now means that Voodoo will have to play through the remaining magic sections of this game, and that's going to be that much tougher, especially when he's a melee character going to have to deal with Trog Wanderers in Chapter 15, which is a task easy said than done. So now that's risked Voodoo's life later on in the series, and that isn't great given that we need to keep him alive for his elite form and supercharges. So Wrecking Ball's death, despite it not being that much of a big deal, despite him being my least favourite Skylander, and a Skylander that I'm frankly not very good at playing as, despite all of that, his death could have some really bad repercussions later in the series, some really bad consequences later down the line, so we'll have to see what kind of knock-on effect that death will have.
Sometimes foreshadowing is relatively obvious.
You know, only the future knows what the future holds, so for the moment being, we're just going to have to wait until those future moments finally arise, won't we? You know, as I record it live for all of you, I don't know what the future holds. Obviously, I will have recorded all of this, and then presently we'll know what it is that future holds. And I will know all of those futures, like, before these episodes go live. So these episodes will go live, you will see them, not knowing what it is I know about the future of these episodes. Yeah, that's the whole point of me recording these in advance, having these in advance and knowing what happens later on, but you guys only having just seen them live now will not know, unless I of course spoil it for you, which I will not do. Hashtag don't spoil the CarryOn Locke. I know there was a hashtag for every game, hashtag don't spoil the end game. Well, my hashtag, it is far superior. Any game wishes it had a hashtag as awesome as my hashtag. Ow! That was pain, and very much of it, so... Okay, let's hit down these grenadiers, they'll be a huge pain in my bottom. You know, as opposed to ass. Get out of there, Cinder, get out of there! And don't go directly into the blade. By some miracle we missed it, so we take those. Okay, cool. Let's watch out for that fella right there. Cool, he's dead. He took his time, but he got there eventually, and that's what matters, that's what counts. as the be-all and end-all. Okay, let's try to avoid that guy. Who gave them permission to give him another guy, man? Like, we've already had one big guy. Did they really need another big guy? They don't need this many big guys. This is excess. This is like Unitas damage all over again. Complete and utter excess. Way over the point in which it needs to be, for lack of a better way of putting it. Okay, let's get that food. Sweet! Okay, take this guy down some more. And take him down some more. Wait for it. Die, fella! Just hit over and die. Thank you, as you shall receive. After all, you can't receive without having asked beforehand. How are they supposed to know? How is the universe supposed to know that that is what you wish for, that is what you want? Should you not ask for it in the first place? You can ask. There's no harm in asking. There's never expect to receive. It's the expectation which is rude, not the asking. Okay, here we go. Oh wow, those blades deal a lot of damage. I mean, so one chompy, 200 damage is a little bit excessive. Anyway, my health has now seen better days, but that's because I was really stuck between a rock and a hard place over there. It was either the blade or the Cyclopses. Either way, I was taking damage there, whether I liked it or not, and I didn't like it. But here I am, having took it. And luckily, we took it like a champ, you know. We're just going to walk it off and continue fighting down to our last breath. And if we keep Cinder alive, that would be fantastic. Series 2 iteration, that is. Because then we can use her on the final Chaos boss fight. Effectively sacrifice from the final Chaos boss fight, because on the final Chaos boss fight, it doesn't even matter if Series 2 Cinder gets defeated, because after that we can switch up for whatever style we want, that being not Series 1 Cinder, so that way Series 1 Cinder makes it to swap for, so we can upgrade to a Phantom version. So having her for a boss fight is literally like the perfect scenario, but she's got to survive this first!
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Fuck! Which is the easiest said and done when you're going to Shadow Dash directly into the blade that you can't fucking see because it's off screen. Thank you for nothing, you useless game. This is what I get for conjuring plans. I should just not conjure from now on. A lack of conjuring will result in less of this that you see on screen right now. Less defeats come from less of conjuring. Less is more. How have I not learned this lesson yet? Less is more. We're going to make that title of the episode so that then finally that lesson can maybe sink into my thick nog a little bit more. When in doubt, we go with Igniter because the Series 2 iteration is far too dumb and stupid and broken. Okay, let's charge this up. Probably, you know, kill him in one blow. Okay, not quite one blow. 2 blows. 3 blows. Third time is a charm and all that. Let's just not take damage for 5 beforehand, that's pretty wise. Boom! Third time is in fact a charm. Okay, just let that blue fire damage linger for a while. Oh, he did not stand a chance. Oh wow, that was a bit of an overkill for a Chompy, don't you think? That Chompy, not even, he wasn't even Chompy, it was a Cyclops right there. That Cyclops just went ahead, committed Sudoku, jumped straight into the Sword Blade, didn't want to have to deal with Igniter, and I couldn't blame him, to be fair. Anyway, now that Pipsqueakers haven't been dealt with, let's take care of this Nike fella. This is a very effective way of fighting the knight. I'm literally running circles around this guy right now. Oh, this is great. I loved it. Oh dear, okay. Okay, I love a little bit less now. I love a little bit less. Okay, let's take out the Grenadiers. How are they not dead yet? Okay, cool, that was a shit ton of damage all at once, that's great to see. Anyway, Grenadier, we got to circle all the way back round again to take him out. Luckily, the Cyclopses aren't too big a deal. I keep wanting to call the Cyclopses Chompies, Their names both begin with C, okay? My brain can't comprehend all of these C words. Blaze Brothers? Oh, they're no big deal. Besides, he's dead. That is convenient. We cut it a little bit close right there, but at the end, cutting it close is what makes it exciting, and we can't possibly have a CarryOn Locke without a little bit of excitement thrown in there, now could we? We did succeed upon the enemy goal, but we miserably failed with our lives lost objective. In fact, I don't think we could have failed it any more miserably had we tried to. So we have one final level of the episode, that being the Oracle, to which we need to actually speak with this fella over here in order to gain access to. As always, we're going to be skipping over all of the unnecessary deeps too. Even if the Oracle says Igniter's name, we aren't going to bother watching the opening cutscene. But saying 2 losses in 1 level, that's not particularly ideal. But so far in this run through of Giants, I've only lost 4 lives, which is definitely one of my better runs, so to say. And now, without further ado, since we have referred back to the original Series 1 Cinder, we might as well go for Chompies instead, where Stump Smash can take centre stage. His Series 1 iteration, that being because we do, in fact, need to revert to his original after his Series 2 form was defeated all the way back in, which level was it? Willikin Village? Chapter 7. Yeah, that was pretty brutal, losing Stump Smash to one of those crushing units right there. Luckily, we have increased damage because the Chompy bot counts as a large enemy, so that charm is really coming in clutch right about now. And as is our absurd damage output. You thought Igniter was powerful, clearly we ain't seen nothing yet. And as does his Series 1 Stump Smash as opposed to Series 2 Stump Smash, we now have his alternate pathway again, so that means we can do stuff like that and this. But none of those are as powerful as this far superior combination, so there's no point doing anything other than this, to be perfectly honest. Especially when it's going to crit and deal almost 200 damage in a single blow. Now that, my friends, is the absurd power that Stump Smash represents. Boom, boom, we're shaking the room, oh yeah! Okay, cool, now that he's out of here, let's hit that teleport without further ado. But yes, 2 losses in 1 level, not particularly ideal, but at the bare minimum we are going through what is one of my best playthroughs of this game on Nightmare mode. Now, we do not want to be a big fish, we want to be a little fish, because a little fish means that we have, we are a little fish, compared to everything around us being huge. So since we're playing a Swarm, he has a large-ass hitbox, which, when combined with those crushers, can make death seem pretty unfair, especially when we choose to go through the other option and we have very small crushers compared to our very large posture. Those hitboxes don't go together very, very well. So here, we can quite easily squeeze between these crushers, even as a giant, without taking damage in the process. That is convenient, and that, my friends, is why we have chosen this particular path for Swarm. And we were obviously alluding to this section earlier in the game, playing as Swarm for this section. Okay, we just got to be careful of these fellas now, because 2 shots and we're dead, more or less, because they are bruised with their damage output. Which means we need to get the fuck out of the way right there. Hey, some Chompies have came to say hello. I mean, they won't be saying much of anything anymore, because now they're a bit dead, bro. And that guy, before we even had the time to fail miserably and lunge straight at me, only to lose his balance entirely. Yeah, before he even had a chance to follow through on that failure of his, we defeated him already. He was already defeated in the ocean. So, you know, much like with Chompy, he won't be doing much of anything because he's dead and you can't do anything whilst you're dead. That's kind of what being dead means. So much like with Chompy, he won't be doing much of anything anymore. Oh dear, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, that was what I was worried about. Luckily, we only need to get through these guys, and then once we've gotten through these guys, we just need to avoid the crushers, and then Swarm's like necessities for this level. His job, so to say, his purpose. It will be fulfilled upon. We won't need to utilise him again because there will be no more air sections that this level has to offer. Air is pretty much the only element of the area in this level that is inevitable no matter which pathway you take. Okay, here we go. And that's obviously because both pathways lead to the air element, or regardless of whether you choose to be a big fish in a little pond or a little fish in a massive ocean. Obviously we chose to be the little fish because this combat pathway is a little bit easier, especially on Swarm, whom has a large hitbox, not so easily able to take care of all those pesky crusher hitboxes. Anyway, we want to catch the thief here, because where tech pops up, we can easily switch out for the might of Series 2 Drill Sergeant, and with his speed, catching the thief will come with no problem to us. I mean, look at that. We've got him. We've got him already. I said we've got him already. We took so much damage right there, so much more fucking damage than what we should have done. But now that we have the key, the best part is that we can just speed run through the rest of this, avoid all of the enemies in our wake, which definitely seems to be the best possible option to go for, given how much damage I've took already. We don't want to take any more. Yeah, I have no idea how, when we were like directly within the hitbox of that key, I have no idea why we weren't grabbing it. The game really cheated us there. The game cheesed us for all we were worth. But it's not going to matter, because like I said, we can just skip over all this combat. All we need to do is grab the key, and as soon as we grab the key, we can get ourselves out of here and take very little risk. After all, locks are all about taking low risks and getting highly rewarded for it. We took low risk by not fighting any of the enemies, got high rewarded for it because Series 2 Drill Sergeant gets to live to fight another day. And as for the Earth section, on the other hand, we're gonna swap out for a little bit of Fleshwing. As I continue to have an itchy nose. The itchy nose is not welcome, and yet I have not much choice in the matter, I'm afraid. Die, Wall! Die! Mwah! That was great. I quite enjoyed that, actually. So let's continue charging forward! Obviously, that is only to come across more chompies, as well as a teleporter, where once again we're going to engage in as little combat as possible, because that way we are taking a very low risk, getting high rewarded for it too. As we can't take damage when we're not engaging enemies in the first place. It's very difficult to take damage against enemies that you aren't engaging with. So we are going to, without further ado, unlock the reward of wealth, because I like money. It's easy as that, really. So we passed the Oracle's trials with absolute ease. Didn't complete it in under 6 minutes, which is a surprise given how quickly we caught the thief earlier with Drill Sergeant. None of that matters though. We took no losses to the Oracle whatsoever, which in my book is an absolute win. We are going to be tackling 2 of the 4 Adventure Pack levels available for Skylanders Giants, and that begins with, unfortunately, my least favourite of the 4, Empire of Ice. But that means we can get my least favourite out of the way sooner and leave way for my favourite ones to come later on. Save the best for last. Well, not for the literal best for last, because Dragon's Peak is not quite as good as Darklight Crypt. Yes, I said it. In the words of Mighty Tough Walk, if you disagree with me. Oh, you're gonna have to deal with it. Anyway, right here, Undead is powerful here, so that means we need to switch out for a Skylander representative corresponding that element. So in this case, since Series 1 Cinder is our only Undead representative remaining, that is the character we're going to be going with, whom is not even at level 15 yet, apparently. Let's hope that that's not going to come back to bite me in the ass. They take down all these fools. As you can tell, they have changed up the enemies a little bit, so rather than that being a Cyclops, it's basically one of those bomb enemies that was introduced during Glacier Gully, but they changed out as bomb for a snowball. So yes, it's very clever how they've utilised the Giants' assets to rebuild these levels, so to say. The Altar of Eyes, where of course, rather than introducing us to a new enemy, they give us the next closest thing, an Executioner, where obviously Zap is going to be taking him out because he has far more traversal skills on the ice than what Whamshell possesses. Plus, it's been ages since we've seen this legendary character on screen. Okay, dodging this guy is a lot harder on the ice. Let's just go as far to say that much, shall we? This is why when they did combat in Glacier Gully, they never did any of it on the ice. They realised that this right here, this is torture. Okay, I meant to get out of the way, but my attack didn't initiate, despite me having pushed the button, mind you. So yes, just about everything that could be going wrong right now is... Oh, never mind, he's dead, so I suppose things could be going even more wrong than this. Which is saying a lot, because things are already going pretty wrong. Okay, let's move forward. It is very interesting revisiting these levels with the giants stuff, you know, being able to go through them on night mode, for example. That is pretty cool indeed. It was also pretty cool is when I would take down all these chompies. Let's frickin' go. Now that little tablet thing right there, turns out it is a story score, a bonus story score, because these don't actually count towards your story score objectives going through the main game. So yes, we could listen to the story score. Here is could. That doesn't mean we should. So let's continue popping through here, once again with the might of Zap's maneuverability coming in very much great use in this level, where, you know, maneuverability isn't really its expertise, shall we go as far to say, but we're back to frozen waste for now. Let's grab this food, because I do believe water pops up again fairly soon, so we might as well just stick with Zap, at least for the moment being, because yes, I am in fact correct, water has popped up, so now that water is back, it would have been a huge waste of time to swap out with Cinder, not engage in any combat whatsoever, only to have to swap back to Zap all over again. You know what a huge waste of time that would have been indeed. Okay, let's get that guy out of here. Also grab some treasure whilst we're at it, because I do love myself some sweet, glorious treasure along the way. And also we're going to take hits, because why not, right? No, not an executioner! Anything but an executioner! Get out the way, Zap, damn it! Do the attack that I pushed the button for when I push that button to do the attack. I don't think I'm asking for much. I don't think I'm asking for much for my interactive video game to actually be interacted with. Or maybe I am, who's to say? Apparently the video game has to say the matter. And I don't like much what the video game is saying. Come on, Zap! Matt, the ice and executioners do not mesh very well, do they? Okay, here we go. Now we finally grabbed that piece, and hopefully the remaining sections of the level are going to be dedicated to a different element before I wind up losing Zap and having to revert to his original for no good reason whatsoever. And the thing is that I need Series 2 Zap, because the water sections in the Arcane Trilogy are really tough, so I need as many water lives as possible. Water lives matter. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab that. Sweet! We're missing only one final piece, but for that we've got to go into the artillery quarters of the entire Ice Cyclops Empire. So Undead is more powerful here, once again. I'm not sure how long that's going to last. So for now, let's stick with Zap. Blow up that wall, grab the food, and then we're going to see whether this remains as Undead or whether it swaps to Tech. I did have my suspicions that Tech would be popping up sometime soon, which is why we're going to be swapping out for Bouncer, as he corresponds to the current element of the area. Hey, you're firing rockets at me? Well, newsflash for you, I have rockets too. But unfortunately, their rockets are the only rockets capable of taking out those there barriers. Rather convenient, actually. Okay, these chompies, they are so going down. Told you so. Like, look at them, they didn't stand a chance. And neither does this execution. Not from back here, where I can target him before he even attacks me. Oh, this is great. Die, 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 die. Or not. There you go, that's more like it. Okay, let's go over here, where obviously the artillery will target the barrier in our wake. Get that barrier out of here. Oh no, not that fella. Anything with that fella. Ow. Especially when they're dealing damage to me. I don't much like it when they deal damage to me. Oh, thank God I can actually, like, not slide over here. That is very much convenient. I like that. I like that quite a lot, actually. Yes, now that's some good rocketing right there. Oh, we don't even need to defeat that guy in order to get past this bit here. But we're going to go ahead and defeat him anyway, because he's exposed. We're not going to let this go unpunished. Haha! Sweet! Anyway, we have more barriers to blow up, apparently. That's going to hit us, but fortunately on Nightmare mode, that only deals a small tad bit of damage. A little tiny bit. which for Bouncer's hitbox, which is, well, his hitbox is extended, but as is his health bar. So for Bouncer's extended health bar, you know, that's not even going to be a small percentile of what his health has to offer that's being dealt damage to right there. That is convenient, very much so. But now that we've built the catapult, we can finally bring an end to this level in the most boring fashion possible, as an undead Skylander no less. So Cinder is going to have to take down that wall, and she's going to make a real slow job of it. That's the problem with the end of this level. It's slow, and it is boring, and it brings for an entire pacing to a crawl. Whoever signed off on this section of the game, I sincerely hope they were fine, because this is not fun. This is not the face of a man who's having fun. This is the face of a man who is being tortured with the worst Skylander section of all time. I hate this section. I hate it so much. And I say it without a hint of sarcasm. Not even a shadow of doubt. Like, yeah, without a doubt. Without a single doubt. This is the worst section in Skylander's history. I just hate this section of the game with that much of a burning passion, mind you. Quite literally too, because we are firing off fireballs which are burning. Hence the burning passion. But we want to target the bottom of the wall, because if we destroy the bottom of the wall, then everything else on top of it crumbles along with it. It's pretty convenient, actually. Pretty convenient how, for once, Skylanders has actually cared about gravity and physics. This is the only time, so don't get used to it. Usually when it comes to gravity and physics in the Skylanders game, those are the first things thrown out the window. They take physics, see ya! Get it out of here. Nobody cares about realistic physics in a Skylanders game. Right. Right. No, generally I'm asking, right? Anyway, why won't this wall just die? I hate this wall. I hate it so much. This wall, it is my dreaded enemy. Die. Die some more. Why won't this wall just get out of it? Well, I have asked this question already, and already I have not received a response. There's no point in me asking the same question over and over again, expecting a different response every time. After all, that would be pretty insane, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result every time. So yes, I've asked the question once already, it didn't get answered, it was more of a rhetorical question really, so there's no point in asking the question all over again. So still, why? Why are you doing this to me? Oh, I want that, thank you. And we wasted it. Sounds about right. Okay, here we go, charge up for a little bit longer. Well, that was rude, dealing damage to me like that. We're just gonna stay here. And it's not exactly like the damage here is excessive. It's not like your regular nightmare mode where you're dealt ridiculous damage to from all of that. Ooh, cake! Plus, cake exists. So yeah, taking damage is literally no big deal whatsoever. And that barrel is gone. It's out of here, man. Didn't stand a chance, it didn't. Okay, once again, how are you still not dead yet? You should so be dead by now, and yet you're not. You're not, because you just want to watch me suffer. This is Drillex's big rig all over again, watching me suffer through Drillex's big rig with Series 2 Wrecking Ball, only to defeat him at the very end anyway. You know, and then that led to Series 1 Wrecking Ball also being defeated in combat, and since the original was defeated in combat, they are now classed as dead and cannot be used throughout the remainder of the lock. With Wrecking Ball have been lost, Voodoo is now reverted to our only magic representative, so that's going to make magic sense sort of more tougher, because trust me, I do not want to lose Voodoo. We want to keep him alive so that then we can upgrade to his elite version in Superchargers. The wall is destroyed. We love to see Voodoo, we love to see it! Anyway, with that having been said and done, we found only one of the treasure chests. I don't much care. What I do much care about now is the fact that Pirate Seas will be our next level to explore. So once Captain Flynn's ship has loaded in, which it has done indeed, let's skip over that in the settings dude and press that ship upon the portal of power. They asked me, should I stay or should I go now? Well, the question is, we're obviously going to the Pirate Seas itself, where life will be our first element that pops up. So for that, we're going to anticipate it already and swap out immediately. Well, as if the game didn't have to be returned to reporting first. But anyway, as soon as this is said and done, we are going to switch out now. For Shroom Boom, anticipate the live section popping up, and we might as well play Shroom Boom because we played a Stump Smash for this section originally. I think it's about time we had a different face for it. Yeah, take out them fools right there. I'm glad we got through Empire of Ice completely unscathed. If we were defeated to fucking Empire of Ice of all things, then I would not have been much chuffed. I would not have been much chuffed at all. Ow! Wow, that's a lot of damage. Anyone would think I'm playing in Nightmare mode. Okay, so let's make our way all the way around him, slowly but surely, only to finish him off, and now we have ourselves a pirate card game, which is the bane of my existence. I hate this game. I hate it so much, especially when, for resolution right now, it's just like a pixelated, blurry mess. Anyway, we have 2 maps, as well as a schooner, which is right below the other schooner. That is convenient. So let's match up the final 2 swords, and then we can move on with the level already. That's one of many, 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 many more to come. I hate these card games. They really interrupt the pacing of the entire level. And speaking of the pacing of the entire level, I can't skip this right now. This is a dreaded. It is a dreaded, unskippable cutscene. This is tragic. This is like a scene from a horror movie, except from the fact that it's 10 times worse than the scene from a horror movie. Oh well. It's inconvenient that they captured him, but it's convenient that we know where he is now. Okay, now we have some more fools long way to deal with though, so we'll start with this fella. Boom! Yeah, nice try. Well, I say nice try, fella. It wasn't, so I lied. Deal with it was mighty tough work. Yeah, let's finish these guys off. Slowly but surely we will at least. And there we go. I would hate to think how much damage that guy deals in either mode, so my plan is basically to just not get hit by him in the first place. Anyway, Earth is now officially stronger here, as I just about take my head off with my headset cables. And what we're going to do is we're going to switch from one core, newly introduced in this game, to another. We're going to switch from Shroom Boom to Flash Ring. It seems only right after all. Yes, take them all out. Every last one! Now that's what we're talking about, baby! Also take out the barrels, because the barrels had it coming if you're looking at me funny. Oh dear, that was way too much damage for comfort. Okay, we need to be careful now. I forgot for a moment that this was Nightmare mode. I'm way too accustomed to playing through these levels on Spyro's Adventure where obviously the damage isn't quite as absurd. I tried to charge up my blast and that's ultimately what that's what almost spelled out my defeat in the end there. You know, that's what I took so much damage from, taking too long to charge it up and being completely exposed to enemies at the time. Luckily for me, this is what I have healing for. Flash Ring is close to death. Cute hair is close. But close she shall be to death no more. So between those 2 cuts right there, I certainly did have a couple of things change. First of all is the setup in its entirety. Yes, I have changed up the face cam since I was previously playing through this level. And that's because I did play through this level. In fact, I beat it in all. But then what wound up happening is that midway through the recording of this level, because the recording file was so long and my laptop was basically on its last legs, you could hear it in the background the entire time, in fact. So those fan noises you've been hearing, that's from my laptop overheating. So in other words, because my laptop isn't very powerful, and because the recording was going on for so long and the file size was so huge, basically the laptop had given up with the recording software. So the recording software froze and I didn't have the recording, basically everything past this point. So here I am having to re-record everything past the point for a second time. I have to be very careful with these dudes because they are more or less, as you saw right there, a one-shot. They are very remarkably close to it all the same. And the last thing I need to do is have to go through and heal Flashwing a second time, mind you. But luckily for us, she's just too much of a badass to die to these fools. That is so long as I get my spacing correct, because otherwise I'm going to get hit by that guy and it would be tragic. I would really be eating my own words then, wouldn't I? So yes, we're going to continue explaining a couple of things as I enter this pirate card game. So basically, because the Elgato software didn't run very well on my old laptop, because my old laptop, as I said earlier, it's on its last legs. Granted, the thing is about 4.5 years old, so it has done me very well for the price I paid for it to have lasted me as long as it did and to have been as powerful as it was. But I have moved on from that laptop since. I have garnered myself a brand new laptop, which is first of all why I no longer hear fans overheating in the background, so that's one main benefit to the new laptop, but also it handles software much better. So not only my editing software with Premiere Pro, but also my recording software in the first place, like for example Elgato. So my screen recording software is running much more smoothly through this okay, so now I know where 2 maps are, but through this laptop my Elgato software is running much more smoothly, and so hopefully instances where my recording just freezes entirely midway through the level, hopefully such instances won't happen again, not with this new laptop I have, mind you. In fact, I'm able to record this at 1080p 60fps, which is the same as the source for the Elgato, so that makes a nice change. The fact that the gameplay can be a little bit smoother and look a little more crisper. And again, that's thanks to the more powerful hardware built into my laptop, which is an Asus VivoBook Pro 15 OLED. It's quite a mouthful, I know, but it is glorious. These episodes used to be a pain when it came to editing them, because to render and export them would take about 12 hours. Oh, we know where both of those ships are then. But what used to take me 12 hours to render and export on this new laptop takes me 90 minutes. That should show you how much of an upgrade I've gone for just from those words alone that I've just stated. The specs are very high end, which would explain as to why the laptop cost me close to £200. That's right, I almost spent 2 Gs on this laptop. But you know what? I would sell myself this laptop. This laptop, it is worth it. What's also worth it is getting these 2 beards matched up right now, get some more extra seconds. But yes, that was a lot to explain all at once. The point is, the original recording gave up on me because my laptop just couldn't handle it. Its specs weren't nearly high enough. Okay, we know where the other pirate curse is, so we'll just make sure not to match them up. Not that matching up a single pair with the curse is that big a deal. We just have to sit through the animation beforehand, but swapping 2 isn't going to decrease my chances of actually getting it correct. There's still only 2 on the board to match up, so it'll be kind of impossible to get that matchup wrong. Anyway, what we're going to do here is that whilst we have used Zap in this episode already, we're going to use Zap again, because I do not trust Ramshell to make it through this section alive. And I'd rather keep him alive for as long as possible, because the SWAT Force gets upgraded to his Light Core version and garner a second life, which is pretty much crucial in this series, because I need as many characters and as many lives moving forward when it comes to Trap Team, Superchargers, and Imaginators are my true fear in this series, because Imaginators we're going to be playing through largely with cores. We'll be lucky if we even get a single Sensei on the random name generator. So with these characters being generated random and no guarantee for Senseis and Imaginators, playing through it with cores only is going to be a lot tougher. Then Trap Team is self-explanatory as to why I'm concerned with that, because of its insane difficulty there, mind you. But then, obviously, moving on from that, let's flip these over. So we got some Blackbeard, and that is not a pair! Last time I checked, not a pair indeed. I wonder how much of this I'm going to wind up cutting out like I did for the Spyro's Adventure edit. But yeah, speaking of which, I didn't even know that my Elgato had cut off recording midway through this level until I got around to editing this episode, and I realised that half of the footage from the latter half of this level was missing. Luckily, I am yet to have recorded any of the levels after this one, so we're just going to go through like we normally would, completing those levels after this is said and done with. So we have 2 more episodes of Giants remaining after this one. We've had a Blackbeard already, that guy's up there. But yeah, Superchargers, my only concern is the vehicle sections, because obviously, as I'm going to do with all of my prior locks, vehicle deaths do contribute towards defeats, so naturally losing characters in the vehicle sections could lose me for lock if I'm not careful, because those vehicle sections, they can be brutal. What's not so brutal on the other hand is getting a match and finally getting the hell out of here. But yes, that was a lot to explain all at once, so I have changed my setup entirely. In terms of face cam, that is. In fact, in terms of everything, I now have a new laptop with superior hardware, so things are turning out a lot more smoothly in terms of editing has become easier for me now. And the computer can basically just handle the kind of things I throw at it, such as recording software. It being able to actually record videos in the first place is pretty important to the whole YouTube business, so to say. Now let's get this guy out of here and speak with his foolish friend, whom we're going to beat at their own game, mind you. Let's get some pirate cards and then get this guy out of here. Start off with some booty, don't mind if we do. And in fact, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do all of you a favour. We've seen these card games time and time again, especially in this series we've seen them previously in Spyro's Adventures. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to skip over it in its entirety. I'll see you once it's done. Okay, we're now done with this tedious card game. I have indeed won. Congratulations with notes in their game. In fact, a huge congratulations are in order because me winning wasn't abundantly clear. I never would have been able to figure that out on my lonesome without the game's handicap. Like, honestly, I'm so stupid that I never could have figured out that I'd won on my own. That's just how stupid I am. Man, I feel like that one scene in Friends right now when they're filling out all the information of the hospital. It's like, yeah, let's just do something very stupid and commit the insurance fraud, which is something that a concept rather quite alien to a Brit such as myself, because health insurance isn't particularly too important here in the UK. Granted, obviously it is an option. You can get health insurance the same as you can get any insurance, but for basic hospital procedures here in the UK, for the most part, it's free. Anything cosmetic, such as like lumps on your chest, I don't know, like physical threat to your health, that is all like paid for. So laser eye surgery and stuff, despite it being a medical procedure, it's purely cosmetic, so that stuff we have to pay for. But anything that's classified as, you know, it doesn't even need to be a medical emergency, just anything medical whatsoever, tends to be free with our NHS system. Free healthcare in the UK is a major benefit, which I have, unfortunately, had to have taken advantage of several times in my life, such as, for example, when I broke my left clavicle, and for some reason, after I broke it the first time and realised that, hey, it is really painful when you break a bone. So, I learnt my lesson the first time, right? Broke my left clavicle. I decided, you know what would be a great idea? Let's go and break it again. So the first time I broke it, I must have been only about 6-7 years old. I don't remember the exact like time in my life it happened. I just remember it being a birthday party for one of my youngest cousins. In fact, it might just be my youngest cousin, given that I don't think my second cousin after that would have even been born yet. But my aunt, which is obviously the mother of this cousin of mine, oh, yay! Paired up some hats right there. It's very hard to speak and concentrate on getting these matches at the same time. Well, at least now I know where both the pirate curses are. Not very useful for telling my story, that is, though. Oh, but it is useful when they're put together. That's nice. That's lovely, that is. We have seen the school already. I just can't for the life of me remember where it was we've seen it. That's the sword, so it's the one right next to the scooter. No, it's not, so that makes this one the scooter. Nope, that's the cannon. And that's Beaky Boo. Obviously, trying to tell my story midway through this cards game was not the grandest of ideas, but say, my aunt being with the NHS, obviously, as free healthcare service I've been talking to you all about already. One of the benefits of living in the UK is that free healthcare service that we get to experience. You know, we don't have to pay a ridiculous fee. Because I know for a fact in America, to have the same procedures done to my arm that I got on the NHS for free, it would have cost me hundreds upon hundreds of pounds. So yeah, that would have been lovely, especially given that I was a student at the time and had no money. In fact, just for the ambulance ride alone in America, it's particularly expensive, whereas in the UK, you can at least call an ambulance for free in case of medical emergencies, of course. That's swords, that's not very useful. Oh, but the Peaky Boo certainly is. So the first time we was at this birthday party my aunt was hosting, and with her being part of the NHS, she had as the guest there a bunch of trainee NHS staff, as well as a bouncy castle for the kids. Obviously, you know, it was a kid's birthday party after all. So I decided let's indulge on some fun times on a bouncy castle. Only that my uncle decided to show me a little trick that he concocted, but I did the trick horribly, horribly wrong and landed funny on the left side of my body, henceforth breaking my left clavicle. The worst part was that I was there as a 6-year-old screaming my head off because I was in so much pain, and all the NHS staff, all of the people who were training up to become qualified doctors, they were saying, oh no, there's nothing wrong with his arm, he's just trying to draw attention to himself, you know, there's nothing wrong, his arm is fine. They were all saying this. My mum decides that, hey, my child is in a lot of pain right now, he is screaming his head off at every small movement of his left arm right now. The funniest thing is that my uncle, who bear witness to the whole event, when my mum started questioning things, asked what happened, and so my uncle showed her what I did and how I did it wrong. And then when he landed funny in his left arm, he felt the pain too. So he wound up breaking his left clavicle much like I did. And he was in a lot of pain, realising now what it was that I did wrong. So all these trainee doctors, they've said nothing was wrong with me. My mum, being the wise person she is, took me to the hospital anyway, and we had an x-ray done, which I remember took a very, very long time, because waiting around for an x-ray in A&E is not a short experience, mind you. So we were waiting around for hours on end to find out that, yes, my left clavicle had indeed been broken, and all of these trainee doctors around were absolutely useless in helping the matter. This screaming child, who you would think in that much pain, is just trying to draw attention to themselves. Yes, right, like my pain. Like I need to be in pain to have all this attention drawn upon me. And I wasn't even attention seeking as a child, which is why my mum knew something was wrong, because to draw attention I would never have done that. In fact, I wouldn't have been that bothered about attention in the first place, much like I am in real life. I was rather introverted as a child and liked to keep to myself. I wouldn't care about attention or being sociable. So yeah, that stem. It's taken root, and it's how I am now. It's not really something that you notice on camera. On camera, I'm a lot more extroverted and excitable, whereas in real life, I'm very much, by every definition of word, an introvert. But yes, that hurt like hell, so the wise old genius I am decided, let's do it again. Granted, this was several years later. This was about 15-ish years later. This was when I started YouTube, and I even made a whole post about it. But I was approaching a junction on my bike when I first started delivering for Uber Eats. And I was approaching this junction rather quickly because I did not realise that it was a give-way junction. So I was ready to power straight through it. But then when I noticed the give-way sign at the last minute, and I noticed cars racing round the bend, because here's the thing, our junction, we had to give way even though we were going straight on. It was the cars going around the turn that had the right of way, which is why I was confused. I'm also confused myself here, picking out for a booth curse twice apparently. Oh, that's convenient. So, yeah, I hit this junction a little too quickly, slammed on the brakes, and so the bike jolted forwards, flipped me off, and I went flying, arse over tit, mind you, straight into the hard asphalt below me. Not only did I crack my head open and start bleeding out, ooh, I know where the two remove curses are, and where the sands of time are. That's convenient, that is. Alright, let's start with the sands of time. Yeah, that's great. Now let's get for 2 remove curses. Not that I've been paying too much attention to the game, I've been too busy with my story here. But say that was also the second time I cracked my head open, which again was another NHS experience. So it goes to show that as a kid, even still to this day, I was prone to injuring myself. Okay, so there's the swords. I can't remember where the other swords is though. Oh, but I have recollected where the she-beards can be found. That was fantastic, very much so. Cannon! Oh! Well, isn't that convenient? Compass, I can't remember where the compass is. Not there, I'll tell you that much. But yeah, for that, I broke my left clavicle and it hurt like hell. Cracking my head open, I lost a pint of blood. I wasn't able to give blood for 3 months after that, which is a common practice of mine. I love to give blood knowing that it's going to go towards saving people's lives. It's very important to me, which is why I do it as frequently as possible. It's very hard to do that when you've already lost a pint of blood and have to wait another 3 months for iron levels in your blood to regenerate after that. So yes, I'm just prone to injuries. I broke my left clavicle twice because the first time I just clearly didn't get the message. That, and also my left side is incredibly frail. My right side, on the other hand, you could take a shotgun to it and the bullets would just bounce right off. My right side isn't indestructible. Explain to me how I've never broken a single bone on my right side if I'm not indestructible. Now I have telekinetic powers and I'm indestructible. Today we're going to be tackling the 2 adventure pack levels from Spice Adventure that have carried over into Giants. The final 2 of the 4, that is. Starting with Dark Light Crypt, most obviously. So let's place that onto the portal as it has been now. And we're going to travel instantly. So whilst these initial cutscenes play out, I can continue the story that I started in the previous episode. An episode where we might have taken a decade to complete those card games. What matters is that no matter how long those card games took, we didn't lose a single life in the previous episode. So every single Skylander who was fully available to us within life itself, obviously, the previous episode, the same has remained unchanged here because of our lack of lives having been lost in those first 2 adventure packs. Unfortunately for me, these second 2 adventure packs are a lot harder, so it is time for me to concentrate and push the Be Good Video Game button. I'm going to need to concentrate because the last thing I want to do is lose any more lives. We've lost 4 in Giants already, and I want to try and keep the losses here to a minimum so that then we have a larger cast being carried over into later games. I'm going to need them, especially for Track Team Superchargers and Imaginators, where those games will be absolute slaughterhouses based on the difficulty of Trap Team, for vehicle sections of Superchargers, and of course for nerfing of core characters and Imaginators. But enough of all that, let's get back to my story about my constant need for the NHS and how I've cracked my head open twice and lost a pint of blood either time, and I've broken my left clavicle twice. So the first time I broke it was on a bouncy castle trying to do a trick that my uncle was showing off, but I did it wrong, landed funny, and it broke the bone. Despite there being several trainee NHS workers all around me, not a single one of them could deduct that rather than this 6-year-old child who is screaming his head off in agony, rather than him trying to draw attention to himself, he could possibly have a broken bone. Yeah, such great trainee doctors they were. So that was the first time I broke my left clavicle. The first time I broke split my head open was on the playground. We was playing a game of tag and I slipped on a mud puddle and hit my head right on the edge of a bench on the playground. So naturally, with the sheer brunt force, it split my head open and I lost a pint of blood. I still have a scar on my head to this day that remains there. I'm like Harry Potter. So that was the first time I cracked my head open, and then the next time I did it, I did both injuries at once. I was just going for a new record, what could I say? Oh wow, that cutscene was way quicker than I remember. I'm gonna kill these folks, because, yeah, that would be wise. No risk, high reward. So let's continue on through Dark Light Crypt. This is very particularly ominous. You'll notice that they changed the rhubarb enemies into these pincher guys because they didn't have the rhubarb enemies within the assets of Giants, so instead they just replaced those enemies with enemy assets that they did have in Giants. Enemies such as these pincer dudes, who are first introduced in Chapter 14, which we haven't even gotten up to yet in this series, so we get these enemy introductions a bit early, I guess. Anyway, let's kill these folks before Cinder is put at great risk, because we do not want to lose her either. And what's going to make that a little bit easier is by turning to the world of the living, where this guy is nothing more than a statue. Rather convenient indeed. But say, the second time I did it and I split my head open and broke my left clavicle, it was because I was approaching the junction a little bit too quickly, and this was because I thought the junction was going straight on and I had right of way. Turns out I didn't. It was a give-way junction, despite the structure of a road making no sense, because the vehicles who actually had priority were the vehicles who were making a large like 100-degree turn. Well, it was more than 100-degree turn. The turn literally went like that, and so they had for right of way for whatever reason. And that confusion is what led me to approach the junction quickly in the first place, thinking I could speed right through it, having right of way. I didn't. Slammed on my brakes and got flipped forward over my bike, arse over tier, and hit for asphalt with such force that it not only broke my left clavicle, but it split my head right open for a second time. And once again, I lost a pint of blood. It required stitches. I couldn't give blood again for another 3 weeks after that because I had to wait for my iron levels to basically catch up to points where they needed to be, because whenever you lose blood, you basically lose all that iron within your blood, so you're not allowed to give blood whenever you have low levels of iron in your blood. So until that iron had, you know, basically replicated itself. Okay, fire is stronger here, which is definitely a convenient time that to pop up, get Cinder out of here and switch her out for Hot Dog, where hopefully we don't have a replication of what happened in the Soul Seeker series. But luckily, I think the main thing that went wrong there was Hot Dog being under-leveled. I wouldn't say that's luck though, because unfortunately Hot Dog is just about as under-leveled as he was before. So let's switch back to the Land of Living, where we can push these blocks out of the way. Very convenient that. Oh boy, there is Bark Demons. I repeat, there is Bark Demons. I should be scared, very much scared. Much like that, how that junction nowadays, it kind of scares me. Because if I, as a cyclist, couldn't tell it was a giveaway, how many speeding cars are going to go straight through thinking that they have to ride away and crash into something? Apparently, my accident was not the first one to occur there. So you'd think by now they'd find a safer way to present the road. Push the block! Thank you, Hot Dog! Man, he's about as useless at pushing blocks as I am great at injuring myself. Yes, it was only me who could somehow manage to not break his left clavicle, not even once, but twice. Like at work, we had a training course the other day about manual handling and making sure that you're lifting stuff safely and correctly to avoid any sort of back injuries. It's not my back I'm worried about. I'm way more concerned about my shoulder failing on me. So that being said, let's switch out for Voodoo, who I'm sure has very strong shoulders and strong juxtaposition to mine. Yes, after having broken it twice, I've now gotten particularly worried about my shoulder. So it shows that the good thing that I'm playing a video game right now, which can't do anything more to hurt my poor old shoulder. Even though if I was to break my left clavicle for a third time, that would be particularly exciting. It would be ideal, but boy would it be exciting for the video's sake. Okay, we've got to get out of here, man. We've got to get out of here. Stop eating! Okay, I need you to stop eating and stop healing. Yeah, that's it. Come this way. Come this way. Come on. You know you want to. So City wins race for this one. Boom! And the combo gets it! Ooh, that was convenient. Convenience face in that one right there. Okay, let's get the fuck out of the way. Oh! Did their thingies attack the, Yes! They attack the tripwires instead. This is great. Love that. Love that idea. That was brilliant. Fantastic old Voodoo being beastly again. It is as it was stated in the CarryOn Locke for Spice Adventure. Voodoo is incredibly broken. We're going to have to take advantage of that later in the series. Hopefully that'll help me out with the Archean Duelist coming up in Chapter 14. Yet another enemy that is yet to have been introduced, so we will allude to them now, and then they will be introduced later. And boy, we should be very, very scared of them. They are very scary dudes, those Archean Duelists. Luckily for us, Voodoo has quite a lot of health, so I think against the Archean Duelist he can at least tank one of the hits, but after that, he is fair game. Even Swarm can't tank more than a couple of hits against the Archeans in that trilogy, which is the trilogy I'm going to be tackling after I've recorded these next two chapters, so wish me luck, for I am going to need it. The Archean trilogy is known by one other name, the Slaughterhouse. It is quite possibly the trilogy of levels that I am most worried about, not from this game, from the entirety of a fucking franchise. Okay, don't squash me please, pretty please, I'm asking you nicely. And I have noticed in Nightmare mode, they changed how quickly these things lower themselves. Oh! Only 10? That's fine, 10 is fine. Where was this light damage when Stump Smash got stuck earlier? Where was only 10 damage for that? I could really be using with Series 2 Stump Smash, but instead we got to go through the maze with his boring regular Series 1 version instead. Ugh. I'm joking, of course. Stump Smash is great either way. But yeah, that's one thing they changed up in Nightmare Mode for this. They made those crushers quicker, but they did not make them any more deadly, luckily enough for me, because if they were any more deadly, Voodoo would be brown bread right now, which is slang for fucking dead brown bread, mate. What, do you think I was actually talking about brown bread? Which is, by the way, a lot more delicious and way more nutritious than white bread, so I would take that type of bread any day of the week. It's like broccoli. That stuff is great. Delicious and nutritious. But that being said, let's solve this and hope that we don't take as long as we did the last time I was here. But luckily for me, I had the power benefit on my side, so I was able to cut out the several failures in the previous attempt during Spyro's Adventure of that lock puzzle right there. Okay, my apologies for that cut right there. After I spoke to this ghostly fellow, my console decided to go on ahead and alive itself, much like it did back during Cutthroat Carnival, which is really infuriating because it means that I had to play back up to this point in the level. But luckily, this is my favourite Skylanders level of all time, so it wasn't exactly particularly torturous for me to get back up here. What is going to be absolute torture, however, is trying to get past these bark demons on a nightmare difficulty, because as you can see, we're stuck here. We can't get past these guys, not in the world of the dead. What we need to do is switch to the world of the living, and then the bark demons will move. In an ideal world, I would go out of my way to defeat them and make them no longer much of a threat. But given how much damage they can stack up very, very quickly, and there's 4 of them, I think Voodoo being so melee orientated combined with their onslaught of attacks is not going to be a great combination. So I'm hoping instead to lead them away a little bit and clear myself a path forward. I am very nervous about this because I want to keep Voodoo alive. At the end of the day, I want him in Supercharger so that then we can make our way up to his elite form. That's and also if my magic characters keep dying, and in the later games we're not going to have any magic characters left now, are we? So let's see what we can do about all these fellas. There's just so many of them. Are they enough out of the way? Can I go back, switch the worlds, and then is this enough of a path forward? We're about to find out. I don't care that I'm choosing this. I also don't much care that my console went on ahead and died on me, and that made me have to replay this part of the level, meaning that now, oh man, they went back to where they initially spawned again. But say, Voodoo is back now at full health, which he wasn't beforehand, so you can call it cheating or whatever. But it's not exactly my fault that my console is now turning old and that it's deciding to guide me. I didn't exactly choose for this to happen. So it appears as though I can upgrade my laptop for my recording and editing software as much as I like. That's not going to stop my Xbox 360 from powering off still. You know, it appears as though it's my console that's in desperate need for an upgrade. Okay, let's see if we can bob and weave, bob and weave, bob and weave. Oh, come on, I'm stuck. Wait, no, never mind, I'm not stuck anymore. Let's fucking go. Wait, does this mean I have to defeat them? Ow, that was not what I meant to do, but luckily that didn't kill me. Ah, look out for that. This is not convenient. No, don't attack me, attack the tripwire, you stupid idiots. Do I really have to defeat these guys? Because that is really annoying if I really have to defeat these guys. Especially given the close quarters combat, and what the fuck was that hitbox? Looks like Voodoo's death was inevitable, regardless on whether he got back up to full health because of my console ratting out on me or not. Damn it! Oh, so much about having magic characters to lose, and so much about getting this guy up to his elite form, which would have been really useful in Superchargers as well. I've already alluded to how tough that game is going to be, and now it's even more so because Voodoo has gone, with the fact that that hitbox was rubbish. I demand a refund on that. Activision, get me my refund for that, because now, whilst magic might be strong here, and so usually I'd have to swap out to this guy to correspond to that element, kind of switch it out again into a VO changes once more. Unfortunately for me, there's no magic characters left, so we're going to swap out for life, anticipate the maze sequence that's coming up. where we're playing through it as Shroom Boom. After all, we played through it as Super Smash during Spice Adventures. I think it's time to shake things up a little bit. And luckily for us, Shroom Boom was able to finish off that Barb Demon. And to get past that gate, we only needed to defeat one. Boy, am I glad that it was defeating one as opposed to defeating all of them, because that would have been a much more difficult task for Shroom Boom. And now we've lost Voodoo already. 2 levels that aren't even part of the main game. I brought this on myself, so to speak, but yes, now that I've lost Voodoo to that bullshit already, I'd rather not lose another Skylander, thank you very much. And man, I am yelling a lot, but I am upset, okay? I am very upset. Voodoo's death, it was inevitable. Much like Ghost Roasters, which was inevitable because of my lack of skill at pushing big video game button. So much about what I said previously in the episode. So, let's open this up already. Let's kill those fellas whilst they're nothing but statues, because that would make it a lot more easier in Shroom Boom now, wouldn't it? But unfortunately, we're going to have to be in Land of the Undead to start getting this thing pushed a little bit. Let's go back to the World of Living for a little bit, you know, take out, once again, those statues whilst they're nothing more than that, statues. Oh, can I shoot this guy from back here? Thank you! Volley shots! You can't hit me from back there, right? No. No, he cannot. I am very happy right now. This is the face of a very happy man who got his cheese. After all that, I got my cheese in the end, and it was delicious. It was the best cheese I've ever had. And that's really saying a lot, because I've tried a lot of different cheese in my life. Like most Brits out there, I do love myself a good bit of cheese. At the end of the day, the whole plot behind Wallace and Gromit is Wallace's love for cheese. And boy, if that isn't one of the best plots of all time. Like seriously, Shawshank Redemption and its terrible storyline cannot hold the candle to the genius of Wallace and Gromit. I mean, at the end of the day, if either one of them wound up in that same prison, you know, they wouldn't be spending ages getting out during all of this finance. It's been a while since I've seen the movie. All I know is that they did some really cheeky financial business, which very much was not legal, but that's because the guards, despite being upholders of the law, were rather huge hypocrites. In fact, they even wound up murdering one of the prisoners early in the movie. That is, if I remember the movie correctly, but still, by case in point, Shawshank Redemption might be one of the best movies ever made, but its story doesn't have anything on Wallace and Gromit, because Wallace and Gromit revolves around cheese, and I love cheese. Hence why I've cheesed so many of these situations already with statues and all that. And now we're going to do the same for this fella back here. You can't hit me. I mean, apparently I can't hit. Can I hit him? Never mind, I can hit him. I said I can't hit him either, but apparently I can. Just not very well nor consistently. I can hit him with the volley shots though, right? Yes, I can. They're just not landing, because apparently his hitbox can hit me from 20 yards out, but when my stuff lands directly on top of him, no. And now there's invisible walls stopping my fungus mushrooms. The game can try as it might, but it cannot stop the cheese in its track. The cheese is too strong within me. What even hit me? I got hit by invisible things now. So first, I get hitboxes which are absolute pure and utter bullshit in its finest form. And now, I get hit by things that don't even have a hitbox because they are invisible. They don't exist in the first place. If you cannot see it, it does not exist. This is how things work, okay? End of story. What I'm saying is right. What you're thinking, whatever it is wrong. That is how opinions work. But there is no opinion of the matter here. Shroom Boom is still alive. That's what matters at the end of the day. He wasn't defeated by the rubbish animations or lack thereof, shall we say. And now we get to turn back to Cinder, whom also is back at full health, thanks to me having to reset the level because my console once again decided to power off on me. No thanks, I'm good without the stuck demons, fair ghostly fella. Where, you know, in the dead world. Luckily for me, I am familiar with this boss fight in this game because I certainly have played it enough times, given it this, once again, my favourite level in the entire franchise, so I know it inside and out, I know the puzzles, and I know, more importantly, that in the Land of the Dead, when these guys are idle, there is one way of which to destroy them, and that's by using Oculus's laser to our advantage. But for now, I'd rather not indulge in any of that and just get out of here as fast as possible. Otherwise, that bullshit is going to fucking happen. Jesus Christ, this game is throwing everything it can to screw me over as much as possible. And it doesn't help that these guys continue to keep wanting to attack me. Luckily for me, I can hopefully outmaneuver them with my flight, and whilst he's on that bounce pad, he's not of much threat to us. Boom!
Yes! Run away, little creature!
Okay, once again, as you saw right there, that's exactly what I meant when I said his lasers can defeat these guys even in the land of the undead. So that is convenient, and now what we're going to do is we're going to use our flight to get the hell out of here. I have survived this as eyeball, that's how I know what I'm doing. Shit! And with a larger hitbox and a slow giant like eyeball, you think with Cinder it would be that much easier, but apparently I'm making this a lot more harder than it needs to be. You know, I'm just making it look difficult at this point, but luckily for us, I think we're just about there. All I need to do is not continue to get hit by lasers anymore, and we should be fine. But unfortunately for me, that's a task easier than done, especially when it's me at the helms of the controller with my lack of skills with video game, mind you. Get out of here! Woo! That was way too close to comfort, to say the least. But in the end, the main thing is that we did it. I did in fact do it, yes, congratulations on Snake Out, congratulations indeed. We did it with very little health remaining, but Cinder had no lives left after this, so it was integral for us not to lose this one, because we got to get her through to Swap Force, then we can upgrade to her Phantom version, get garner that second life that we are in such desperate need of. And luckily for us, Undead doesn't appear in the game again after this point, so Cinder is as good as safe. We don't have any point in the story to which it is a necessity to swap back to her, so she will be fine from moving on from this point forward. At the end of the day, we take low risk and get high rewarded for it, so we will take no risks with Cinder, i.e. not switch out for her at any point. Be highly rewarded for it by ensuring that she can get carried through into Swap Force where she can get upgraded to the Phantom version. And boy, I sure am glad that her health was restored from having to replay through the level. It didn't do Voodoo much good, but Cinder here wouldn't have survived without it, given how low her health is. But again, the console dying was not by choice. Unfortunately, my console is faulty, so after I'm done with this session, I will go on ahead and invest in a new one, where hopefully this whole, turning itself off business, hopefully that will come to a stop. So that being said, let us, without further ado, spawn in the Dragon's Peak. Man, it feels like that level took so much longer than it actually did, given the fact that I had to replay it, and I waited a short while between bursts to let the console cool off a bit, because I assume it powered off given how overheated it became. We'd be lucky if we didn't hear it making a noise in the background of a commentary, but for the most part, that background noise that you've heard has been from the old laptop, and now that I've switched laptops, that's no longer a problem. There's only those obviously 60s fans running in the background that I'm concerned about, but it might not have picked up on the phone given that the microphone is quite far away from the console itself. So let's continue murdering all these folks. There hasn't been an elemental switch yet, and so unfortunately I have to remain in Cinder until the elemental area switches once more. But fortunately for me, given that this is a whole different level altogether, her health, once again, has been restored. We've restored more health for Cinder this episode than what we have lost it, which is great, because that's like, the whole aim of the game. The aim of the game is also to get up there, which is a task that I'm making it, once again, look a lot more difficult than it actually is, and that is my talent at this game, making things look harder than they actually are. I'm very particularly good at doing that exact thing. Nothing else am I good at, but I'm good at that at least. So let's skip over this unnecessary deep without further ado, and we can call upon Flavius. We can ride a dragon as a dragon. That is pretty sick, if I do say so myself. So now, let's not die. That's a good plan. I like that plan, in fact. But yeah, it's a shame that we can't get through these adventure pack levels without any deaths whatsoever, but unfortunately Dark Light Crypt has claimed a life once again. It did so in the Soul Seeker series, and now it's done so in the CarryOn series. It's just unfortunate how Dragon's Peak, not even Dragon's Peak, it's Dark Light Crypt, which is by far the toughest adventure pack level on Nightmare mode, so hopefully by extent Dragon's Peak will be a bit more of a walk on the park. We're about to find out. The section I'm most concerned with is the fire section, because obviously if I mess with a platform in there, I can fall into the flamethrowers, much like I did once again in Soul Seekers, and that would be a really, really annoying and tragic way to die. With that being said, let's switch out for a little bit of Tornado. because I do not trust Swarm, and also we are saving Swarm for a later air section. Not on this level, a later air section in a later chapter altogether, mind you. Yes, that's it. You guys keep your distance. Man, they are so much more forgiving in this game, and I like that. That is great. So I wish that was the default, but unfortunately, my friends, that is asking for too much. As is my lack of stuttering. But just like making things look a lot more difficult than they actually are, just like failing to push the get a video game button, stuttering too is one of my greatest strengths. Not one of my greatest weaknesses. If stuttering was a weakness of mine, then I suppose I would never stutter because I'd be so bad at it. But nope, I stutter all the time. My voice breaks all the time. I am a master level genius when it comes to all of those shenanigans. Other masters wish they were as mastered in the art as I am, but they can only wish, for I am superior. How dare you hit me? That's rude, old chap. You're gonna die for it. Well, that's when I can actually aim correctly, mind you, which seems to be asking for a lot. Oh, yay. Got him! Now, where's the last one? Oh, there you are. Oh, sweet. I was wondering if I was going to finish him off. That was convenient. And what's also convenient is that those guys did not deal very much damage to Tornado. Where were these kind of light hits when Bark Demons were involved? Oh boy, apparently Tornado is as bad a platformer as what Cinder is. It's a shame that you need momentum for those bounce pads because that wasted time. Time which now I'm never going to get back. Those 10 seconds of my life, they're gone forever. And as are yours too. Okay, you guys have got to go, man. You've got to go. Get out of here. Oh. Okay, here we go. Let's take him out some more. Sweet! Got him! And we got some pizza too. But apparently they're not all dead yet because the gate said so. Hopefully this isn't one of those instances where they are all dead and the gate just refuses to open anyway, because that would be a very annoying softlock glitch. Luckily that's not the case because that guy was just hiding from me. I couldn't blame him, you know, a spiked turtle who spins at you, that's pretty intimidating. I too would also run and hide. Run and hiding is, you know, just about the only chance one would stand. It's like a Night Fury. You've got to hide and pray it does not find you. This is a How to Train Your Dragon reference right there. And of course we're going to reference How to Train Your Dragon because I love it so. How to Train Your Dragon, mwah, fantastic trilogy. Pretty much the peak and the pinnacle of what DreamWorks have to offer. I would say that and also the Kung Fu Panda franchise, but they did recently release Kung Fu Panda 4, and Kung Fu Panda 4 has proven as to why they should stay the hell away from How to Train Your Dragon 4, okay? Because they do not do well with the number 4, especially when it comes to a sequel to a sequel to a sequel that was absolutely complete and utterly unnecessary from the get-go. It's the most unnecessary sequel in the history of unnecessary sequels, which is really saying something. So yes, Kung Fu Panda sucks because it shouldn't exist, and even though it does exist, they didn't take advantage of its existence by making something worthwhile. That is 90 minutes of my life I am not going to get back. Anyway, let's try to avoid these flamethrowers because on nightmare mode, they deal a nasty chunk of damage, which once again, that hitbox didn't impact me, and yet the Bark Demon was still able to hit me from as far away as it was. Those Bark Demons, man, I don't know what kind of deal they made, but obviously it was not good for us, was it? Yeah, they really did cheat the system, those freaking Bark Demons. Okay, now that they're about to explode, let's get away from them. That's a good plan. I like that plan, actually. So let's continue rolling. They see me rolling. They hate it. Anyway, that guy's now dead, and the gate is still yet to have opened. Is it because some of the fellas fell down here? Do I now have to go down and finish off their sorry asses? Not that a Chompy has an ass, I'm not sure what a Chompy does possess. You know, the anatomy of a Chompy is one area of expertise that I seem to be lackluster within. Might I just say that the anatomy of a Chompy kind of leaves me flabbergasted. I don't get why that joke was as funny as it was, but here I am laughing at it anyway. That's just my sense of humour for you. It much reminds me of Chandler from Friends, because Chandler from Friends is very much a 5-year-old in a 20-year-old's body, or however old he is in that series. Point is, Chandler is a 12-year-old, as am I. I mean, I still love my birthday for Pete's sake. I never aged past the age of 12. Get back here, you freaking fly! You didn't fly away from me that easily. You were wrong. You were horribly wrong. Bah, Felicia's! I just named both of them instantly, but I did not get connected. Okay, I know that they say that when you name it, you get attached to it. Not in that case. I named them, and then I just killed them. Ah, poor Felicia's. I think Felicia deserved better, both of them. Even though I gotta admit, Felicia number 2, you know, they really had it going, more so than Felicia number 1. Felicia number 1 doesn't have a quarter of what Felicia number 2 has. You know, I just don't get what any person would see in Felicia number 1, but Felicia number 2 on the other hand. Now that is something I can get behind. So, we have fire, which means it's time for my boy. I am so excited, and I just can't hide it. But I can't be too excited though. I need to calm my nerves a little bit before I wind up dead due to the lack of concentration at this section of a video game. The section of a video game that demands concentration, otherwise I'm gonna, you know, hit the fire beams and take damage despite being a fire spirit being hit by fire. If anything, you think that would reinvigorate me, but apparently you'd be thinking wrong. Boing! Ooh, cheese. We'll keep that in mind for later in case we get hit. Boom, baby! Ooh, that's a lot of fire. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I have to be very careful here because I've just realised now that with the lack of magic at the end here, or magic representatives I should say, because the element of the area is going to be magic, it means that Igniter, he's going to have to tackle that section as well as this one, so the less damage we take, the better, because it means we can go into that final section of the level, not having to worry about losing too much health with Igniter, mind you. The less health we lose, the better, because that will mean the more likely I am to survive. So yes, we have no fire, we have no magic representatives to switch out to at the moment, because both of them have been defeated, therefore we have to remain as what Skylanders currently on Portal of Power, so that is Ignited. But as you can see right here, I have no problems with that whatsoever. Oh, they really just had a chance, did they? I almost feel sorry for these guys. Almost. Anyway. Like, look at this! These guys right now! After the way I treated those choppy paws, they're just too scared to take me on. Come on, fellas, you're better than this. No! They're not! Oh, I love this character so much. Anyone would think he's my favourite Skylander of all time. He defeats them before they even have enough time to land with their attacking animation. Oh, this guy is brutal. He is the peak of what Skylanders gameplay has to offer. Every other Skylander wishes they could have just a fraction of his awesomeness. But my friends, that would be asking too much, because this guy is on a whole other level. A level of his own, so to speak. Ooh, I missed him there. These guys are a little bit elusive, but that's not going to save them in the end. Nothing will. Wow, this is a lot of enemies. But it is, for me, no big deal. Well, that was a big deal. As was that. Okay, sweet, they're all dead, and I can shift my momentum just like that for the combo, finish him off, grab, of course, the watermelon, and you know what? Let's get some overkill up in here. Boom! 80 damage against a freaking Chompy that has 1 health. Oh, that is overkill if I ever have seen it. And just like that, we conclude the level by skipping over the unnecessary deep stew. It's very anticlimactic, so we're not exactly missing out on much when it comes to that cutscene. But we got no lives lost. That was the objective that was important here, because after we lost a life and Dark Light Crypt already, 1 is okay, 2 is a travesty, and we do not need travesty in these videos. These are travesty-free videos. Woo! Let's go! I should not be this pumped, because the only reason we played through that with Igniter as opposed to Voodoo is because Voodoo was defeated in battle, and that was our last matching representative left. But you know what? Now it's more screen time for Igniter, and he's already showcased how badass he is, so we got through that, no problems, no questions asked even. So that is how we were successful at completing No Lives Lost. But with that being said and done, the next episode is going to be dedicated to that of the Arcane Trilogy. So it's going to be an exciting one. It's going to be as exciting as it is terrifying. That means we're tackling the Arcane Trilogy. I am giddy. I am so excited for this because we're finally going to bring a conclusion to this game, which has been tough. We've had 5 deaths leading up to this moment, and that's not going to conclude itself anytime soon because this trilogy, it is brutal. It is time for the slaughtering, not of enemies, but of the Skylanders that remain, because these sections are incredibly tough, and that's putting it mildly. Okay, we are gonna have some casualties, and it is inevitable, but the question is, whom are our casualties going to be? Let's find out. Yes, jet mode. Jet mode is a good idea there, Flynn. And you know, I'm gonna play through these sections. Obviously, I have to play through these sections to get from point A to point B in this level. What I mean is that I'm not just going to cut out these sections. No, you guys can watch this alongside me because this is fun. Okay, this is different. The game did a great job spicing up some variety up in here. If we were bored of the previous gameplay loop, that's no problem because now we have something else to occupy us with, which is fan-freaking-tastic, especially since this thing maneuvers perfectly. This is the best flight controls of any video game ever, period, end of story. That is my opinion, yes, but that therefore makes it universal fact. Anyone who disagrees with me, well, they are wrong because that's how opinions work. Yeah, that is true. Anyway, because there has been, well, there will be an elemental switch to the magic element coming up, but unfortunately we have no magic elemental representatives, meaning that whatever Skylanders put in the portal power, they will have to remain until the element various switches out once more. So with it being magic and it's not having a magic representative, Igniter will remain on the portal for that time. And that means that he has some pretty brutal sections to get through himself. But you know what? Igniter can dish out damage as well as he can take it. So we should be fine. We just got to make sure we don't get hit a single time. Because with Igniter's health bar, or should I say lack thereof, getting hit a single time will mean that I will die. That's pretty much be all and end all. These enemies, when I say they are brutal, I am not lying. Okay, so let's get ourselves some boost, and then let's make sure we actually stop off on these side sections here, because one of them is going to have a particularly useful Oryx store, in which I want to visit, so we can garner the utmost useful charm in the game, a charm that is particularly great. This is not the one. I repeat, this is not the one. We're going to get the fuck out of it before we die to this section. A side section of the level is not even necessary in the level's completion, so therefore we're going to take no risk and get high rewarded for it by not tackling it in the first place. But say the section we're looking for, it involves Oryx shop, where they will have a charm that will help us fight off against robots. In case you cannot tell, pretty much all of the enemies in these levels are going to be robots. So a charm that helps us fight robots in the robot levels, you can see instantly how that will be useful. So therefore we're going to keep our eyes out for that store. We want that charm in order to make things a little bit easier for this Arcane trilogy we have in front of us. So the Arcane Duelist is going to take out the troll pincers for us, which we saw introduced in the Dark Light Crypt, but those guys, they are the problem. Okay, luckily that's what I have somewhat a projectile attack for. Okay, let's charge up. Knock it back a little bit. Try not to get hit, so much about that idea. Okay, this is bad. This is very bad. Okay, let's get out of here before we die some more. Try not to get hit by you. How are you not more dead yet? I think that's a good solid question, that one right there. How are you still not dead yet? How am I not dead yet? All these questions. I have many questions. Still not dead yet? Don't ask me how, I don't get it either. Don't ask me how, I don't get it either, because we just survived that! Oh, okay. That is why we do not question Igniter's awesomeness. That was sweet. Let's freaking go, Igniter! Oh! And you guys thought that with him being a melee character, he was in trouble against those duelists. Here you guys thought that Igniter was true. Well, you thought wrong. That was brilliant. Bloody brilliant, as Ronald Weasley would say in Harry Potter, one of the top tier characters of that entire franchise, mind you. Oh. Okay, I once again need to calm down a little bit because my lack of concentration will be what gets me killed, especially since I'm not concentrating. I don't even have both hands on the controller right now. It would be awful if I died to one of them. That I would not like very much. In fact, I wouldn't even like it a little bit. Not even a little bit. Wouldn't like it at all. Okay, that's open for us, which is great, but unfortunately there's going to be another barrier in our way. But this guy has no problem. That's what we have the bombers for. Bombers, try to bomb me. I dare you. I dare you. Try to bomb me. I dare you. Go on. Do it. Do it. Fool! Fool! Oh, shit. Well, it appears that the bombs had a mind of their own. I tried to target the flamethrower fella with them. That didn't quite work out, but luckily that's what I have fire of my own for. That guy, he couldn't handle the heat, which is ironic because he was a flamethrower guy. Oh man, this guy, no matter how far away you are from your opponents, they are as good as dead at the helms of Igniter. He is that good, mind you. So without further ado, let's continue on, see if we can find Oryx's shop already. Man, I am so glad I did not tackle that previous section with a duelist, because that would have been a lot more harder to survive. First of all, they were much more higher in quantity, and second of all, the space in which to fight them wasn't as ideal. It was smaller, less manoeuvrable for your boy Igniter over here. Best thing about him is that his charge ability, you can walk around whilst doing it. Very few other Skylanders can manoeuvre whilst holding a charge. So yeah, you don't need to worry about enemies foolishly coming into your path as you charge that ability. No, you can charge that ability and then take it to them. And when it deals 80 damage, that's when you know your enemies are screwed. Oh yay, double rockets, don't mind if you do. You see, first we screwed the duelists, and now we're screwing these fellas over here. I almost feel sorry for the Archeans. And we're going to get a charm to make them even more easier to deal with. Man, these Archeans, they are so screwed now. I mean, they were pretty screwed to begin with, having to deal with Ignite and all that, but they're even more screwed now than what they were beforehand, so that's really saying something. Anyway, what does this landing platform have in store for us? Let's find out. Oh, we're not even 10 minutes into this episode already, and my heart is racing. Playing these levels back to back is really going to be a true test of my endurance and just how much my heart can put up with. There's a good thing heart is the strongest muscle, because boy do I need a strong heart going through this right now. I need strong butt muscles as well, you know, my butt is clenched tight. Let's bounce up. Okay, here's Oryx's shop, but I don't think I have enough treasure for the charm at hand. Yes, I'm short by several thousand points, so it's time, without further ado, to change that. Okay, here I am. As you can see, this Skylander has a lot more treasure than what Series 2 Igniter had to offer, so we're going to go ahead and buy the Robot Repellent Charm for 8,000 treasure, as well as the Skystone, because that is a brutal Skystone. Do not mind if we do, my friends, do not mind if we do. We're also going to pick up Regeneration Power-Up, because there is no way that this could possibly hurt us, so let's buy that, and then we're going to instantly swap back to Igniter, so I'll see you once that's all said and done with. Okay, we're back with Igniter, and the next element that pops up is that of the air element, so we'll be able to swap out to a representative of the air element, because both of those fellas are still kicking it. They're doing just fine. In fact, Swarm and Warner are doing more than just fine, because they are absolute units to be trifled with. They are almost, keyword here is almost, as brutal as Igniter is in combat. So when that inevitably pops up for our air characters, it would be better us speeding to that point in time, so that then they can take advantage of Regeneration Charm. Igniter's health doesn't matter, because we'll be swapping out for him, from him soon, and you know, basically we'll be able to swap out away from him before he has the chance to take any damage. It's a convenient way that works, very convenient indeed. We're going to get some more rockets, because they can only be useful to us. There's no way in which more rockets could possibly hurt us. So yeah, luckily that regeneration charm does not carry on through the copter section, so we're just going to get to this Hall of Silence as fast as possible, where we can switch out the Swarm, and if he takes any damage in the process, it's no big deal, because we have the regeneration charm, which is going to keep healing him up over time, so long as we have time remaining. We have 70 seconds, so that's a good amount of time, actually. Let's kill off that guy. Okay, now we're going to wait for him to try to bomb us. Try to bomb us, please. Or not, you know, he could just stay back there. Oh, there's the bomb we were so desperately after. Thank you, enemy. Get the fuck out of there, because I am way too close to his hitbox. I do not like how close I was, what can I say? And just like that, one fell swoop will take us both out simultaneously. Helped that I had a damage buff from obviously the charm I bought previously. You know, that definitely is coming in handy already. Bomber dude, help me out, bomber dude, help me out. Bomber dude, give me bombs. Thank you. And that is going absolutely nowhere. Thank you for nothing, you useless bomber dude. And that is also, too, going nowhere. And it's going to hit the bomber dude as opposed to the dudes I wanted to hit. That is not useful, not even close. But luckily for me, that's what I have my maneuvering skills for. In the end, I didn't even need the bombs. The game was clearly giving me a hint. So, with Swarm, luckily there's some food back here for us, very beneficiary. So we got to heal up a little bit from Regeneration Charm and from the food. But I'm not sure how many hits I can tank at the moment. Not many! And it's going to be that much more difficult with a freaking Juggernaut and those guys to deal with. Never mind. How did he die as quickly as he did? Not that I'm complaining, mind you. Okay, great. Now I have to keep these guys at bay from back here. Just for... Repellent Charm, like, buff up my damage and decrease the health bars or something. Like, what's going on here? It's insane how good this guy is. I mean, I did hype up this giant for good reason. When he was picked from a random name picker, you guys saw how excited I got, and that excitement was justified because Swarm is the best giant, hands down, by miles, that is. And this gameplay on screen right now is proving exactly just that. No, not the decrees! Anything but the decrees! So, here we go. Let's just watch these guys majestically spawn in out of nowhere, like that. But that's not going to matter, because between myself and the lasers, they are as good as dead anyway. Dude, can you, like, not stand there? All menacingly? Okay, let's see if we can keep the perfect distance. That is not the perfect distance, Swarm. Trying to get hit by a laser. Thank you. It is very annoying that this guy is still in our way. Like, we can't even squeeze by him. But luckily for us, this gives us enough room to maneuver around laser. So we're just going to stand back here. Okay, watch out for the laser again. Sweet. You see, when it's one of them, they are no threat to us whatsoever. It's when they start multiplying. That is the problem. So let's get out of here. I remember I was really struggling at one point with the no-hits challenge in the Malkin Mountain Arena, so the Pipsqueaks Mincemeat Mayhem or whatever it's called. I was struggling with the no-hit challenge. I decided, on a whim, to try it with Swarm. Swarm was the character who wound up beating the challenge in the end. Swarm of all people. I tried it with Igniter, I tried it with Drobot. Nothing was working. But for some reason, when I play Swarm to the portal, yeah, that's when I do just fine. A no-hit challenge with a giant should be a lot tougher than that. But fortunately, Swarm does not care about what should and should not be possible. Much like how bees, they, you know, given how big their bodies are compared to how small their wings are, by no means should they be capable of taking flight. Yet the bee goes ahead and does it anyway. It's like the start of a bee movie all over again. But regardless, with magic being stronger here, once again, I have to remain as Swarm a little while longer because there is no magical representative to switch out for. Am I going crazy? Because I swear there's never usually duelists here. Wait, and there's a flamethrower! Since when? Is this because I activated one of those, collectible areas, so it's, spawned in these guys from what is usually that collectible area and has brought them here instead. Because yes, I'm very familiar with this level, familiar enough to know that this is not a common sight, mind you. Okay, that laser isn't quite hitting that fella. Now it is. Get over here, man, don't be shy, come on, this laser's got your name on it. Yeah, that's it, get over here, get over here. Oh, that's not close enough. Luckily, I'm still far enough away to where his blast don't hit me, but I can hit him! Sweet, we got him. I really wish I could keep the laser there, but unfortunately that, my friends, is asking too much. So we got to come back up here, get this guy out of the way. Sweet! Then after we've grabbed that fella up there, oh, and after we've also defeated these fools, of course. Now we've got to get rid of them first and foremost, but yes, now that they're all gone, let's grab that fella. We're going to do exactly what we did, the same strategy with the flamethrower. We're going to bring round this laser. Why? Because that will usher in instant death, and it will be highly satisfying for my senses, particularly my sense of sight, because I will get to see destruction and reap the rewards for it. It's very, a big mental buff for me mentally is what it is. Haha. So go on, fella, just jump straight into your death where I can have my mental buff. Let's go. Oh, let's not get hit in the process though. I'm spending a little bit, too little time away from my controller in hand. I should probably stop doing that. So here we are back at the cabins. Let's continue piloting this thing. Yes, Flynn. Yes, it was. Congratulations for noticing. Anyway, we're back into jet mode, where now we can focus solely on flying because we have no more need to worry about stops for for Oryx shop. Not Archean shops. I didn't even know Archeans had shops. Okay, that's a very pleasant boost chain we're building up right now. Plus, the treasure 2 is also pretty great. We not only get a satisfying addition to our treasure count, but we also get a nice little ding when collecting it. Oh yeah, that's a nice sound effect if I've heard one, and I know a thing or two about nice sound effects. You know what, we took damage for it, but it was worth it. So let's continue garnering ourselves some of these boosts right now. Boosts are handy because they allow us to boost. What else would a boost do now, right? Okay, so what we need right now is rockets. Luckily for us, this guy's going to provide us with some. Thank you very much there, Mr. Robot Friend. Not a ghost robot, not a best friend either, you know. That right is exclusively for our best ghost robot friend. There is only one! And he is the only one worthy of that title, being our BGRF, our best ghost robot friend. We have extra rockets that I don't even need, because that is fun. It is fun to look at enemies' faces, how much better I am than them, and everyone knows that you're a better person when you have more missiles. That's how it works. That's what makes me better than them, all of them. Oh wait, never mind, I do need these rockets. Yep, that's my plan, Flynn. That's the plan, Stan. Woo, don't mind if we do, actually. Boom! Finish them off with a rocket. That's what I'm talking about. And now those enemies, once again, are just going to majestically spawn in from the might of thin air. But we did get those rocket ship treasures, which look really cool, so I'm very glad and very satisfied to have picked those up. But now, water is stronger here. I really wish Whamshell's light core worked in this game, because it'd be so nice to get that light core buffed effect. But we're not even going to use Whamshell. Instead, we're going to use Series 2 Zap, because Whamshell does not stand a chance in this section. I mean, neither does Series 2 Zap, but at least that chance is at least a little less minuscule with his character. Give me a bomb! Pretty please. Bombs, fellas. Okay, no idea where that bomb's gotten off to, but it's not in our hands, which makes it useless to us. Oh, that's better. Ow! Shit! That was a lot of damage. That guy came out of nowhere. Okay, luckily for us, we can keep our distance and outmaneuver him, at least to the best of our abilities. This guy is not defeating these as easily as Swarm Wars now, is he? Or maybe those guys were defeated so easily in the previous bit because they were weakened forms of the enemies. That's a possibility too, I guess. Okay, he's going to do that stupid attack, which is going to land him right within my Sea Slime Slide. The Sea Slime Slide is great, because obviously it stuns for small enemies, such as the duelists. Oh! Oh shit, there is another one. Why did there have to be another one? I mean, I know why, but why? Okay, cool, that worked out. Thank you, range. Why is there still another one? Bombs, throw me a bone, thank you. Ooh, they throw me more than a bone, you throw me a pretzel and everything. Okay, there we go, they're dead, which is great, obviously. What else would it be now, right? And this guy I can keep my distance from, I just have to make sure I space him perfectly, otherwise his flamethrower is still going to hit me. And I really don't want him to hit me. If he hit me, I'd be very sad if he hit me. Come on, Zap, we gotta do this, we gotta do this. For Riley! Get him out of here, slowly but surely, we're getting him out of here. Or not, I guess. Die! Die some more! Die! I don't care that this is a cheap tactic, okay? Whatever works, we are going to cheese the hell out of it. We even got an elemental reward and a new rank. We earned a hat? Oh, you could bet I'm wearing that hat. We earned this, what can I say, man? We worked so hard for this buff, and in the end, it was absolutely worth it. What can I say? This man, well, I wouldn't exactly call him a man, he's more of a sea fish creature thing, but the point is, whatever he is a handsome looking fella in that hat. I mean, he was already pretty good looking, but that hat just exemplifies his beauty, draws attention upon it. I wonder if when you're playing as someone like Gilgrunt and you have the hover jetpack, or if you have someone with a dash, who can dash forward, or just someone with, you know, a highly momentum-based move period, I wonder if they can jump straight down to the one on the right there, you know, make this puzzle a little bit more quicker and easier. Okay, we're going to push these into place, because then we can gain access to that pie up there. Oh shit, that was a bit too soon, actually. I need to hit the teleporter again. Yeah, I got a bit too excited with the promise of that pie, so to say. Oh, and actually, by the looks of it, we don't even need to change anything further from where we're at already. The puzzle is already solved. You can grab the pie as it is. So let's do such a thing. We can bounce up, get over here, go there. And then, of course, we can just go back the way from which we came. Every piece of health counts, because at the end of the day, when I finish this level, it doesn't matter if I finish this level at 1 health or 600. Health is still health, and so long as I have it, Zap will not be defeated in battle, and he will be able to be used again and again and again and again until he is defeated in battle. That's how this works. That laser can't hit me from back there, can it? Because if it can, that would be so annoying. Okay, I seem safe from the laser for now, but it being back there, it being something at the back of my mind to have to worry about, is not good for my mental health. In fact, this level just isn't good for my mental health, period. Okay, can this fella do me a huge favour? I understand this is a big ass, but, you know, can you give me some food afterwards? Actually, if that Archean Juggernaut keeps moving forward, not that much, a little bit less than that. I don't think his laser can penetrate through the gate, which is fortunate for us, but if he keeps moving forward, we can trick him into coming into this section, and that means I will have isolated the Juggernauts, and as we mentioned previously, they're a lot easier to deal with one-on-one. So yeah, that'll make that next section a whole lot easier if things go according to plan. Yeah, I don't think that laser can penetrate that fence, so I think we're safe. We just have to worry about the crystal golems now. A task easier said than done, apparently. So let's continue hitting these crystals. We took out one of them already. I say already like it was quick. This character is very much the dictionary definition of slow until he wins a race. That is until I get stuck. I got stuck and it ruined me. There was fuck all I could do there because I got stuck. Like, seriously. I inputted as far forward as I possibly could. And there was no way I could turn around in time. Because that might be maneuverable, but his agility is trash. So if the only way I was avoiding that attack was moving, and I got stuck, so there was no way of doing that. Unfortunately, Zap's top hat didn't pay off, and now we have to go back to his Series 1 version instead, because obviously when the Series 2 is defeated in battle, we revert to the original. Hopefully, I'm not still stuck, and hopefully this hat will be the hat that I was looking for the entire time. Now, maybe what truly screwed me over is that I had the bronze hat as opposed to this glorious hat. But yeah, so this is definitely the best chances I've had in this level in a while, because usually the Juggernauts don't isolate themselves as pleasantly as what they are right now. This is a pleasant isolation from one another, that's what we're talking about. Okay, now all we got to do is finish off this final golem fella. I can't help but feel like this path is better, because that guy was defeated a lot more easily down this path. Wait, no, what am I talking about? The path had nothing to do with it. It was obviously the hat. Yeah, that's it, get over here, fella. Oh, you can't penetrate through the thing. He is so screwed now. Oh man, I really hope to have the perfect distance to keep away from his constant... Okay, is this the perfect distance? Is this the perfect distance? No, it is not. Obviously, if you get the perfect distance, I once again can initiate the ultimate cheese tactic so that then he continues in a melee attacking loop, and I, being far enough away from melee attack, don't take damage to it, and he keeps taking damage to me because he just keeps up with his melee loop. Anyway, this guy is a much easier guy to deal with because you can quite easily get behind him after he launches his attack. Is this the perfect distance? Yes! Haha! I have that cheese tactic I was just alluding to. The perfect distance where I can attack him, but he just continues in his constant melee attack loop, which I am far enough away from to where I don't take damage from it. That is convenient. Okay, here we go. Let's take out some more fellas. Man, that wave is dealing so much more damage down this pathway. That's one thing I didn't even notice comparing these two pathways together, how much better the wave is down this pathway. And I can imagine if you combine the wow power of this pathway, then you have a really overpowered tertiary attack. It'll be like Stump Smash's Acorn pathway combined with this wow power, how those attack chains go really well together. Perfect distance again? No, not perfect distance, unfortunately. And now I also have to deal with Flamethrower Guy. Not with Flamethrower Guy. Can't even move with Flamethrower Guy. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. Luckily for us, that's exactly what we did. Okay, they are in a very beneficial attack pattern for them. Never mind, because he is dead. Final enemy of the level. Let's take him out. Come on. Come on, let's go! Oh, we might have lost Series 2 Zap along the way. But apart from that, I think that was about as perfectly as I could have played it. In fact, this entire level was played as perfectly as I physically could have played it. Because one death in the entirety of this level is peak gaming. This is what peak gaming looks like, folks. Woohoo, baby. I did well there. I got to pat myself on the back, but I got to stop doing that because that's going to wind up jinxing me for the next sections, where once again we have some tough water sections coming up. In fact, we have a tough Earth section coming up because Earth pops up in Lost City of Arcus right before Magic comes up, which is going to make that section a whole lot tougher. Obviously, we can't switch out for Magic because all of the representatives of the Magic element have been defeated in battle. Therefore, they are classed as dead and cannot be used again for a remainder of the lock. Because my hair has gone into locks. Talking about locks while my hairs lock up. That's some hilarious wordplay, so to say. But hey, at least my hair is fluffy like this, even when it's all knotted up. I'm going to have to give it a good combing after this, because long hair, whilst it looks glorious, was not so glorious as actually maintaining it. So, yeah, that's going to be fun. No! So without further ado, let's head out for the Lost City of Arcus. We get to start as Zap. In fact, Zap is going to be playing a majority of this level, pretty much up until he is defeated, more or less. So here we are, for beginning of the end, where once again the magic element has popped up, but I have no magical representatives to switch to, therefore we shall remain as Zap a little bit longer, loop around that crate before it hits us and deal damage, because that would not be ideal. And actually, I say it's Earth that pops up before Magic. I'm pretty sure Tech is thrown in there at some point as well, so we might be able to get away with going through it as a Tech character instead, which means Drill Sergeant. Or, actually, Bouncer will do well, because he can use his rockets from the higher up ledge where the zombie fellas, I forget the name, their official name, but the zombie fellas can't hit us when we're up on the ledge, but the rockets can hit them. So I think Bouncer might even be a better play. It'll just mean that we need to avoid the snipers, but luckily for us, Bouncer has enough health to where he can tank multiple hits from snipers. So yeah, I suppose this will be the time where we can take advantage of giants in Skylanders Giants. Funny how that works. Okay, there's that earth element I was referring to earlier. Let's take out that crate and then swap out for a little bit of bash. Because apparently we haven't seen enough of him already from Dragon's Peak. If I knew I was going through the zombie section with this fella, again I've got the name of the official name of the enemy I should say. But either way, going against zombies, I will definitely pick a Flashwing for that scenario. But now we don't need to put either Bash nor Flashwing at risk. In fact, Bash is a better option here because he can more easily get this into place in time. And from there, we bounce up, grab ourselves a key, blow up all of that, switch out for a bouncer. Let's take element stronger here. Yeah, baby! So yeah, let's grab all that treasure because I feel as though bouncers earned it. We're going to blow up that wall, even though it's not going to give us anything of benefit because that's Chill's soul gem, something we have no interest in. We're just going to, you know, ignore that Earth is here. You know, it's here for 2 seconds, no enemies spawned in, so we might as well just stick with bouncer, right? This was the plan. I concocted this plan perfectly. At the end of the day, all would have happened there is we would have wasted 2 seconds switching out for Flashwing instead, after having wasted 2 seconds already switching out for Bouncer. So I ask you the question, what would the point be in that? So, this is great. The only question is, can I hit them for quicker than what they're healing for? Oh, my lasers hit from up here as well! Oh, lasers for the win! Oh, to be fair, the rocket tactic definitely worked. Like, this would defeat them. It would just take a fucking long time to do so. So we're going to start with the rockets, and then we're going to bring in the lasers for the overkill! Food, I didn't even need. That's great. That's fantastic. Okay, you know the drill at this point. Lasers and rockets. Even though they're not as easy to hit from this trajectory. There we go, that's more like it. I think my laser's about to, yeah, overheat. Look like that's what I have rockets for. As well as epic music. I love myself some Lost City of Arcus music. So now all you gotta do is not get hit by the sniper. Okay, that's a good start. Okay, snipers are not very good when it comes to range, apparently. Bouncer absolutely nailed that. Let's freaking go, baby! Oh, that's what we're talking about. I would love to talk to Magic Skylander, but they're both having been defeated in battle, meaning that their class is dead. Cannot be used again. I don't make up rules. Wait, hold on. Guess I suppose I kinda do. Yeah, I make up rules, so now I gotta reinforce them, bro. Anyway, Bouncer is slow, so we're not taking full advantage of this invincibility charm right now, which is unfortunate and annoying, but what we can do is we can swap out for Bash and get through this section much more quickly. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Back to Bash. Thank you for that pressing announcement there, Chaos. Honestly, I think my life is much more fulfilled from your announcements right now. Oh, good of you, Conquertron. Congratulations. Okay, take out that fella. And now it is time for Zap again, because clearly we haven't seen enough of Zap this episode already, but what can I say? He's going to be our MVP for the Arcane Trilogy. Not necessarily our MVP of the entire series. If seriously Zap was still alive, that would be his honour. But definitely the MVP of this Arcane Trilogy. That is, again, as long as he survives this, which is easy said and done. Because this section is the easier one, and this, unfortunately, is the section where we have to waste the invincibility charm. Oh wow, this fella got a bronze hat too, bronze top hat too, but after what happened the last time, I'm not going to trust that. No way, Jose. Oh boy, there's lots of them now, and my invincibility charm has been used up already. Oh dear, now I actually have to worry. Especially when my C-Slime slide doesn't want to work, despite me having pushed all of the buttons for it to work. When I push buttons, I expect the action of the input to be made video game. I think that is simple video game logic. I don't think I'm asking for much for the video game inputs to register said inputs. Ooh, that's great. No damage so far. Gotta keep this up. Is Zap the unsung, unknown about absolute broken character nightmare mode. Is this the character who's been missing this whole time? Well, I think we're about to find out. This is what happens when you play locks with similar themings, because obviously I did the legendary lock as well as the light core lock. Both of those locks had Chill as a representative. So not playing a Zap and Nightmare mode, obviously I've been missing out. Okay, cool. Keep well out of the way of that attack. Looks like all of this food, if I don't get hit, is going to go to waste. Not that I'm going to go out of my way to get hit, mind you. Obviously not getting hit at all is the most ideal form of being hit. After that it is a light hit, but I'm pretty sure those big fellas deal more than 665 damage, so I prefer not to get one shot by them, thank you very much. Anyway, let's take them out, grab the fruits of our labour, that being that one single piece of treasure right there. And yeah, food has unfortunately gone to waste, but let's bring down the orb. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, Zap, why do you have to be this way, man? This is so stupid broken out. I love it. I love how stupid broken this character is. I love it so much. Anyway, it would be a lot easier to use for orb on these guys. A lot easier at that, but I can't see them, so therefore I'm afraid. And we're just gonna... Fuck me, play it safe. What kind of hitbox is that? Oh shit. If only I could go back for that food right now, that would be great. But unfortunately, it's very clearly asking too much. If only there was water around here as well. I keep forgetting that Zap has a particularly useful soul gem, his love for the sea. But we can't take advantage of that right now because of the lack of water that surrounds us. Okay, Zap, his days are numbered at this point. As tragic as it is to say, and because we dropped down earlier, obviously with this game having a lack of a jumping mechanic, we can't go back for that food. Oh, if only I used for ball to take out those Archeans, but to be fair, it would have been about as difficult either way, because for ball we would have had to have done some very specific manoeuvres. So yeah, that tactic doesn't work 100% of the time, which is why I tried to keep my distance instead, because that is the safest way to tackle that fight, but unfortunately that didn't work either, because despite the fact that these enemies are supposed to be stunned by my electric attacks, despite that, the Archean enemy didn't care about what it was supposed to do, and it went in ahead and attacked me anyway. Oh sweet, he's dead. That's a good start. But unfortunately I have a lot more to have to deal with. Including the big fellas, I repeat, including fine big fellas. And there's going to be a third one if I'm not careful. Last thing I need is a third fella. Never mind, they're going to give me a third fella anyway, despite my pleases not to. Okay, cool, let's try to keep our distance here. That gate is really annoying. This is not where I want to be right now. Okay, thank God my waves are stupidly overpowered. Thank goodness for that. Oh, did you have to spawn in another one? Oh, that's just rude. Luckily, my waves penetrate through enemies, so I can aim at him, and it will go through to the mage fella. Okay, cool. That wasn't even the hard part of the fight. I am so screwed. If I wasn't screwed before, I'm so screwed now. Okay, that guy didn't hit me. Thank you for not hitting me. Oh, of course these guys are on opposite fucking laser attack patterns. Why wouldn't they be? Why wouldn't it be on opposite lasers? Okay, no idea why I did that initial sea-slime slide. Don't ask me why, I just kind of roll with it. This is a place of a terrified man. Man, where's an invincibility charm when you need it? Okay, we're not going to go back into that section again. I don't think that would be a good idea. What? That does that? Okay, thank God I just learned of this awesome new groundbreaking ability that Zap possesses that nobody seemed to know about. Oh, it's not working this time. That is tragic. That is unfortunate. Okay, watermelon! It's not going to do much because my health is too low to take a single hit anyway. Okay, take out the duelist. Sweet! That is awesome! That is also awesome! Come on, Zap! Clutch of the century! Come on! Yes! Okay, final guy. Just gotta not lose it. As long as we're not stupid here, we should be fine because they're easy one-on-one. Mono-y-mono, this guy doesn't stand a chance. I almost feel sorry for him with the lack of chance he currently stands. Almost, anyway. Yes! I'm doing my awesome broken zap things! That might just be the title of the episode, we'll have to wait and see. My awesome broken zap things. Zap does broken zap things. I love Zap, okay? If anyone who ever questions as to why he is one of my top 10 favourite Skylanders, this is why, okay? This is the proof right now. Let's go! I've never done this level without dying. Granted, I could still die to the spikes, so let's try not to die to the spikes. But I have never done that. Not on the history of this channel have I ever gotten through this level on Nightmare Mode CarryOn Locke undefeated. I think Zap is about to make history today. And this is all thanks to his Zap things. I love Zap things. Zap things are my new favourite kind of things. They should add that to the song. You know, these are a few of my favourite things. Zap things. They should be added. It will make the song even more legendary than it already is. Not that I know the lyrics to the song. And I couldn't even sing the lyrics to the song if I knew them, because my singing is just too good that it would get the video instantly copyrighted for the infringement of the copyright on that song, because again, my voice would be just way too good. So here we are. Lost City of Arcus has been completed in Nightmare Mode. No deaths. Now, I understand that to most people who are good at the video game, this isn't a big deal, but to me, this is a huge deal. Zap has just been confirmed unkillable. That was so stupid. And you know what? I have no problems with that whatsoever. Oh, mate. And now, you know what features in this final level, bringing order to chaos? Even more water sections, which means that the enemies are even more screwed than they were before. Let's go. Here, let us go and bring order to chaos. After all, they are opposites. We must bring one to something to equalise out the other. Oh, that was a little bit mistimed on my behalf. Okay, let's try that again. Apparently Zap is overpowered, but not when it comes to solving these rolling puzzles. Oh, I was a bit too eager again. There we go, that got sorted, didn't it? Okay, we definitely want to take out the snipers first, because the snipers are a much bigger threat than for Juggernaut, especially whilst Juggernaut ceases to attack us. Okay, get out with a laser. Again, one-on-one, these guys are no problem. So we take out the snipers, so we don't have to worry about additional attacks hitting us. Okay, get out of the way. Sweet! Take him out some more. Let's try not to die to the shield Juggernaut, especially since I've already said how easy they are one-on-one, so it'd be very embarrassing to die after having said that. Got him! Damn right, Zap. Damn right it is. So this is where tech will be stronger here. So what we're going to do is we're going to swap out for Series 2 Drill Sergeant, as Bouncer has already had his turn of the spotlight. So I think it's time to give his tech compadre a little bit of love. Okay, watch out for that. That big ass fire thing is what we're looking out for. Would prefer not to get hit by that, please and thank you. The last thing I need is to lose Drill Sergeant to this section of all things, especially since his Series 2 has been doing so well thus far. He's one of a few Series 2 lefts, in fact. There's him, Igniter, and Bash. Obviously there was Zap going into this episode, but based on the tragedy that occurred with the Crystal Golem, Series 2 Zap is no longer amongst us either, who probably could have finished off those two sections, because at the end of the day, for the most difficult, most challenging and threatening part behind our auto-drive adventure is definitely for double Juggernauts. But because we isolated them and fought them one-on-one, it made it so much more easier for Series 1 Zap. So Series 2 Zap would have had to have just have done the exact same thing. Excuse me, bounce pad! Excuse me? Because of that stinking bounce pad, I don't have to go through and do the whole thing all over again. Thank you for nothing, a useless bounce pad. So yes, it would appear as though Zap's one and only weakness in this game is getting stuck. The game, literally, like, I know I cheese this game a lot. The game, luckily, on the game's behalf, the game, and it is conscious by the way, the game definitely has a working brain. So that's why I refer to it as a living being. That is why I'm personifying the game in and of itself. This video game, it can dole out cheese just as easily as it can take it. So I might have cheese tactics. The game has cheese tactics of its own. For example, trapping Zap in a point where he just gets stuck. And there's nothing I can do about it. The game cheesed Zap. And that was the only way to defeat it. Because Zap otherwise was completely unkillable. That was the only chance the game stood. So let's stick with that because it's working so far. I did have a moment of thought. I was thinking, should I give Whamshell a chance for once? And then I remembered that Whamshell sucks, so I decided not to. Even though Whamshell probably could get through this section, but I'm not going to risk it. I'd rather, you know, take low risk and get high rewarded for it. And in this case, that high risk is Zap. Look at this, just like Igniter, he's attacking enemies before they can finish their attack animations, which means that they aren't having a chance to even hit me. Plus I have bombs, which on top of all of this is overkill. Got him! Okay, sweet, let's get him some more. Die, thank you! Matthew shall receive all that. Okay, sweet, we've got every single one of them, as well as a slice of pizza that I don't even need. Let's pop down here because we can garner ourselves a soul gem for a representative within the log, and as per the norm, whenever we seek out the soul of a representative, we are absolutely going to preview what their gameplay has to offer, even though we have seen it unfold before us already. Here, folks, is Flashwing. She looks awesome. I want that Skylander. Good thing I have a Skylander already then, isn't it? Now the reason we're not swapping out for tech is because fire's about to pop up. There's no combat left. So switch out the tech will basically just wait to a waste of time. Speaking of wasting time. Okay, let's blow that up. Sweet. Get ourselves another bomb. And we're not doing this for Legend Treasure, by the way. No, we're using this for way more noble causes. There we go. Okay, now that we have an orb as well as Igniter, these guys are truly screwed. That is when my portal wants to process Igniter. He's just too awesome for a portal to comprehend. There we are, that was better. No, stay away from me, laser. Stay away. Oh man, the ball is now gone. If only the flamethrowers kind of pushed it for me, that would be great. Okay, cool, he's dead. As is he. Oh, almost he is anyway. Okay, let's finish him off. Power Blast! And that's not going to hit us from back here, surely not, right? We're safe, we're good, we're all good here. Yeah, just let that blue flame engulf him, finish him off over time, sneak behind him, boom, boom, shake room, because you are so easy now! I wasted all that time rolling up the orb to potentially cheese these enemies, and in the end, Igniter doesn't even need the cheese. In fact, Igniter doesn't need cheese because he is cheese. Okay, he is for cheese! I love the fact that in this finale, something that's meant to be tough, I'm making it look easy just because the game is being kind enough to let me play as all of the best and most overpowered characters. Like, the game has thrown me a bone. Obviously, I felt bad for you, dude. Okay, get out of that before I get hit by the laser. Okay, get out of the way with the bomb as well. Thanks, fellas. Thank you again. Boom. Shake it for room. That's what we're talking about. Okay, let's not get hit by the fire, because once again, fire spirit takes damage to fire. It doesn't make sense to me either, but you know, that's just the game's rules, I suppose. Whatever the game says goes, I'm afraid. As much as I really wish that wasn't the case. Like, trust me, nobody wishes that was not the case more than me. Oh wow, that gives you a watermelon and a pie, and obviously we get those pies as additional health benefits for beating the Dark Light Crypt, which makes me glad that we beat the Dark Light Crypt before the Arcane Trilogy, because some of those pies came in clutch. Well, not the Zap, obviously. Series 2 Zap ate the pie and then still died anyway. It didn't quite heal him up enough as what we wanted. Okay, apologies for that cut there, guys, but it seems as though I'm back in here, straight into the action, where I have to be very careful with Series 2 Igniter, because, obviously, losing him means I revert back to the original, and I lose my awesome WoW power that's been clutching out so many situations thus far, but unfortunately, given that this character also needs to go into the Chaos boss fight unless he can one-shot Chaos, which is yet again another feat that I'm yet to accomplish in this game. Unless that happens, all of a sudden, it's not happening, period. To survive for this character, that is. But luckily, we are so far so good. We had to take a hit from a Chompy by the looks of things. We're going to bounce up, and luckily for us, Ark has a particularly useful charm, so first and first we've got to get there without taking damage to these blades first, because not only would they hurt a lot of that, but it would be the damage that is just so unnecessary and so avoidable. It would be such a waste of damage! Like that. Okay, went on ahead and skipped to the final Chaos boss fight section here, where obviously there currently is no element of the area, so we don't need to worry about representative corresponding to the current element of the area. We're playing a Series 2 Drill Sergeant, which was pretty much who I was going to pick after Series 2 Igniter's inevitable defeat regardless, because he's the best in terms of us, you know, having a really competent character that can keep his distance and out of our enemies very easily, but also he has a Series 1 we can fall back upon, which means that we don't need to risk a character who would permanently be lost. A character like Flash Ring would be another backup of mine because she's really busted, but if she was defeated here, she would be classed as dead, period, and would lose out on the chance to upgrade to her Lightcore version for Swap Force. So without further ado, let's get lasering and charging and rocketing all at the same time, mind you, because that's pretty much what Drill Sergeant has going for him. But yeah, it's really annoying that Igniter of always would die in that fashion. It's funny. In fact, I think it's fucking hilarious, the timing and all that. But annoying all of the same. And now we've reverted back to the Series 1, which is WoW powerless, which really stinks because Series 2 WoW power, Series 2 Igniter's WoW power makes him so much better and so much more fun to play. So unfortunately we lose out on all of that moving forward. But hey, at least I still have a version of Igniter to fall back on. Igniter gets to be carried on. And says, as Mike, Series 2 Drill Sergeant, if he's able to solo shot this, it would have been a lot easier if we got Series 2 Igniter up to this point, and the Series 2 Igniter could have played through the majority of this, and then obviously Drill Sergeant would only need to finish the fight as opposed to get through the entire thing. And it would have been a pickle jar situation where Igniter would have loosened the pickle jar so that then Drill Sergeant could have ultimately opened it. But as it stands, it's more likely that instead Drill Sergeant will do the loosening and some other character will have to come through and open the jar in the end. Unless things keep going this way. So far, this ain't too bad. But in having said that, I've probably jinxed myself, so ultimately, that was a really stupid thing to say. Why did I say that? I'm basically just asking for jinx at this point by saying stupid things like that. Okay, let's continue attacking these fools. Unfortunately, I'm not getting a buff from any of the charms I get, despite Chaos being both robotic and giant, so why am I not getting attack buffs? Okay, great, we have the eye lasers that our best Ghost Robot friend very inconveniently told Chaos that he possesses, but that's okay, best Ghost Robot friend, I forgive you. After all, what are best Ghost Robot friends for, right? Ow, that laser was very painful, as was Chaos' slam, which he used to defeat his own minions, mind you, so that's convenient. Anyway, can we please hurry up with the next stage already? These guys' lasers are scary. That's why I took so much damage in the first place. Okay, come on, get in. Stop talking to the freaking juggernauts and hit Fist of Orcus. Orcus? What the flip is an Orcus, man? Obviously made up word. Thank you. It's about damn time, man. Okay, how long till the healing orbs come up? Because I would much prefer healing orbs right now over the damaging ones, obviously. And luckily for us, Eruptor the Hermit and our BGRF, they've turned the tables. The tables have been turned. Okay, cool. Lasers again, obviously, because him being able to laser eye us from that distance and that trajectory makes sense. As does that Juggernaut's hitbox. Screw you, you freaking Juggernaut. But luckily we're at the very end of the fight, so Flashwing being able to clutch us out should be a piece of cake. Hopefully, and having said that, I didn't just jinx myself, because that would be very annoying. Oh man, one time Invincibility Frames came in clutch. Thank you, Invincibility Frames, much. Thank you very much indeed. Wow, these guys just really don't want to die, do they? It looks like we're making them get up. Okay, cool, we pushed them off the edge, which is fantastic. Okay, watch out, let's not get hit by anything. Let's just try and kill all these folks. As soon as fucking Juggernaut is down, and that's no more enemies to worry about at least, so I'll be very, very grateful for when that happens. Thank you, video game. Okay, now let's just do flashing things. What does it look like I'm doing, BGRF? I'm kidding, I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad at you. We're still best ghost or robot friends. Don't you worry about that old chackle friend. Oh, now let's not get hit by 6 million finger bulbs all at once. There we go, that's what we're talking about. Now, again, where is the healing when I need it? Oh, watch out for the laser. Speaking of healing. Thank you, video game. Okay, let's try to heal and attack at the same time because he can't have much health left! Let's go! I told you so! Woo! 3 deaths throughout the entirety of the Archean trilogy, neither of which are permanent deaths. We only lost 3 series 2s even, not 2 series 3s. We lost 3 series 2s, which means that they revert to their originals. So when we look at for Locke in its entirety, we lost 2 characters. Actually 3. We lost Wrecking Ball, Voodoo, and who was the other one we lost? Wrecking Ball, Voodoo. Or was that it?
That's right.
Boom indeed, my man. Boom indeed. Yes, I do in fact believe that Voodoo and Wrecking Ball were our only permanent losses because we lost both Series 2 Wrecking Ball, causing him to revert to his original, where we got Series 1 Wrecking Ball also defeated in combat, and therefore he cannot be used again, as he's classified as dead. Voodoo, unfortunately, suffers the same fate. He was defeated in combat and is now classed as dead and cannot be used throughout the remainder of the CarryOn Locke. But as for everybody else, Series 2 Igniter has simply reverted back to Series 1 Igniter, Series 2 Drill Sergeant has reverted back to Series 1 Drill Sergeant, and the same can be said for Stump Smash and Cinder, so that's 8 defeats we've had total over this Locke, which means that if we were doing something like Light Call Up with a limited cast, all 8 members would have been defeated and we would have lost the Locke to our very last member. But we also weren't playing through this game with the best possible cast. For Tech, if we had Drobot, things would have lasted a lot longer. I mean, Earth in this game is pretty safe because all of the Earth sections really aren't anything to write home about in terms of immense difficulty. The proof is in the pudding here because both Flashwing and Series 2 Bash got through the entire game without a single defeat. In fact, neither of the aircraft has been defeated either, so those are the 2 elements we have that currently remain undefeated. But going into Swap Force, that means we have 11 characters as well as an additional life for Bash, so that's 12. That's going to be 12, plus the 8 additional characters we generate at random, as well as the upgrades certain characters get. So Flashwing will get an additional life, Whamshell will get an additional life, as will Vornado. And then if we keep, and as will Hot Dog as well. But then, obviously keeping Shroombeam alive will mean he will get a Series 2 version to upgrade to in Trap Team. And we also get Phantom Cinder as well, so losing Series 2 Cinder basically means nothing. All we needed to do was get a version of Cinder to the end of this game in order to upgrade her to Phantom Cinder in the next game. And even if Phantom Cinder was defeated in that game, we still revert back to the original again, because the original hasn't been defeated yet. So Cinder is the best case scenario. And now, with all of this over-explaining it out of the way, I think it's about time we concluded the Giants portion of a CarryOn Locke. I want to thank you all for watching. This has been a very exciting chapter for CarryOn Locke. We did lose 8 lives, unfortunately, but going into this, we got not only the new names from a random name picker, but we also got 5 additional lives from Series 2s. So overall, we didn't lose more lives than we gained, which is key. We need to keep that momentum moving forward. And that's going to be moving forward into Swap Force, which we aren't going to be starting next week, because I have decided to do something a little bit different. So whenever we finish a particular game, between weeks, rather than going straight into the next game from CarryOn Locke, we're going to upload a long-form video, which is obviously going to contain all episodes of a particular game. So obviously this has been done for Spyro's Adventure already, where we had a video compiling all the Spyro's Adventure episodes. We're going to do the same for Giants. That will be next week, and then the week after we will return for Swap Force. But until that moment arises, we have an intro to see us through. Until then,
I cannot, in good conscience, end off this video without first thanking all of my incredible channel members whose continued support help make these videos possible. Without them, these videos would be near impossible to make, so from the bottom of my heart, I truly appreciate every last one of them. If you enjoyed this video and would like to see more, there are plenty of options on screen now to explore, and please consider subscribing to keep up to date with all my content. On that note, this video is coming to an end, so thank you so much as always for watching. Until the next video arises, peace!